Hear ye, hear ye. The court of public opinion is now in session. I'd like to extend a welcome to anybody who got something to say about anything they have to say about whatever. Jeremy Royster in the building already with the prompt attendance. Salute to you, bro. Let me know if you see that link in. Let me know if you see that link in the chat already. I got educated on that yesterday, so I got that figured. I got that much figured out so far. All right, Sister Betty, appreciate it. I told them niggas I was gonna go live when I got out of traffic. Hopefully they still around. I don't think nobody got no smoke now, man. I had to beat up a couple of Globe Earthers on AP channel. I think they got the overall message. They should be challenging me on something so simple as what the hell we existed on. Yeah, but anyway, niggas gonna have it their way at the end of the day. It is what it is. Kill Switch, what's up with you, bro? I'm gonna somewhat take it easy. I'm gonna somewhat take it easy out of all that little fighting I had to do. Shout out to Truth, he came through. He really ain't no flat earther, but he has some decent questions concerning them niggas' perspective. Shout out to that nigga. Stephanie Burke in the building. Blicky coming up. As soon as I find my phone, I got you. Kid folk in the building. GG Sounds. I see you. I see you. I thought you had a Blicky, GG. I could have sworn I gave you one yesterday. Didn't you pull up yesterday? I ain't getting you the Blicky. I must be slipping. All right, let me find myself on YouTube real quick. I got you. Link in the chat, because you know I ain't gonna do too much talking by myself. I'm not the teacher, bro. I got questions, but I can't really say I got a lot of answers. Unless you question me on some shit I think I know about. Yeah, other than that, amen. Ah, okay. Sister Betty ain't got no blicky though. How long, Sister Betty? I gotta go to the YouTube to give you the blicky. I'm gonna load it up now. At least that's what I thought I was doing. Yeah, there we go. Hello. Okay, what you said you wanted again? Okay, I got you. All right, I gotta find myself live on YouTube. Give me a second. While I hunt myself down. Because I ain't like that in the algorithm. I'm probably down at the bottom some damn one. I'm gonna type myself in. Can you subscribe to your own channel? That might be a rhetorical question, but Yeah, put that answer in the chat anyway. Oh, she calling back. Hello. All right. Okay. That's him. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. All right, give me a minute to find me, my nigga. I can't see the chat right now because I'm on YouTube. I'm blind. Welcome everybody that's coming in. Pull up anybody want to rap. Free space. I don't really discriminate. But there's niggas around me who do, so you still, you know what I'm saying? Be prepared to defend your position if you have officially taken one. I can't find me on YouTube. Hit me out, Sister Betty. How do I find me on YouTube? Y'all felt me. Why the hell I can't find me? Why I ain't get a notification of my damn self? Answer me that. Why did I get a notification of my damn self? The enemy's public. What's up with you, bro? Chrissy, I see you. What do you mean, there you go? I still don't see me. I don't see me on this joint. I see OTK. He going live in a little bit. House of Consciousness. In the YouTube search bar, type smoke signal. I just did that. Sister Betty, all type of shit came up. Besides me, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. This might. No, it ain't even registered in my history yet. All right, let me try this. More than one way to skin a cat. More than one way to skin a cat. Let me see. Let me go right there. View all. Bingo. Now I found me. Copy the link, Smoke. I already copied the link. It's in the chat. All right, I just keep my phone open. I ain't gonna worry about it on my computer. Y'all good? All right, pull up if we got some concerns. Bap told me to text him, but I know that nigga still busy. He just ended his stream not too long ago. All right, somebody share this shit then. Let me see if I can share my note. I don't know how to share. I don't got no share button right here. I'm so glad you started your channel, Smoke. Yeah, you niggas gonna help me build it up too. I don't know how long I'm gonna last with these guidelines. I never read them. I'm like everybody else. I just push the button to be entertained and educated. You can't share until you get 50 subs. Damn, they that strict. I thought sharing was just like hitting the like button. You welcome to do it anytime. That's crazy. All right, everybody go sub up to GG Sounds. I'm gonna sub up to you too. Let me see if I can do it from here. No, I ain't gonna be able to do it from here. I can do it from the phone though. Let me see. Go to channel. Subscribe. I got you, GG Sounds. You on your way to 50. Yeah, I believe a lot of niggas ought to be having channels. It should be somebody bumping on the airwaves all times of the day. Make this shit official. Some niggas getting tired though. Some niggas saying they're getting tired of the fight. I don't think it's always a fight. It's usually a fight, but it ain't always a fight. So I can say I can understand a little bit. Especially when you run into certain characters. But them be my favorite ones to run into. I want the thorough breakdown of the perspective you holding, my God. How did you arrive at such a conclusion? Yeah, y'all was getting there. Y'all was getting it in today, Sister Betty. You was on truthful ass with them crazy ass philosophies. He was trying to express. He never would say where he got it from, though. That's the one thing I want to know, nigga. Where you really get that from, bro? Some of this shit be sounding new to me, even though I done heard it before. Everybody got their own take on it. Coming from the stars, stardust. Hyperboreans, niggas from Andromeda and the Pleiades and Orion and all that. Yeah, y'all gonna have to make up y'all mind fucking with me though. Brown, look at what it is, bro. Man, I ain't really talking about nothing, man. Just doing a brief little overlay of what was going on when we was over there dealing with Big AP and Truthful and Sister Betty. They was going in. Hawk School. You know, same old, contention. What is we niggas composed of? What we supposed to be doing here? Yeah, who sent us? Oh, man. It basically boiled down to niggas want to know who sent us. Oh, man. I'm like, Sister Bitch, ain't nobody sent us no goddamn world. We always been here. Who sent you other niggas? That's what we want to know. Who sent you goofy niggas with these alternative ass theories on who we supposed to be up under? Who you supposed to be up under? One thing I can definitely say at this point, I can't say we supposed to be up under no damn body. Common sense or something like that. Yeah, I said if you're gonna be under anything, be under common sense. The golden rule. What happened to that? Why niggas don't never talk about the golden rule no more? Maybe that's too much responsibility. It's too much responsibility to leave that in the hands of the government. Yeah, I know that's your philosophy, Sister Betty. Man created everything. You know what I'm saying? I would say, man been here the whole time. Well, I don't know if he created everything, but I say he been here the whole time. So you can take whatever you can get out of that. No, I don't know what to say about the sun. I just know I can look at it. And every time I look at it, it look the same. It's been looking the same ever since I've been looking at it. Yeah. Okay, hold on, y'all. Somebody pull up when you get time. I'll be right back. Damn, ain't nobody pulled up yet. Y'all gonna make me do all the talking, bro. I don't even talk that much. Niggas about to have me around her chain smoking. Let me find a cigarette. Why y'all want me to do all the talking? It's in the chat. It's in the chat. I'll drop it again. Let me see. Oops. 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 This should be the link right there. Dude, Sister Benjamin pulled up. She usually has something to get off her chest. I ain't got to do all the talking now.
Hey, Smoke. I'm still wide awake.
Yeah, you was lit. You was lit over there, Sister Benjamin. I ain't never seen you go in that long. Yeah, you was lit for real.
Yeah, man. He talking about the earth and stuff. And I get so sick of these little fake, what do you call them? Uh, child stories. Like they give the little children the little fake stories, you know. And I just start using my common sense, just the way man, just based on the way man is. They ain't never gonna tell you the truth, and they always gonna keep you way behind them, especially if they stole all the knowledge from the original people. I just really believe, and I'm gonna stick to it. I don't believe those are stars in the sky, because nobody ever proved that a star is a plasma. Okay, now I don't think they're stars. I think they're cameras, and I'm gonna
Cameras like
they
looking down or looking all over the place.
down all over the place, keeping a watch of everything that's going on. Well, and the only way you could do that is if you have stars watching, cameras, so you can watch everything that's going on. You can see what's going on all over the world. How else are you going to be able to see anything?
That's an interesting concept. I never really heard that before. But you can't knock it because hey, you never know. We don't know. We just don't know, right? At the end of the day, we just don't know. So everybody can have their own crack at it to figure it out. Yeah, sometimes it take more than just one motherfucker to figure it out. Junebug,
Think,
I see you, bro. Original intellect. What's up with you, man? Pull up if
think,
you got something on your chest you want to get out. It don't matter, man. You know what I'm saying?
think about it,
Yeah.
Smoke. The stars, when you look at them, they twinkle really quick. That's the same thing as a flash when you're capturing something. So they twinkle, twinkle. They tell you a little kid story, and they get the little white kids prepared for understanding it. And they call it Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. How I wonder where you are, up above me, oh so high. Just think about it. They're to me, they're cameras. I don't think that they're natural objects in the sky because they just twinkle really quick. And to me, that thinking and looking at it from a modern day perspective, it seems like a camera flash of capturing something. And they show the sun as a big plasma ball in the sky. I'm not sure I believe that, um, Smoke. I think it's a foreign object to, and they figured out how to heat the earth when it's needed to be heated.
I heard somebody say that the heat don't come from the sun. What you think about that?
I could believe that. I believe that the heat comes from down here, and they figured out a way to uh, make it reflect off of that so that it could hit other areas to make other areas warm. And in order to do that, the sun must be in a place where it never gets cold. So, what places on this planet never gets cold?
It's some places that don't really get cold, like Florida.
Where it's always hot. Arizona, Florida. So, I mean, it's deathly hot in Arizona.
You kind of hit me
So,
hard when you said twinkle, 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 twinkle. Yeah, that's crazy. That's what cameras
yeah,
do when they flash. They that real little snapshot, they black out and come back on. Yeah, you can put a little thought into that. Hmm.
yeah, I don't believe it. I believe that the sun is a foreign object put up there, but something hits it so that it could move the heat in other areas, because everywhere, I just believe that. And then they showed, when I looked at the eclipse, that's very strange to me. The moon, something like the moon gets in front of it and block it for a few seconds. Come on, that's not real to me. I
Did
I,
you
I
see the
can't believe
moon?
it.
Did you
Yeah,
see the moon?
I saw the whole clip eclipse.
I'm saying, but did
And
you actually see the moon?
yes, I saw it where it jumped in front and then it shoot in the back. And I said, that's some bullshit. That's technology. I don't believe that that's a real that was very real. All that says to me is man is controlling what's going on this earth as far as the weather. Definitely, that's what that says to me. Because think about it, how are they going to know the exact day that there's going to be an eclipse? Come on. How are they
Yeah,
going to know that?
yeah. I mean, I think they use ancient technology to make those determinations when those eclipses is going to occur. I think men or
I
man
think
has
they're
been
the
knowing
ones doing
about
it. They're the
those.
ones doing it.
Oh, you think that they making an eclipse on purpose?
Yeah, I think they're actually doing that. I don't, like I said, I don't believe that those are real objects in the sky.
Do you think that it's the real sun up there?
No, I think it's
Damn.
something that's controlled from a laboratory or something. I don't think that's a real object.
So you think the sun is not really natural? You think it's just a
Man, man,
concoction that
man-made.
man made?
Yep.
That's a hard pill to swallow, right there, Sister Bitch. Seeing as how so many life forms depend on sunlight, talking about photosynthesis and all this other, all these other
Well,
uh
I guess
ecologies that depend on sunlight, plant life,
so. Okay.
vegetation.
All right. So then explain why they're saying the earth was uh without form and void, and it was darkness upon the earth. Nothing was going on. It was just dark, and there was never any light.
I think they
That's
said this. I think they said that just so they can make up the rest of the story. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know, Sister Betty. But I do what can be said or what can be actually agreed upon is that we know the sun has its usefulness, right? Even if it's not doing everything they saying it's doing, we still utilize it for light. Motherfuckers use it for solar power, so it's got some. It's a useful object up there. You know what I'm saying? I really can't say whether or not it's always been up there. You know what I'm saying? I really can't say, but it's been there as long as I've been around, and I don't know of nobody else that can say they've been around and it wasn't no sunshine or no moonlight. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
we
I
got that much. We got that much working for it.
I think that it's an object that was created because they figured out what our bodies were lacking and what the plants and nature was lacking. And what they did was come up with a chemical substance that provides that for not only the plants but us too. Because think about it, the doctor always tell you, oh, if you go standing in the sun, you'll get your vitamin E. So, or vitamin D. So how did they figure out that the sun gives you vitamin D?
That's a good question, Sister Betty.
Because
Ah,
they created something, because they created something that they knew our bodies needed, and the plants needed too, and the
or could it
trees.
be? Or could it be somebody noticed that when they was having a lack of sunlight, they weren't feeling as good as they was when they actually was absorbing sunlight and then start making the calculations. You know what I mean? You know, there's always another side of the coin that can also be possible. I'm just saying.
Wait, say that again, Smoke.
I'm saying it could have been from the fact that somebody was lacking sunlight and noticed that they wasn't doing as well as they was when they was observing more sunlight, and then began to make the determination based off that. I'm just saying, you know, we got a lot of possibilities on the table, and we dealing with times immemorial, right? Which means can't nobody really remember where it all stems from. And we can take educated guesses based on the reality that we experiencing today. Now they say there's other ways that you can get vitamin D. Do you know of any?
Yes. There's other ways, but if we're lacking it, we did figure out that object gives us something that we need, our bones. It would strengthen our bones. But the plants need it too. And it's also needed to make areas hot so that certain vegetables and fruit can grow too, right?
Okay, let's get some second opinions out here. What you niggas think?
Yeah.
You think y'all think Sister Betty got a point here? Y'all think she off her rockers about man creating the sun? Like it ain't no wrong answers out here. We just trying to figure some shit out, bro. You know what I'm saying? We tired of having to go to the scientific community to substantiate all the claims. Like, yeah, why come niggas can't make up their own theories and hypotheses? So yeah, I support Sister Betty in her attempt to do so. What you niggas think, bro? What y'all think? I'm saying the sun always been here. I'm saying the sun always been here as long as man been here, all working together in unison, making very harmonious melodies. You know what I'm saying? That's just my theory. I like to keep shit simple until it's proven that you shouldn't keep it so damn simple. Y'all got it though. Go ahead, Sister Betty.
Yeah, I believe that too. I believe that too, Smoke. I but what True Food said really got to me, because I just don't believe that the stars and the moon predate man, and the trees. I don't believe that it predates man, because now we have to explain, well, how did man get here? And I'm just never going to believe that we came up out of some damn swamp and started walking. You know, I don't believe in evolution.
Okay, so for in order for man to make the sun, and we know that all these independent life forms or biological species function under sunlight. Some function when the sun goes down, which means they hibernate in the daytime, and then they come out when the sun goes down. Hold on, somebody calling me. Hello, huh? I ain't heard what you said. Oh, nothing, just chilling. Okay. Go ahead, Sister Betty.
Okay, so you would say, I just don't think that. No, you were, before you got on the phone, you were saying that the sun goes down.
Oh, yeah, right. I was saying with all these independent biological species and life forms that have that have their that have their livelihood based on the sun cycles, whether it's day or night. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with
Well, think about this, Smoke.
Look, this is
Oh,
my point. This is the point I was trying to make. Are you also saying that man created all the other species that we see? the monkeys, the butterflies, the lions, the tigers, the gorillas, the caterpillars, the fish, sharks, whales, bats, other birds, all the insects, spiders, scorpions. I mean, man, this is a very exhaustive list. Niggas had to be very busy if you're saying man created everything, the grass, the dirt, the rocks.
Well, okay, here's what I could say. A lot of it comes from different kinds of molds that are created, funguses, and they different kinds of molds, different kinds of funguses. They turn into bugs. Like, okay, you ever walk in your house, right, on a rainy day, right? And see, I got a welcome map in front of my house, like most people. And on a wet day, I look under it. There's always a damn worm. And then we were told that the worms turn into some other kind of species. So I think that they come from different funguses that creates different kinds of bugs and stuff. Everything comes because you got good fungus and you got bad fungus.
Did
You
are you
got
saying man create? Are you saying man created the funguses, or did the funguses come inherent in man? Like, did man extract the fungus out of his own being, or was the fungus something created independently?
I think there were fungus and bacteria is something that's created independently. Because if you leave something around, eventually it turns into something. And depending on what the weather is, I think that has a big play in it. So if you have like wet surface, then I mean, if you leave rice out, what does rice turn into after you cook it? Maggots, right?
Maggots. Let me see. Rice. If you leave it out too long, does it turn to maggots?
Yep, rice.
I'm not sure. So the bit I kind of
What,
like rice, so it
I
never
love
really gets
I
to the point.
love rice.
I never let it get to the point where it's gonna turn into nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if you
Besides
leave
eating the
rice
hell out of
right
it.
when you leave rice out, it turns into maggots.
Now I done seen maggots come out the trash, so I imagine,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So it creates itself because it's sitting there and it's molding, it's getting old, and then it starts to form into something. And they create themselves different species mixing together, and they turn into something. Now look at uh mosquitoes. They breed over water. They always breed over water. So it's bacteria that sits on top of water, and then they become beings. And I believe that that's how we get our mosquitoes, all different kinds of um bacteria and funguses that forms into something and becomes a living thing. Now you get your dogs and your cats. I think that somebody had to create, mammals, dogs, your cats. Um, you know, they say when you get to cats and then you got your mice, what do mice turn into? You got all these different animals. Somebody created them. Now, we as a people, we put them in categories. We say lions, cats. Cats are from the lion family, I believe. And then we say dogs, horses, they're all from the same family. So I don't know, Smoke. And they say those little chihuahuas and little teeny dogs are birth defect dogs because they don't grow. I don't know.
You mean like midgets? Or
Yeah.
should I say? Yeah.
Like you see those little dogs and they got a big old face like a German shepherd, but their bodies are teeny.
You think they do that on purpose to breed them down from
Yeah.
smaller dog breeds?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And I believe man's been doing that with animals as well. With like trying to make humans. I just look at monkeys and apes and gorillas as experiments gone bad because monkeys' feet are very interesting. They actually look like white man's hands, but in a
So
deformed
give me a rough
form.
estimate. Give me a rough estimate in your opinion of how much time you think it would have took man to independently create all these different biological species that we that we can see today. We ain't got to talk about the ones they say that's extinct. I'm just talking about the ones that's still around today. How much time you think that would have took? For the developmental process to mix back different bacteria with different fungi to get different types, and the process it would have took for incubation, and you know what I'm saying, form the function in their desired habitats, and also benefit the particular ecological regions that they currently inhabit. What kind of time frame would you give man for accomplish this very tremendous task?
I have to say thousands of years, and the fact that I don't believe they ever stopped for
So you
thousands of
saying
years.
man is still creating species to this
Yeah.
day?
Yes, I do. I believe they're still creating animals and humans, and they're creating animals. They have to because they need food. So what do? You got to you got to make them. And you know what else? Crazily, I thought this is really gonna make y'all freak out. I don't, but I just think of these things not because I'm crazy, because it's just a thought. I think that um we are like we're a duplicate. Like if we're over here, I think that they make duplicates of us and put us in different areas of the earth. Like they'll put us in Africa. It's like a clone of me here, a clone of me in Africa, a clone of me in every country, in multiple countries. And I think they're doing it in labs. I do. Like you might be here in the United States, but is there a possibility that there's a clone of you in other countries? They don't care
I'm gonna
where
tell
they
you.
put
I'm gonna
you.
tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something strange, right? So I'm in Memphis, Tennessee. This is where my mama was born at. I was born in Texas, so this is where my daddy from. So every now I used to have an account T-Mobile in my brother's name till he found out I was using his identity. You know what I'm saying? Then he threatened me, so I had to go back. I had to convert back to my shit, which I didn't want to do because I was trying to get off the grid. But long story short, I used to go there all the time. They'd be like, "Man, it was a dude that looked just like you that just left from here." You know what I'm saying? So now another instance was I was leaving my apartment one day. And the dude that stayed up under me pulled up with his girlfriend, and she said something to me, and I looked up, and I was like, "Damn, what she say, bro?" He said, "Man, he said You reminded, she said, you look just like her brother. You know what I'm saying? So that cloning thing, I'm not saying it's clone. I'm just saying we got so many phenotypes that, obviously motherfuckers gonna look alike from time to time. You know what I'm saying? Whether y'all have any genetic relationship or not, I think it's just so many phenotypes that we working with. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I know it. I know what you're saying, and that could be true too. But I really believe that, because we as women, when we're getting our examinations, we don't know what that doctor is really doing, because first of all, they put a blanket over us and they examine us, and a lot of men go to these banks and donate. So I don't, I just can't put anything past men. I really think that they, you know, use our productive systems to make other people and put them in other areas of the earth. Like if you need soldiers, right? You're going to need um uh um you need to make soldiers. So what do? You clone thousands of the ones that you have.
You mean like Star Wars, the Clone Wars? To me, when I see it like that first, It'd be hard for me to place it into the realm of our current reality because I seen it on the damn crazy ass movie first, and I just be wondering, is that made up or is it made up off a previous model? So I still be kind of thrown where I just gotta raise my hands up, like, bro, I just really can't say. You can't put it past. You can't put it past the devious nature, the devious nature of the man, the devious nature in the mind of certain men these days. And I wouldn't say just these days, I'm talking about all days, from then to now to even beyond the now. So yeah, I wouldn't, I wouldn't dismiss it. Yeah, I wouldn't dismiss your theory, but it's a hard pill to swallow. I'll say that much.
Well, we have, we don't just have these little, white orphans that were running around in Europe. They were running around in every part of this earth, and all these children with no parents. It really troubles my mind.
So let me ask you another question, right? Because y'all heard it here. Well, y'all didn't hear it here first, but y'all heard it here again. Sister Betty's theoretical supposition on the nature of man. She's under the impression that man is responsible for all that we can survey these days. I'm not saying I'm knocking her hypothesis. I'm just saying, hey, anything's possible. So let me ask you this: what, when we talk about religions, right? Because I still kind of grew up in the church. I didn't never like it though, so I would never say I was really fully into it because my mama had us switching from all type of denominations. I know at least seven of them. I can't even call them now, but the ones I remember is Baptist for sure. Cause I used to come down here. I used to come down here to Memphis and stay with my auntie and them for the whole summer. She used to let us come stay with our grandmama and aunties for the whole summer, and they Baptist. All right. So I'm thinking my mama was kind of rebelling, trying to find her own way, and she took us through several different types of religions. The ones that stuck out, the one that stuck out the most was Seventh Day Adventists, because they was Christians who believed in Jesus, but they celebrated the Sabbath day. Right? I'm telling you, they celebrated the Sabbath day like the Bible instructs you to observe it. From Friday evening to a Saturday evening without working your your mules, your servants, you know how the Bible say it, all that.
Yeah.
That was stuck out to me. And the deliveries was always on different topics besides what you usually hear about in the other churches. So if it's some validity to the religious thing, which I seriously doubt, you know what I'm saying? I think it's just a whole bunch of ritualistic practices, you know what I'm saying, based off keeping people in fear of some type of judgment that'll probably never come. So
Correct.
what's your take? What's your take on if it really is a supreme being? How is it so sloppy now? Why aren't those original? Why aren't those original concepts being enforced? If there is indeed a supreme being, how did it get so? How did it get so sloppy now? Well, you can just down there claim whatever the hell you want to, and just say, "Oh, this this is what my God told me to believe in." What you say about that?
Well, I have to say that because we're exposed to so much now um, with modern technology, and if we have modern technology, it's only modern to the level of our experience. Now, there's, I believe that there's technology that's even, we're still behind. I don't think that we're dealing with the most modern technology. We're just getting computers, if you really think about it. Now, if we're just getting computers, right, that there's no way that they could count how many stars are out there, which I say they're cameras, and keep a track. You had to have something that could calculate it. So um, just think about that. All over the world, all these cameras in every country, everywhere. How are you keeping track of that? They're definitely keeping track of it. They tried to say that these stars are infinite. I don't believe they are. I believe they're cameras and they're keeping track. They can count how many of those damn cameras are out there. They're cameras. How 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 are they adding up the days of the week and everything? You had to have some type of something like a calculator. We call it a calculator, but it was called something else back then. And they've already had this. We're just now getting what was already here because they're like thousands and thousands of years ahead of us and we just don't know it. They only let out and train you in a certain amount of education, especially when it comes to computer programming. They think that at that they that they're masters and doctorates at it, but that's still low level because there's always some there's always a supreme person, and the supreme person are the ones that have the most current and modern technology, and it's not us, it's not China, it's not any other of these countries. It's a world that we're not part of. They gift those to us when they've um, gotten even further in technology. We're probably at the beginning. I mean, we're just getting computer smoke.
Where do you think technology is developed from? You think it just comes out the imagination? You think it just comes strictly from the imagination? You don't think those thoughts
No,
are being
no, no,
sent
no.
from
There
one
are people.
place
There,
and received at another place?
I think it's what the world will probably see as heaven, an area that we can't go to. It's a whole nother world that's controlling this world. and we can't get to it. They're the ones that's thousands of years. They're controlling everything that's going on the planet of Earth. And if you're over in that world where you're controlling all the worlds, they can't get to you. You're born in that world and you die in that world. And we don't have
So let me
we don't
ask
have
you this.
we don't have access to that world.
Well, let me ask you this, because you just brought up your version of heaven. Do you think in your version of heaven that people don't die and it's like a paradise?
Yeah. It's a world that we're not part of. Our bodies are not as healthy as theirs. Um, it's different. Our bodies were dumbed down, and um, we. I believe that we were given something that keeps us from being who we really are. I believe we were given something where we are not like we used to be, that keeps us from being who we used to be. And I think that has a lot to do with, I don't want to say it on your channel,
You mean the
but you
small
can't
hats?
you
You talking about the
you
small
can know
hats?
no, I'm going to say it this way. You can't go to school unless you have this done in your particular records. From when we were little kids, though, you can't
Yeah, oh,
go in.
you talking about the Jabberwocky. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
I'm not
The
talking about the
Jabberwocky.
most recent one. No, the ones they give you, they said you have to have before you go to school. Vital teeters. Vital teeters, you know, you get those vital teeters or you can't go to school. Soon as you're born, I think that's when it happens.
They still doing it today. That's a very indoctrinated, that's a very indoctrinated piece of wood that they pulled over everybody's eyes. How do you convince people that their healthy children need to be administered any type of medication for their well-being, yet they're perfectly healthy? How did they convince us of that, Sister Betty? What did they do to, to, to convince us so thoroughly that almost everybody still participates in this one area of human activity?
Scare us like they have been.
It's interesting. It's interesting. I
I mean,
think I think we
mhm.
ought to I think we ought to tell people or start spreading a message that you shouldn't be so fearful of what you're hearing from your representatives, if indeed they are even your representatives by any means, which I seriously doubt. Some people do. Some people do. I just don't. All right. I think we should be more courageous when we, at least speaking to our own people, our immediate surroundings, people who we associate with on the daily or bump into or interact with on the daily, that they should be less afraid to reject certain 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 perspectives, or at least start questioning them more. You
Yeah.
know, I think those medical administrative administrations, I think they are unnecessary.
Yeah, I agree. Because
I don't think
we
anybody
weren't
who's
fit.
healthy, I don't think anybody who's healthy ought to be taking any type of medication by any means. Whether you're talking about this is gonna prevent something in the future, but nigga, if I get sick in the future, then I'll holler at you. But right now, I'm doing fine, bro. You know, I think that's the type of stance we ought to start leaning to it. I don't know. It's just me. I don't think those administrations has even really worked out for us. I think that's part of the reason we can no longer connect to this perspective that you're speaking of about the paradise on earth somewhere that we no longer allow to even visit or go to or even know about. It could be possible. There could be a heaven somewhere out there. I'm not saying out there. I'm just saying here, actually here, existing on this same plane of existence. We are just having the original knowledge with with an uncontaminated in an uncontaminated zone. And they're keeping us the hell out of it and using us as guinea pigs. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't think that heaven is up in the sky. I think it's another area of this planet that we're not privy to.
This is another question I get that kind of baffles me. Right? This is a very gut wrenching question, right? That I received from the opposing views, basically the Pan Africans. Right? How is it possible that we can make this claim to be these people? I got you. To be these people with being so far removed from the knowledge of exactly what tribes or areas or nations we come forth from. How did they thoroughly convince the majority of us that we was from Africa, that we black, that we African American, that we colored, that we Negroes? How did they convince us so quickly about that? What do you think the methods? What are the methods you think they implemented to do this so thoroughly? Go ahead, you got it. Anybody can answer that question because I can't. I can speculate, but I can't really answer that question. It's a real humdinger for me. Was it fear? Was they going around? They going around telling niggas you better not say you're an Indian? Was that it? Was that the extent of it?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. That's why
Was
we
they
got
offering? Was they offering niggas something? An offer they couldn't refuse that made them say, "Well, the hell with this tribal shit. We finna go with this. We finna go with this perspective right here." Or you think it was just threat, duress, and coercion?
yes, the latter. Yes.
Yeah, you can't put that off the table. I heard people say that quite frequently that that they was using it.
Yes. That's a fact. Because why would someone run from their land? Yeah, something has to happen. What happened? Did they set it on fire? I mean,
Well,
literally,
we
the
got a
one
history of fires, riots, floodings,
right,
uh, removals,
correct,
migrations. But we got a
correct,
lot of history. We got a lot of history concerning the subject matter. So
correct. A lot of homes were very beautiful, from what I'm hearing, and they moved their asses in them because they ran us out, militia style.
but you also heard about Indians never really losing no war. So you know you gotta weigh it all up and put it on the scales of balance and see which which paradigm makes the most sense. Sometimes I just gotta shrug my shoulders at the possibilities. I didn't hear about it. Both of my grandmamas was into Christianity. Tough.
Most of our families were. Most were because it became a requirement, and a lot of us went to school right on our farmlands. Teachers would come to our farmlands and teach us in school. But the funny thing is, what they were teaching us was the Bible and basic math. I mean, I've seen the stories where when they taught us math, we were beat by our own teacher if we used our fingers to count. There was punishment for that.
Yeah, I remember when I went to school, you couldn't use your fingers. I think that was part of the curriculum. I think that was part of the curriculum not to use your fingers, not to use what you can naturally use to come up with the solution. You know what I'm saying? Which would, if you ask me, will make you more independent quicker, right? If you just use your extremities to come up with these calculations, you know what I'm saying? Because you're using your brain to activate your hands. So it's like you're getting used to sending these signals out and developing quicker. So I think they did that on purpose as well. Don't use your fingers. You write it on a piece of paper. Got us all accustomed to trusting in the paper instead of just trusting into what we already naturally possess to come up with the damn equation. So I'm saying it's a very methodical trick bag that they put niggas in if we give it a little critical thought.
Yep.
I'm guessing here, but I don't know if it makes sense. It makes sense. If it don't, well, we'll keep it on the table.
It makes sense. I wish more people would come on the plant panel and give their um perspectives, because to me there's no wrong answers.
Yeah, when I drop the link, anybody can pull up. I got like 4 more spots. It's the free version of StreamYard. They're telling me I'm running out of time. I'm about to look into that.
Oh, so they're timing your lives. So
Yeah, I didn't know they did that. I didn't know they did that. I
I'm gonna
just
get my
found that out.
people to
But I really ain't
subscribe
even
to you.
found out really.
Oh, now I'm getting sleepy.
All right, well, I'm gonna hold it down for a while. I'm gonna hold it down for a
Yeah,
while. So somebody pull up.
yeah,
Somebody
I'm gonna
pull up.
jump off because maybe somebody else pull up. But
You broke up, Sister Betty. I ain't hear the last part. My chick, y'all still hear me?
I said I'm gonna
Sister,
go back in the chat and give somebody else a chance to come up. Because you got to remember, our people believe in a different way, and I'm a woman on the panel, so maybe if I go down, more brothers will come up. So I'm gonna respect and step down and go in the chat. Hopefully somebody else will come up and join you. Okay?
I've been good chopping it up with you, Sister Betty.
Oh, I'll be back. Believe me. I'm gonna make sure I get my folks to subscribe to you so that you'll be able to have more opportunity in YouTube. Okay?
I'm surprised Big Dog ain't pulled up. He's still out there somewhere.
There go Big Dog right there. He coming.
Well, y'all heard it from Sister Betty out of our own mouth. Man created everything. It's a hard pill to swallow. It is what it is. All I can say is, yeah, do your own critical thinking on the subject matter. Say anything possible. I don't even know if that's true. Only time can tell. Only time can tell, my guys. Oh, there go Big Dog. You got it, Big Dog.
Mic check, mic check.
You loud and clear, bro.
Got you. What's good, my brother Smoke? Much love and respect to everybody in the chat, man. You know, that conversation with, them trying to make flat earth a religion, man. It's that's all I'm hearing. And our people believing in this science. You know what I mean? It's like mind blowing. When they can't see religion and science is working together. You see what I'm saying? And they
I
still
know,
wouldn't believe what these liars are saying.
bro. I know exactly what you mean, bro. The science to me makes less sense, right, than common sense. For as extensive as that knowledge and research is supposed to be, it makes less sense than plain old common sense. So I never really been a science guy, to tell you the truth. I never did well in science at school. I remember I tried to do a science project one time. It just flopped like a motherfucker. I can't even remember what grade I got. T. Wriggle, salute.
Salute.
Salutes. How we feeling, champions in on the panel? How we feeling? Smoke, Big Dog. How we feeling?
Oh man, I'm laid back, man. I'm laid back on this Saturday
All
evening,
good,
man.
brother. All good.
Yeah,
What's
when
up?
it comes down to science, Smoke. You know what I'm saying? I just listened. I didn't go home and do all the studying and research and figuring it out. I just listened, and I went on to Q Butter's little channel one time. Do you know what I'm saying? And, just talking to the brothers, see where brothers' minds are at. And, this science thing, this is a religion, y'all. It's so much a religion, because they got to talking about the atoms and the molecules. And we know that, that's a lie, and so and then Q Butter told me, he was like, this is what you do, T. Get a 7th grade science book and then read it and then come back to me. And I said, okay, Q, I'll do that. And when I did that, fellas, I wish I had my notes. There was something, I guess there's like 4 basic principles or foundations or something with the protons and the neutrons and electrons. And then it goes deeper. And then they talk about leptons and quarks or something like that. And those 2 elements are nowhere to be found in nature. And then I shut that book so fast. I said, man, I'm not doing this no more, Q, because they lied to us, bro. And shouts out to Q, because Q's got a mind on him, and it's an engineering mind, so I respect that. But here's the problem in the
I
science
don't.
world. You know what I'm saying? Here's the problem in the science world, and I'm gonna land right here. See, when you have these 2 inventors by the name of Stan Meyer, who was a white guy in the 80s, and then you have this other man named Maxwell Chikumbutsu, that's out of Zimbabwe. When you have these 2, one created the water car, and the other was able to grab electricity from the air. So this is what I pose to the science world. Does your science teach y'all how to do that? And if you don't have an answer for that, well, then, my friends, this is why science is the religion, because you can't duplicate what these two gentlemen that didn't go to school created. And I fall back on that.
Yeah, to me, like science, certain science, you know what I mean? Like the bones, the sciences of what they call carbon dating. All of it is tainted to me. The spitting in the tube, tainted to me. You know what I mean? A lot of what they teaching us. But, when it comes to that space and NASA, for our people still to be believing in that nonsense, only reason they are is because of the religious things that came with that. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. They like I said, they want to put flat earth in a religion when they don't even want to call and acknowledge the religions that they got and how they're working against us. The Christians, the Baptists, the Seventh-day Adventists, the Muslims, all of them. That's why people believe in science so much. In those heavens or that space, because they think their creator is out there somewhere. And their creator is no more than their mother and father. Make it make sense. Go ahead, Smoke. You got it. Yeah. Any questions? Let's bring it, Smoke. Because like I said,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
and I
bring
will say this.
my brother Sanchez on that topic, man. Because like I said, I ain't the expert, but I do have some knowledge of it. But go ahead, T. Rickles. I got you, brother.
No, big dog, you straight and you right. You feel me? And this is my take on when we talk about science. I can equivalent it to the Bible. There's truth and lies. Do you know what I'm saying? So, especially when we talk about DNA, no one in the whole entire world knows what DNA is and what it looks like. You can't look at it under a microscope. You can't do none of that. So when they give us this so-called double helix thing, you're lying. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so if we can decipher, just as in the Bible, we have to do the same thing with science to decipher what is the truth and what is the lie. And I fall back on that.
Me, I take it to the extreme. I say it's a lie through and through. I say it's so little accuracy in today's scientific community that you can almost just point to any area of science and say it's largely infused with inaccuracies. I think that it's done intentionally, and you can certainly call it religion these days. And I'm basing it simply off the fact that it's now being pushed towards literature instead of the age-old scientific method, where you make your observations, your calculations, your experiments, then you run them time and time again, and then you draw out your conclusions. Right? That's real simple to me. Right? But all this literature based on hypotheses and theories and facts and laws and how they all kind of lean on each other based off some explanations from dudes who studied other dudes who were never correct about their assessments in the first place. So yeah, you're basically dealing with a very elaborate religious scheme. I'll definitely say that.
And when we're dealing with what they called melanin, once we do the study, we found out that they were talking about, they were studying animals, not humans. But our people want to continue on believing we animals. You know, we evolved from these chimpanzees, all this other weird shit that science ain't proven. Go ahead, Smoke, you got it.
I agree. I agree with that. I mean, you know, I with my little walk here, you know, breaking the religious chain, and then I went chocolate coated religion, and then breaking that chain. You know what I'm saying, to understanding, okay, the God within. And so when we look at science, right, we would say this will be the truth, right, and versus the lie. So the truth would be, okay, how do clouds and all of that forms? Science would say, well, the sun burns the ocean, evaporates, and then the clouds are formed, and then it comes back down. Okay, that sounds right to me. You know what I mean? But here's where the lie would come in. Let's just take gold for an example. And there were two ways of how we are able to find gold. One would be some asteroid that's out there in space, comes down, hits the ground, and then, you know, you can find gold there. We know that's false because the earth is flat and nothing can come in and nothing can come out. And then the second one, what they would say, the volcanoes at the bottom would push, will melt the elements and then push it to the surface, and then it links up with the ground. Bull crap. Sorry, not buying that. So these are the truth and then the lie to me. So I fall back.
Shit, break that down some more, bro. You was yeah, you was spot on with that.
Oh yeah, man. I'm trying to you know, use the mind. You feel me? That's like really the only thing I can count on, and I can count on y'all's mind to bring me information. You understand? Like, you know, this is why, to me, you know, Philly, you're doing a great job. Sanchez, a marvelous job. He's teaching on a really grand scale level. And Smoke, your mind. I love, because you sit back. I love your style, Smoke, because you will sit back. You do kind of like what I do. You sit back. Let me hear it. Oh, okay. Oh, is that right? Oh, yeah. You know, that's a load of crap, right? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I love the way that y'all think, because you'll use your minds. You feel me? And so when we're talking about the gold situation, you feel me? And this lie, I don't know. Still to this day, Smoke and Philly, like, I don't know where gold comes from. And everyone's giving me their little say-sos, but it still doesn't compute in my mind. But all I know is that in England, before the Queen passed, she has all of the gold. And I fall back.
Wait a minute, I thought gold came from gold ore from sifting through riverbanks and things of that nature.
Yeah, so that gold rush in San Francisco and all that, and the reason why people would come into the West to search for gold, right? And I can tell you right now, if this was true, even till today, we should have people doing that same thing in the riverbanks, and then everybody would have this gold. You know, every day, well, man, I'm going to the river and, you know, and testing my luck. But it seems like we don't have that. So that story to me was to make people from the South and the East to come over here. You know what I'm saying? And populate and you know what I'm saying? And then try to build this place. You feel me? And so, and I have a hard time stomaching that gold comes from the volcanoes at the bottom of the oceans and then it pushes it up. I have a hard time coming to grips with that. And just for the record, you know, from my understanding, that the earth doesn't produce gold. The earth produces diamonds, not gold. So it's just like, where is this substance coming from? And I fall back on that.
Okay, so it seemed like you did a little research into the subject matter. I never knew that they was claiming that's where gold was coming from. Underground volcanoes, bro.
Yeah,
and it works, and it works its way into very fine nuggets to where you have to steal the riverbanks to locate it. No, they don't.
Yeah.
The math on that is not adding up.
It's not adding.
It's not adding up.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know if, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I'm gonna make a video on this though later on, but you know, they talk about alchemy, talking about turning lead into gold. You feel me? Nah, that would be very difficult to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be like a Merlin in order to do that. You have to be part of the King Arthurs and the 12 Knights. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's very hard to do. Do you know what I'm saying? And that saying, like, turning lead to gold, nah, they lie. They basically, it's turning your ego into soul. You feel me? Defeating the ego so you can, you know what I'm saying, get in touch with yourself. But I don't know. Still to this day, Smoke, I'm trying to, you know, I'm asking questions to everyone. Do you know what I mean? All the people like, no, like, where does it come from? Why is this? Everyone would say, oh, yes, this is backed by gold. Okay, where'd you get it from? I still don't know. So I fall back on that, Smoke.
Well, let me ask you this question. Based on what you can observe today in your own present reality, how long would you estimate that this planet has been populated by people?
Say that one more time for me.
I said, based on your reality today, right? How long would you estimate that this world, this realm, has been populated by people?
Now, okay, I can go kind of deep with you on this. Do you know what I'm saying? And from my knowledge and understanding and talking to the people, hey, Smoke, I got a rule. You know what I'm saying? I can't lie. That has ramifications on my soul. So let me tell you how far, because this theory of evolution, whatever they try to do there, I think that this is where the switch may have happened on creating a new breed of human being, like is in us. You know what I'm saying? I think they altered us in a way. So where I would say, so the Egyptians were 7,000 years ago. I would say we've probably only been around, no lie, no more than probably 200,000 years, yo. But a lot can happen in those 200,000 years. Do you know what I'm saying? This is just me just thinking about the thing. I have no proof of whatsoever. Do you know what I'm saying? But that number, that 200,000, how I come to this, because in anthropology, this is what they said. They said, in order for an organism to change, it would take millions and millions and millions and millions of years for something to change from a fish to an alligator or whatever, or to walking. But for us, it only took 200,000 years to change. So that number that they taught in anthropology in college. Now thinking back, it was like that's the number, probably how long we've been around, just 200,000 years. That's just my hunch, and I fall back.
And I agree with the brother, because what I always say is, they created time and they changed time. This earth ain't as old as they want us to believe. You know what I mean? A lot of the information that they push in the Bible and the Quran, that's talking about some other people other than us. People that ain't real. So I say, like the brother said, no more than 200, 300, 400,000 years old, because they changed time. You know what I mean? So that's one of my biggest things I say. Earth ain't that old. But go ahead, Smoke, you got it.
It's funny that you mentioned that, OG, like playing with time, and what is really split my wig back, like how do you change something and people forget what it was before? And what I'm referring to is the Mandela effect. Like, I don't know about y'all. You know what I'm saying? I was a fat, chubby kid back in the day, so candy was my thing. And so when I used to buy Kit Kats all the time, and I vividly remember Kit Kat having a hyphen in the middle. And so now they said, no, that never has been. And that, like, how are you able to do that? You know what I'm saying? And that boggles my mind. I fall back on that.
Okay, 200,000 euros. Let's put that on the table real quick. Are you under the impression that all of the development that we see today and what we can definitely quantify through antiquity was established within that 200,000 years? And here go a caveat. Here go a caveat question. The caveat question is: Do we have species? Do we have species that you can say existed before the 200,000 years? Y'all got it.
All right. See, in order to answer that hypothetically, I would have to resort to the Bible. Do you know what I'm saying? I had to resort to the Bible and break it down from there. Because whenever Adams came around, there were people here before Adam. So when Cain gets kicked out, he gets the mark. You feel me? And then so now he gets the mark because he's worried about people trying to take his life. So who are those people? Who knows? It's just that, especially when we speak about the past, I like to keep all my options open because I really don't know, and I fall back.
You have any hypothesis concerning that though? You think we came into an environment that was already in existence and had to forge our way through other species that might have preyed on us, seeing as how we wouldn't have known too much about the environment being a new species? Or are you saying that everything was created simultaneously within this 200,000 year periscope? You got it.
And to keep it 1,000 with you, I would have to resort to Bro Sanchez creation story. I think it's the best. It's the best I've ever heard. You know, and I think we all were here simultaneously. And there's question everything's map he showed me. And I think you should take a look at this, Smoke. You know what I mean? With this is mind blowing. It's called the David Ramsey map. And when you take a look at that, just look at it, and just, you know, especially look on the outside, you'll see something so fascinating, so mind provoking. Check that out, Smoke. But I do agree. I think that we were all started simultaneously at the same time.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And I you know, that ice age and that dinosaur age, I think they're made up times. You know, that's why they talk about dinosaurs, you know, but they really can't prove they existed other than bones. And we done seen that them bones was other animal bones that they put together. You know what I mean? So that's why my biggest thing is, like, you take away the flood story, the ice age, and dinosaurs. Time ain't that old, man. But you got it, Smoke.
I agree. I never knew. That's another piece that Sanchez gave me with the forensic science on the bones. Like, I never knew that before. You feel me? Like, I never knew that. And that's something that we got to really think about. You know, it takes away, like you said, the ice age and the flood. That's all garbage. You feel me? All of that is garbage. So to find out what happened before, this is very hard to do, extremely hard. I think the only way someone is actually going to have the answer, right? Someone would have to have the power of the deja vu. So if you can go forward in time, you can go backwards in time. And whoever can do that will come back and tell us, all right, this is how it started. You feel me? And I fall back.
What you think about that comment right there? And I got another question too.
Well, the economy right now. I asked.
Nah, no, I'm
ahead,
talking about that comment right there. You see that comment right there on the screen?
About the conspiracy theory. It's a little tiny that I read it. It say y'all may want to look up the Phantom Time conspiracy theory. We should all know by now that anytime they claim anything they claim to be a conspiracy is indeed factual. Factual. That's what she said. I'll read it again. She said, y'all may want to look into Phantom Time conspiracy theories. We should all know by now that anytime they claim to be anything they claim to be a conspiracy is indeed factual.
I can see how she thinks that. You know, I've got this, you know, I go by revolutionary code. So whatever they say, you know, flip it. You know what I'm saying? When they say something is good, it's really bad. When they say north, it's really south. Do you know what I'm saying? So I keep with that code with me, and I'll look that up. I've never heard of Phantom Time before.
Let's get back to this 200-year theory. Are you under the impression that at the beginning of this 200,000-year beginning of the species of man, that we started off primitive and had to go through a process of gathering intel for progress? Or do you think we were already equipped with enough intelligence to go ahead and start building towards progress in civilization? Go ahead, you got it.
I think in the beginning, I like to call it the perfect human being. And what do I mean by that? Like, you haven't been tampered with. All of your codes and so-called DNA weren't switched off. So when the first ones were here, they were able to, speak telepathically and, and do some things, even get messages, you know what I'm saying, from somewhere, or get a vision of how to do things. So whenever I think about the beginning, this is a very high advanced cultures that have been trying to be erased from our knowledge. Do you know what I'm saying? So if you just look at America's history, look what's happened since 1776 to now. What is that? What's that? 600 years? Whoa, look at where we're at. Now imagine another culture, that don't have corporations, that don't have a lock on their bright minds. How faster would they build their tech? I mean, my imagination goes to the roof. I can already imagine in 20 years for them back in the day. Oh, they done figured out probably how to move rocks with a device. Do you know what I'm saying? They lift it up and they move it over here, place it down there. My imagination goes to the roof when I fall back.
All right, bro. Well, I can't knock your supposition. I think it's always been here. Even irrespective of the biblical narrative, the scientific narrative, Big Bangs and creation stories, I think it always been here. I don't think there ever was a time. Time is a construct anyway, if that holds true. I don't think there ever was a time that it began. I don't think there's a time that it'll ever end. I think we exist in an eternal and in an eternal paradigm. These cycles constantly repeat time and time again. And I think men have developed because of these cycles, noticing how they come back, how these patterns occur and reoccur over enormous amounts of time, smaller amounts of times, epochs, eras, down to days, years, minutes, even seconds, nanoseconds, mind you. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there was a beginning. I think it always existed. I don't know if it always existed to the degree what we observe today, but I can't imagine it not. You should think about that.
To me, we always been problem solvers. Like, if it was raining or weather bad, we find shelter. We find shelter through caves or big trees. You know what I mean? We were trying to figure out things. You see what I'm saying? I don't think we evolved none of that stuff. I think we were making decisions and I'm cold, let me find a way to warm up. You know what I mean? We invented fire. You see what I'm saying? And so on and so on. I think that we had the ability to problem solve from the beginning. But I land right there with the problem solve.
Well, I tell you this. I read just recently the is it the Emerald? Yeah, the Emerald Tablets by Thoth. And, you know, I'm not like a reader like that. And I've never read something that Thoth, like this person, whoever this person is, gave so much love and gave a damn about us. I've never read anything that gave so much love and inspiration to humanity. And to think about that time of when this person, Thoth, probably came around, you know, and saying how we have always been the prize. I mean, that just reading that, that's, you know, I don't believe Atlantis and all of that, but you know, whenever that time was, that's when I think Thoth, you know, let his writings go. And if you can have a time on that, Smoke, I would love to hear that one.
You say you love to hear my take on what, Thoth?
Just the time. Do you know like how far backdated is Atlantis?
So Atlantis would go back around the times or shortly thereof, before the establishment of what they call the Cometian civilization today. Supposedly, Plato, was it Plato? Had some theories in regards to Atlantis, where it was located, how it functioned, its peopling, and to the degree of sophistication that they had. All right. So we have to push that back into antiquity, prehistoric times. You know, I couldn't even really give it an estimation at the moment. I mean, I can pull up some research and see what the people who delve into the particular subject matter had to say about it. But we're definitely dealing with prehistorical accounts here.
Yeah, that's facts. I feel the same. You know what I'm saying? We're dealing, you know, yeah, and I know what you're talking about when Plato, I think even Aristotle mentioned something about Atlantis, you know, and that was that time was probably so advanced, so high tech, you know, during that time, even if Atlantis was in existence or wasn't, that time period, you know, for humanity was, I think, might have been at its peak. Do you know what I'm saying? That's how I kind of view it when I fall back.
Why was religion created, in your opinion? Matter of fact, let me ask you this first. Do you adhere to any of them?
Well, you know, I broke that religious chain. You know what I'm saying? I was caught up in it. You know what I mean? And my father had to, you know, had a really big hand in me breaking that. You feel me? And see, here's the thing about this religion, Big. You know, because I'm always trying to break down what the Bible is really trying to say. And so in people's heads, Smoke, you know, they are told that this is his dominion. This is his place. This is his earth. And I'm saying, man, who told you that? I don't agree with this is his place. And I never will. You know what I'm saying? If this is the reflection of the upper world, well, then we've always called this Mother Nature and Gaia, whatever name, female name you want to give it. Do you know what I'm saying? So my take on the religion is totally, the system of control. So we don't have this ancient ancestry wisdom that hopefully as time goes forward, we'll be able to obtain this. And I fall back.
Do you think the secret societies have this knowledge and keeping it from the masses for their own nefarious purposes? Or do you think, you really think that?
Hell yeah. Yeah, I've been reading also the Knights Templars. Do you know what I'm saying? And that order and how they did things. You feel me? And they knew ancestry wisdom that they kept to themselves. You feel me? I'm gonna make a video on that explaining what they were doing. You feel me? But hell yeah, Smoke. They make sure that they practice. The higher levels of degree you go, the more information and knowledge they'll give you because you've already signed the oath. So now they'll feel secure with you because if you tell, they have a right. Since you signed, they have a right to go ahead and take you out. And one thing I learned about Freemasonry, Smoke, that came onto my table, and this is just one thing because I don't like them at all. Like that's a no-no for me. But there's one thing that I do respect, something that they do. Whenever they want their dirty work done, and then they call that person, do you know what I'm saying? Now, this person that's doing the dirty work for the Masons or whichever group it is, they have a rule. The rule is they could never, ever take out a divine or chosen one at all. And I thought that's a little integrity you guys have there. Finally, I found something you have some type of morality. You know what I'm saying? Because if that's one of your rules, shouts out to you. You feel me? So that's the only thing I've seen that's good that's come out of that order, and I fall back.
My thing is they create a religion for control. Man created a religion to control other men. And yes, the secret societies, they're controlling that information. And they also, them secret societies is controlling the information about, the earth, the true shape and what the earth is, and also, those planets that we were talking about. They know all the information about all of that. The truth of all of that. But go ahead, Smoke, you got it.
I'm under the impression that they got us to turn our backs on just observing nature, the true scientific method, observing natural phenomenon, testing it, experimenting with it, and drawing our own conclusions. They convinced us that we should leave that up to people who are more adept into the studies of science instead of just being our own independent scientific evaluators. And with that task accomplished, I don't even think they have to keep secrets, right? All they have to do is keep us convinced that there are people who are more intelligent than us and let them start implementing all the rules of engagement. And the more people they get to follow suit, the more influence they can utilize to exercise this control element that we are witnessing here today. That's just my perspective. I don't really think it's a secret. I think the secret is that there really isn't a secret. I don't think you can hide natural phenomenon. I don't think you can claim that we're on a globe, but the whole horizon is linear. How you explain that on the globe? You should be able to see the curvature at every instance on the globe. You know what I'm saying? It's just very subtle. It's very subtle. It's very subtle instances like that leads me to my particular perspective. I don't think it's no such thing as a true religion. And if it is, who has the discretion on it? Who has the monopoly on the true religion if it does come from the Creator? Who holds to that original religious ideology to say that their religion is that the one proceeded forth from the Almighty Creator? What you think about that, bro?
Well, I would say this, Smoke. I think they know our environment, and most importantly, they know the human body inside and out. And I also think that they know who's coming and who's going. You feel me? That's a powerful thing. They call our Generation X. And my theory on that is that you didn't know exactly who's coming. For the first time, they didn't know, so they called us X. But I think that's the secret, that they're holding the power of man. You feel me? And since they made everything backwards, they know the truth about things. You feel me? Like they would say, so religion would say God the Father, but they know it's God the Mother. Do you understand what I'm saying? They would say, yes, it's a globe, but they know it's flat, layered. And so that's my take on it.
Interesting take. Well, y'all heard it from Brother T. Wriggles. Very interesting concept indeed. I say everybody do their own independent analysis into the subject matter and see what you come up with, bro. I think everybody's opinion, should at least be worth consideration when it comes to it. If we really trying to figure this shit out. I got some more questions, but I wanna see what's on Epic's mind. What's up with you, brother Epic? Long time no hear from, bro. Glad you pulled up.
What's good, brother? How's it going?
Salute.
All's well.
Yeah, I didn't really have anything on my mind as far as I'm up to show you some support. And like I told you, my lane is. I think I'm gonna stick to that. So if that relevance, ever comes up for me to expound on it via the legal aspect, then that's what I'm here for. I mean, I do have other thoughts, but I'd rather just, stick to the legal aspect. Because the reason I choose to stick to that specific part, because based on my experience and what I've witnessed as well, observed through those experiences, that's where we are the most deceived, and we get our asses kicked in that department. And I think we need to wise up there, sharpen our swords there, because I think because of a lack of knowledge in that department is why we resort to all these other different ideologies to supplement for work that really needs to be done in areas where the work really needs to be done. So but so far
Okay,
that's my take. Just hold
so
on.
you understand that I'm not like the average YouTuber. Matters of the law, I don't shy away from those. I don't shy away from those like a lot of niggas do. A lot of niggas, when you start bringing up the law, they can finna accuse you of some type of governmental conspiracy or being
Yeah.
from the Moorish paradigm, or you just simply finna get a lot of niggas in a whole lot of goddamn trouble trying some old crazy ass processes, right?
Yeah.
But I'm of the
Yeah.
opinion that if your current perspective isn't working so well for you, well, maybe it is. Who am I to say that you should try other avenues? And I kind of like the law perspective. But let me ask you something. If you
All right.
saying that the law and legal processes has its remedy, why do you think so vast a number of just our people shy away from even venturing into the law by any means?
Because in studying the legal system and understanding how that system works and procedures and all that, it shows itself to be a lot of work that needs to be done. And quite frankly, this is my perspective, and based on my perspective from what I've witnessed and experienced. Our people, we don't want to do that kind of work. It's too much. I guess, I don't know, it's too much mental work, it's too much leg work, I guess. You know what I'm saying? We want the easy way out. And I'm not saying this goes for all of us, because I've come across, a lot of our people that actually are, they do have the spirit to want to do it. They just need to develop the spirit of doing so. And that's something nobody else can give you. You have to develop that on your own. You have to do your own work within, you know what I'm saying? In order to develop that courage to be able to stand on whatever it is, that you're trying to accomplish. But I think from the legal perspective, why people are losing in that area, I think that's why. Because I've come up and sat with some of our people who claim that they want to learn this and want to understand it and this, that, and the third. And I always run into two issues when it comes to our people. One, they develop this attitude like they've already known. And it's like our people have a problem with accepting the fact when they don't know something. When our people, don't know something, we have a problem with admitting that. It's like our ego and our pride stands in the way. And all of a sudden, the one that's trying to teach you or bring it to you, all of a sudden he's the bad guy, or she, you know what I'm saying? That's trying to give it to you, give you exactly what you asked for and understand it. And two, the other reason being laziness. I'm just being frank. Our people just lazy in that department as far as wanting to do the real hard leg work that needs to be done. Now, again, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about, it doesn't go for all of us. You know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about the ones that it does. And when our people that's of that mindset goes out into the world and displays that in that fashion, it makes the rest of us that are actually studying well and doing the work, it waters us down. This is why it's so important that we come together. Regardless of our perspectives, we come together to share those perspectives and see where we can meet in the middle and build from that point, that part where we met in the middle, and start from there. You know what I'm saying? Because even when it comes to the legal aspect of it, man, I know a lot because I study case law. I've studied thousands of case law. And that's why I attribute the way that I perceive, the legality of things, the way that I do, is it comes from my studies. And what I come across a lot is our people haven't done that, and they're still not doing it. They're just regurgitating a lot of conspiracy theories, a lot of what they hear other people say, other leader guys have said, without doing the research to affirm if what the leader guy told them or said was even true or factual. You know what I'm saying? Minimally factual, because the truth even outweighs facts. The facts can change. You know what I'm saying? They change, but the truth doesn't. The truth is law. Facts, that's the legal part. The truth, that's law. That's what can't be broken. That's the difference between legal and law. But I I didn't mean to sound like I was rambling or anything, but yeah, that's my perspective. That's why I think that.
No, it's a very interesting topic, right? You can't speed your way through this type of topic because it's so extensive. You know, I understand your perspective concerning why people wouldn't really adhere to legal or lawful matters because it's a lot of tedious work. It's a lot of sitting still. It's a lot of referencing and cross-referencing. It's a lot of breaking down the words, the meanings of the words that's being utilized, understanding that they have multiple definitions, and understand how you put them in a legal context when you're being addressed, you know, in legal venues. How you separate law from legality, how you separate the natural man from the fictitious entities. What are the fictitious entities? How do they function? How can you extract benefits from the way that they function? How to hold them to their obligations, and this, that, and the other. You get into trust, you get into equity, you get into subrogation, you get into so many facets of it that it becomes almost like you'll never be able to really fully grasp it. And now you mentioned one thing very interesting, teaming up to tackle the subject matter. I think that'll be the best way to proceed forward dealing with law and legality. But let me let Brother Wolf introduce himself, do a mic check, make sure his audio doing good. Salute to you, bro. Glad you pulled up.
Salute, Brother Wolf. Salute, brother.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Can you hear me, Smoke?
You loud and clear, bro.
Yeah, I can hear you too.
Hey,
good.
Hey, what's up? Peace to the panel in the chat, brother. And certainly peace to Smoke Signal, brother. I congratulate you on getting your own platform, brother. I've been listening to you so I think for the past year, and you be on point with shit. You know what I'm saying? I like you, brother. You know what I'm saying? You put down some good work, and peace to all the other brothers on the channel. But what I wanted to say, I wanted to chime in about religion and what's going on with our people. A lot of stuff that I see what's going on with us is religion. And with the separation of our people for us being Muslim, Christians, Baptists, this, that, and the third, Moors, a lot of this shit was brought on to us, brother. And I don't understand with the information that we have this day. A lot of the information is on the internet. People can Google a lot of stuff and get this information and realize that a lot of us been indoctrinated with a lot of this religion stuff to separate us from who we really are. And that's the biggest problem that we have amongst each other is separation of the family. When it comes to this religion is ain't nothing but BS to me. It ain't nothing but BS. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing. You know, if we can find a way to get our people away from religion and a lot of these organizations such as the Masons, this Freemason stuff, and that's one of the biggest problems I have. I have a lot of resistance against Masons. I don't like those people. I don't like their organization. I don't care who is a Mason. If you're on this panel or if you're in the chat, I don't give a damn about your lodge, your organization. If you are more, I think those are the organizations that brought us down. You know what I'm saying? And we need to try to convince our people some type of way that a lot of this stuff was brought upon us when these so-called Europeans, these black Europeans that came over here and brought these white Caucasoids over here, you know what I'm saying, and dismantle what we had going on over here. If there's some type of way we can educate our people, and we're doing a good job by having these type of platforms, such as Smoke Singer, Aboriginal Power, Chief Holiday, DJ Cuddy, Sister Betty, you know, and amongst a lot of people. But if there's some type of way we can try to get our people away from that BS, we can be on the right path to rediscover ourselves and show our children a better way, because we're not going to be here long. You know what I'm saying? At some point, we don't leave this earth the same way our ancestors did. So we have to leave behind, just like our ancestors left behind a lot of information. We have to do the same thing. You feel me? And we can't be afraid any longer to speak about who we are, because that's the problem we have amongst the community and society, period. We have to speak about this stuff and speak about it loud and let people know, for you know, for us, our children, and let them know who we are, and just stop BSing, man, and just put it down. And just like I said, I appreciate Smoke, AP, A1, Sister Betty, Chief Holiday, and all the brothers, AF TV, all the other brothers and sisters that been laying all this information down. That's why I come to these platforms and listen and try to get this information and regurgitate it and spread it myself amongst the people that I'm around. You know, that's important. And that's the problem I see, brother. This religion stuff and all this Moorish stuff and religion, Christian, it ain't nothing but BS. We got to get away from it. And that's what I wanted to say. And shout out to you, Smoke. Peace to you, brother.
Appreciate it, bro. Let me ask you this. Were you affiliated with the religious perspective upon your arrival? Hey, Epic, come back, bro. We're gonna continue this law conversation, my nigga. Was you affiliated with the religious perspective upon your inception? Like, was you brought up under religious doctrines like Christianity, Islam, Hebrew Israelites, Moorish, whatever? Was you brought up around that? Did your people participate in the religious ideologies as well?
Of course, I was, Smoke. I'm originally from the state of Mississippi, and I was brought up under the Baptist church, and up on going to the Baptist church when I was a child. My parents didn't go to church; they made us go to church. You know, the church was of course, we had plenty of churches around the area, but the church that we attended was right up the street from our house, so we walked there. You know what I'm saying? And of course, you know, I was brought up under those doctrines. But when I reached a certain age, I think maybe it was around when I was 14, 15, maybe when I was getting ready to attend high school, I came to the realization that this church stuff is BS. And one Sunday, I got up and I didn't go to church. My other siblings did, but I'm the baby in the family. I didn't go to church. And I took that stand not to go because I got tired of going, because I knew right there and then that all that Jesus stuff and all this, that, and the third, I knew it was BS. And when I didn't go to church and my siblings went, my parents never said nothing to me. And that's because I think they knew that I learned that it was bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They knew that I found out that's what it was because they didn't go to church. They made us went to church, but they didn't go to church. So if they didn't go to church, what make you think that I was gonna keep going? And all they was trying to do is see was I was gonna figure the whole thing out. See, people know in the South, and they not gonna speak about it. A lot of our people, a lot of us was indoctrinated with this shit. A lot of this religion, the Jesus stuff, the Bible, it was brought over here to us, just like y'all spoke earlier. I think it was on AP channel. Y'all was having those conversations just like y'all had prior. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff was brought over here by the Europeans. Those black Europeans that came over here, we can say that okay, it was the people that was over here that left from over here that went to Africa and built up Africa and then came back over here and gave us those doctor or whatever. But they knew our people knew that religion shit was bullshit. It was just that they was I think they was threatened to believe in that shit and to feed us the shit. You know what I'm saying? And not tell us what really happened, what really went on back then. Because I talk to a lot of elders now, and they saying a lot of stuff that I hear from these platforms. It resonates with a lot of the elders are saying. It's just that they won't go in detail about it. But you guys are putting it in perspective. And that's how I came in the perspective of knowing what's going on. And when I listen to you guys, it all makes sense to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that out of Africa shit. I don't believe that I came from Africa. I don't believe our people came from Africa and all of that shit. I don't believe that bullshit. I really never did. But now that I'm older and I'm old enough to go back and research stuff and listen to people that does have this type of information. I'm not into the religion that been left my mind a long time ago, years ago. I'm 49 years old now. You know what I'm saying? I was 20 years old when I left Mississippi and moved to Georgia. And once I moved to Georgia and got over here, I started reading books, started talking to different people, networking and talking to Muslims and Moors and Hebrews and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I've been through a lot, you know, with the information. And once I found you guys and y'all started digging into this real information about the American Negro, oh man, that blew my mind. And see, that's why I never left this community because I know y'all are putting down real facts. I know y'all are spitting real truth. And that's why I have no resistance against the shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I know y'all spitting the real and y'all putting the real down. You know what I'm saying? It's just that we had to resonate to this, to our children and pass it down. Because just like I said, it's going to come to a point where we're not going to be here any longer. And the children are going to have to know this information because if it's lost, then they're going to be lost.
Well, I can say this. Yeah, I can say this much for the least, right? I can say this much for the least. The average person who I find that's in opposition to the religious paradigms are actually people who participated in it to certain degrees, whether they was born into it or whether they was convinced to get into it. And for the most part, people start second religions because of the empty promises that never really come to fruition. So we're definitely gonna keep building and exposing this element that exists within the collective mind consciousness of our people to see if it has any validity or, like you say, is it utterly bullshit. But now let me ask you this, Epic. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Just cut and dry. Just cut and dry. Do you find that people who appropriately apply the law, right, in a manner to extract benefits, if they do it appropriately, can those benefits be extracted? You got it.
Me personally, I would use the term remedy. And yes, remedy, you can find remedy, but in order to find remedy, it's just like truth. You know what I'm saying? It only be revealed to those who seek it. Remedy isn't found on the surface. It comes through the studies and the legwork. That's how you find the truth of the matter. And upon finding the truth, you then develop the courage to um, develop the way of expressing what you now know. And it's really that simple, man. It's not even hard, you know. And I can say this confidently because I've done this, been through this. I just recently had somebody call me about a case that they had pending and stuff like that. And because of the advice that I was giving them, I'm not saying I was the reason, but I'm saying they, throughout that whole process, they not only was consulting with their attorney, but they were consulting with me as well. And whenever the lawyer would tell them something, they would pick up the phone after that visit and call me and ask me about what it was they said and what it meant, because they have that much confidence in me, and they applied it. And they just called me the other day and said, "Epic, man, you sitting down, man?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm behind the wheel right now." He's like, "Man, case dismissed, charges dropped, case dismissed without prejudice." They was kind of worried about the without prejudice part, and I was like, "No, that's a good thing."
Okay, so let me inform the people real quick. Case dismissed without prejudice is a remedy, y'all. That's officially remedy. And let me explain something else.
That's the application. That's the application of it. That's the end result. That's
right.
The end result. Yeah.
Right, because you want success whenever you encounter this legal system. Remedy is success. You know what I'm saying? It's meeting the goal, your intended goal, right? You don't want to be doing no time. You want to get your settlement if you suing or whatever. You right? You don't want to be denied or anything like that. Remedy would.
Well, let me say. Can I say this right quick, Smoke? I don't mean to cut you out, brother, because I see what you're saying, and let me clarify this for the record. When it comes to that, when it comes to the application of what I'm talking about, you have to be a man of principle. I'm talking about the principle, like what you just said earlier about going to court if you're suing somebody and getting the money. I'm not talking about that, because a lot of people mistake monetary, you know what I'm saying, the monetary, reward as remedy. And that's what a lot of us do. When we get fucked over in this legal system and stuff like that, we go hire some attorney who only comes in to get us money because they know we're looking for a check. That's not remedy. But some of us actually, it's like, fuck the check. I want the judgment for the record. Because it's more than just about me. It's about others that's coming after me. Don't you know, if you get the judgment, people after you can stand on that case. It's stare decisis. It's law. That's why it's so important not to sell out for the check.
So in other words,
the money gonna come. You're a real nigga. Say this. The money gonna come. Keep it real. When the money gonna come.
In other words, you saying setting the precedent.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me ask you
The
this.
principle of the matter. The principle of the matter. If you were violated, right? Say
Yeah.
you were violated, right, by the police or whatever like that, and you go into court, it's finna go to try this, but they come to the table and offer you $20 million to drop the suit, but they admit no fault, and you don't get the judgment. Our people misunderstand that as being a good thing, and it's not, because you didn't get that's not principle, and you didn't get the judgment. Nobody can stand on the fact that nobody can stand on that. That doesn't save anybody. It only saves you from financial burdens at that time. That's all it does. But what about people that's coming after you that's going to have this same kind of similar situation with this same company or these same people? They have nothing to stand on because everybody that they have violated took the money. And they go on record as not admitting any fault. So it mandates them to continue the goddamn behavior. That's why it's important that you stand on principle when you seek remedy.
I got a quick question.
In other words,
for you.
standing on principle. Okay, I got you. So in other words, standing on principle would be seeing it all the way through. Go ahead, T. Riggles, you got it.
Yeah, that what you said, Epic. That makes perfect sense. That others behind you can take that court case and use that to win. That makes perfect sense. And my question is to you, Epic. Could you expand on what's the difference between a lawyer and a attorney?
Well, a lawyer, whether he doesn't, it's not a practicing of law, but for the sake of conversation, I'll just, we'll use that. But he practices the law. An attorney is the guys that have the bar cards, and that basically, man, it's basically if you break the word down, it literally goes back to a turner. And they're literally turning you over. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about you give them power. When you say that a lawyer represents you, it's not just about their case, man. It's more than that beneath what you don't see. You done gave that man power at that time for that case. That's the only way he could do it. You have to give him power of attorney in order for him to govern your affairs at that appointed time. But he's literally turning you over to said jurisdiction because he's obligated via the bar association to do so. He's going to do what's best for the court first. He's obligated to the court first. He's an officer, so-called, if you will, officer of the court. A lawyer don't need a license or a bar card or anything. Only thing he needs is the knowledge. Each and every individual that can hear me now, each and every individual walking right now can be their so-called quote unquote own lawyer, if you will. But you are the law. That's what I'm saying. Because you even find law right there in the term lawyer. That's you. That's all of us. Only thing you need is the knowledge to exercise it, and of course the courage to do so as well. Because a lot of people do have the knowledge, but for whatever reason, they lack the courage to enforce it, especially when it come time to. You know what I mean? I've witnessed. I'm talking about like even some of these Moorish brothers. I'm gonna hit on that in a second too. Go into these courtrooms and before they go in there, they all own it. They know it. They can quote it back and forth. But as soon as they get in the courtroom, man, and them folk and they start talking this, that, and the third, they don't give it a second thought to relinquish their position and follow the rules instead of standing on principle.
I didn't know a lawyer doesn't need that bar license, but an attorney does. So that's basically
an attorney does.
Yeah. Also, that's the difference.
Yeah, that's the difference, because one has that license, that bar card, for which makes them the officer of those courts, which their obligation is to the court first and foremost.
Right.
But
First and foremost.
but like I said, a real lawyer, from my perspective, and based on my studies, from me looking at the case laws and all of that, bro, a real lawyer is the man himself. That's you, man. Because a lawyer, I know it's contrary to popular belief, but a lawyer is the law, man. It's the man that stands on the law, man. And all these legal procedures and all that, it's not law. We say that, but as soon as we come under challenge, we relinquish our position for fear for whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that fear is there because of a lack of study. How do I know this? Because I went through it. That's how I know. I went through it. I had to battle those demons. I had to battle that fear. But you know what? It didn't take me long. I swear to God, it didn't. I've always had the spirit of discernment and insight, and that's what always encouraged me to continue forward, regardless of my fear, any anxiety I may experience. Because, bro, I'm telling you, man, when I take it head on, man, and I have that confidence, I found that, bro, even when I was over in the Moorish paradigm, because that's where I learned how to study. You know what I'm saying? I learned that from those brothers and sisters over there, how to study. And I remember my first time, bro, you know what I'm saying, exercising this. I did so boldly and fearlessly. I wasn't arrogant, and I wasn't all loud and obnoxious like you would see some of our brothers and sisters who do. You know, they're writing what they're saying, but they haven't done the inner work with the inner man. That's why they're so loud and obnoxious, and they get all upset and this, that, and the third, because they haven't done any work, you know, on themselves. And though they may be right about what they're saying, but it was great, bro. And I had a witness when my wife was with me at the time. You know what I'm saying? And she saw how that me keeping, I've never, bro, never, not one time, and me exercising what I'm talking to you about now, I've never had to claim that I've never claimed to be a Moorish American inside the court or outside of. I've never joined a temple or anything like that. I've never had to do that, bro, because I understand the concept of the application of the law. It's not about that. Once you grasp the concept, then it becomes clear to you how to apply it. But if you don't have the grasp on the concept, then that's what's going to throw you off. You're going to have to develop the courage and the wisdom to implement it. Some people, you know, were born with it. Some people can develop it, you know, faster than others. Some people are slower with it than others, and that's okay. That's what makes us all unique. Yeah. But don't just not do it. You know what I'm saying? Let's do it. And it's that simple.
You know, to keep it real with you, Epic, you know what I'm saying? Just flat out. You know, for me, it's, you know, because it sounds like, and I can feel you, you know, it sounds like you are hardwired for this. Like, I can hear that you have some type of passion and love for this law thing. So it makes total sense why you can dive straight in and you grasp and understand the application, as you're saying. And as for me, I don't love it. The minute that I'm going to hit these words and the different meaning to these words, I'm just going to fall off because I don't love it like that. Do you know what I mean? So, man, much love to you, and thank you. I now know the difference between a lawyer and attorney. So, yeah, I needed to know that. Thank you.
Oh yeah, you're welcome, bro. And just for anybody else, you know, that's listening, man, I have a lot of information, man. A lot of studies I've been doing. I post, you know, the stuff that I, you know, come across and stuff that I've had for years. You know, I posted up on my little YouTube and stuff like that. I just create this little TikTok thing, man, and it's reaching people. I got people emailing me and stuff now. You know what I mean, about the information that I've put out, and they asking me for certain. I have no problem with sending it, so I'm letting you know the same, bro. If it's something you don't quite understand about and you would like to know, hey, I give my email address. You can reach out. I'm on the panel sometimes. You can always reach out, bro. and I have no
Oh,
problem. I'm not.
trust
I
me,
have no
Epic.
problem with helping you.
Trust me, Epic. I'm gonna need some help because I'm
Brother.
a targeted individual, and I give you just one part of the situation. Like right now, I haven't received mail, my brother, in probably about 2 years now, and that's linked to somewhere else. But I just need information on how do I combat it in legal terms of being a targeted individual. I'll be talking to you, Epic. I'll fall back.
Indeed, brother. All right. But yeah, I just want to just to end right here, I guess, just to land my plane. Smoke. Remember that the application, the application is very paramount to you finding remedy. That application is going to come from your studies. You must study to show yourself approved. You must study. You must.
And,
Even
I'll say
even
that's the most difficult. That's the most difficult part for me is the studying of it, right? The studying of the law is very tedious. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. It's tedious. It's tedious. Hey man, when I first came through these communities and heard you niggas talking about the law, I was like, who is these niggas with this goofy ass shit? Right? Who is these niggas with this goofy ass shit? Nigga ain't no goddamn law. My perspective was, I said was, right? Past tense. My perspective was right. I mean, might makes right. I still kind of hold of it. I still kind of hold of it. But if you have enough information, right? Anybody can be held accountable for their actions. It don't make a difference how big a corporate entity you up against. You know what I'm saying? Because the language. Is it the language, right? It's just language. If you know how to utilize it, you know what you're talking about. If you know what they're trying to say to you, if you know how to avoid being trapped and bound by what they're saying to you, if you know how to counter, rebut, and things of that nature, you can find yourself some remedy. I understand that now, right? So I used to box with these law niggas all the time, right? Epic Studies, nonetheless, Creekside, goddamn these old hustle. Nigga, I ain't want to hear that garbage ass law shit. Not by any means. But I found myself, K Bezel, some other Moorish niggas. I found myself picking up on bits and pieces of it anyway by constantly having the damn exchanges. And it turns out that there is some validity to what these niggas be saying. So don't be so dismissive when you hear this law shit, right? You ain't gotta pay too much attention to the goofy shit. There's a lot of shit that's still out here that's goofy as hell. You know what I'm saying? You got to use your own discernment when it comes to that. But I've actually utilized a process for remedy. You feel me? Not on my behalf, but on the behalf of somebody else. Somebody came to me with an issue and I seen them through it, but they kind of faltered after I initially got them a victory. But it is what it is. To me, though, I understood that it was a remedy. The nigga who I did it for didn't understand that. You know what I'm saying? To him, it was just hogwash. You feel me? Because he didn't understand nothing about this legal shit. I only understood it from going back and forth with these niggas. But yeah, y'all got it.
And I want to say this right quick, if y'all don't mind, real quick. Based on my studies thus far, and I emphasize thus far, okay. The Moorish brothers and sisters that have their cases on the record that thus far that I've come across, those concepts, they are right, but plainly put, I've yet to come across any Moorish case that has been won by any Moorish brother, Moorish American. Not one. Wow. All of them show that I said, and don't get me wrong, bro. Like I said, that's thus far. You know what I'm saying? And it's been a lot of them too. It's been a lot of them. A
Yeah.
lot of them. And what I see is the misapplication of information. And the judges who write opinions on these cases express this as well, especially when it comes to these. I'm just telling you because this is what I've come across. Matter of fact, tomorrow I have some stuff that I'm going to post up tomorrow about this. I have a few on my, channel already, but when it comes to the application, they're horrible at that, and they're losing badly. And it's some of these Moorish brothers that's going out here claiming that they've been successful in court and beat. No, from what I've seen, not only are you losing, but you're lying about your case. Your case is still pending to this very day for most of you. And I say that boldly because I know for a fact I've seen it with my own two eyes because I do research. A lot of these and I say that not to shit on anybody or hate or anything. I'm saying that as a warning because there are some people out here who do know right information and this, that, and there, but they teach it in such a way that they have the people going out here like guinea pigs. And I'm saying this to be mindful. Do your own studies. Study well for yourself. Don't stop listening to. I'm not saying that everybody's lying to you. You see what I'm saying? But just like I learned in the Moorish paradigm, man knows not by being told. You don't. Because upon challenge, your way of defending yourself as far as how you know something, oh, I heard it from such and such, somebody such and such told me. And you actually think that's okay, and it's not. It's not. The science of knowing is not being told anything. You study to show yourself approved. Study to show yourself approved. And that's why I'm telling, I'm saying this now. I'm telling y'all this now because you'll see it. If you've been studying, you already see it. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of them out here. I've yet to come across anyone. And the ones that claim that they have won, they're out here perpetrating like they won cases or won cases for other people, going all on YouTube, marching and all that, going to courthouses and making it seem like, they beat them and won and all that, going on platforms saying so. But when I did the research, it's not true. It's not true. So be careful, be mindful, study to show yourself approved. And nobody has to tell you who's lying. You'll see it for yourself.
Brother Epic, not to cut you short, brother, but a lot of these brothers that claim they are Moors, see, what a lot of people are not realizing, these are the people that they are so-called talking about that came over here to North America and indoctrinated and society with our people over here, the American Negro, and help the so-called Europeans or the white people get into power, and in turn, those people end up turning on them and put their back against the fence. So now they are in the same position that we're in to this day, and that's why that's part of the reason why they have no standing in law. They can talk a lot of that bullshit, you know what I'm saying, all that Moorish shit, and we had a Moorish empire. Y'all didn't have a motherfucking thing. It was what you learned from over here that you took over there and embraced, and then came back over here and brought these hybrid people over here and thought you was gonna get a good deal, and then it flipped around and turned back on their motherfucking ass. That's what I see. I would just call a spade a spade. You know what I'm saying?
100.
I don't subside with that bullshit, that Moorish bullshit, that Hebrew bullshit, that Muslim bullshit. All of it is bullshit. Just like I said, where I come from in Mississippi, I didn't know a motherfucking thing about a Moor, a Hebrew, Israelite, or None of that bullshit. All it was Christian and Baptist, and that was it. You know what I'm saying? And just like I said, our parents didn't go to motherfucking church. They sent us
That
to
is,
church.
I was gonna tell you that earlier when I heard you say that you're because that's new. We didn't always go to church. They perpetrate that like it was so, but no, that's so modern. That's very new, very new. We didn't even know a Jesus to go to church to praise. I'm keeping that 100. Not a knock to that discipline. I was brought up in it, and I learned a lot of good from it. You see what I'm saying? I'll never knock any religion or any. I call them disciplines because there are good in them, and you can take the good out of it and use it to discipline thine self and become better for yourself. And that's what I did. I just separate the wheat from the chaff, just like I learned, you know what I'm saying, from the brothers and sisters over there in the Moorish paradigm. I learned what I learned from them. But I'm with you based on my studies and my experience and stuff like that. I've come to think along those lines as well, bro. I think the Moorish thing is a trick to regain, not gain, to regain a foothold here in America. Because the history shows they've always been here coming back and forth. You see what I'm saying? And I agree with you on that. I feel like that's what that is, a trick. It's like the truth is being used to reel us in, to transferring out not only our mental capacities, but our actual physical estates over to that, which is what is trying to be gained, our estates. This is what a lot of people are living so handsomely off of. You know what I'm saying? And it's okay. I can go around this way. It's okay. And I think that's why. Excuse me, I was talking. Sorry about that. But I agree with you, bro. I think along those lines as well. I'm not knocking the discipline. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? I've learned a lot of good from the Moorish paradigm. I have, and I'll never knock it. Especially me I learned a lot about history, about law. I learned that from the Moorish side. I did. And like I said, I'll never, downplay it. I'll never speak, against it or anything like that. I'll only speak the facts as I know it and the truth of the matter. That's all I'm speaking. I'm not speaking to, downplay anybody or anything like that, man. Most respect to all the real ones is what I say. To all the real ones. And there are very few of them. Very few. I can count on one hand, like Noble Drew Ali said, and have fingers left over. Few. So this is why I give the warning now. Study to show yourself approved. Man knows not by being told. Guard your grill. I yield.
And that's peace, brother. I totally agree with you. You know what I'm saying? We just had that problem within our community to where our people just have been indoctrinated with a bunch of stuff, and that's why we have been separated, and it is caused a loss of life amongst us with our children, seeing our children being dispersed in the streets with gang affiliation and murder, and us going to prison, and seeing our women out here twerking and doing all type of things. That type of thing bothered me, and I'm sure it bothered you guys and a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? And I know when I was coming up, I know damn well my sisters and I came up in a family of 13. I got about 6 sisters. You know what I'm saying? And about 7 brothers. Um, my mother, grandmother, and father would never let us walk out the house without our hair being combed, or my sister's hair being done, or with our clothes not being ironed. we couldn't walk out the house or we couldn't go nowhere like that. Like how you see these kids today in Walmart and the grocery stores and shit with these big ass bonnets on and these women in pajamas and shit. You couldn't walk out the goddamn house like that. You would get your damn head knocked off before you even leave the house.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be
yeah.
none of that. You know what I'm
You gonna
saying?
get
So
yeah.
it's just a whole lot of shit that has propelled us from being like back in the '90s. When if we can talk about hip hop, I know I didn't heard this on platforms before. I know a lot of cats, been talking about the music, how the music has indoctrinated our people. See, when we was coming up back then, when hip hop was discovered back in the '70s, '80s, when I was coming up, it was more of a positive mode than a negative mode. Even when you had NWA, even when you had Ghetto Boys, it was always a message within those songs, within those records. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't take that shit serious. We didn't go out there and okay, I'm finna murder motherfucker because Scarface said this or he put this in a rhyme or Easy he said this shit. I'm gonna go out here and you know what I'm saying, scrap up and you know what I'm saying. It was basically already out there, but we didn't go out there and do that shit. But you don't have the content now that we had back then in the song, and that's what kind of bring us down because it people are everywhere now. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have no morals or values no more. People don't respect their elders. People don't respect their mothers and fathers. People don't respect their uncles and aunties. You know what I'm saying? You don't have that love no more. And more so, you don't have the elders no more. It's just like I was speaking with my sister the other night, and I asked her because she's older, much older than me, and I asked her about my parents, our parents, you know what I'm saying, our mother, you know what I'm saying, and our father, how it was. Because when my mother passed, I think I was like 7 years old. It was like in '82. I'm 49 now. You know what I'm saying? And I asked her how shit was back then. You know what I'm saying? And she told me. You know what I'm saying? Um, our mother kept them in good health. She made sure that they stayed on the right path, and even though they didn't have much, that they stayed on the right path. And our mother was a type of person that went to work every day, just like you see any mother now, and took care of her kids. You know what I'm saying? And made sure they stayed on the right path. But ask yourself if you see that shit now. You know what I'm saying? You don't really see it now to where these kids are being taught any type of morals or values. And we have a lot of work to do when you're talking about learning, trying to teach these children who they are versus the shit that they seeing on social media with this gang shit and this whole type of mentality where you have the sexy reds and the little whatever, you know what I'm saying? I don't even listen to this shit, but I just know it's destructive and it's not speaking to our people. It's only speaking to our people in a negative way. And that's why I say we have a long way to go to teach our people, you know what I'm saying, especially our children, because those are the people we trying to reach. Because just like I said, brother, it's gonna be a point in time where we're not gonna be here, and we got to move fast on whatever we trying to do, or on these platforms, or what we talking about. We had to pass this information down so we can get the hell on and go into the next life, and so our kids can be able to move forward in life because they're gonna be here. They gonna have children. They gonna have grandchildren. You know what I'm saying? And we gotta not prepare ourselves for it, but we gotta just do it right now. The time is now. You know what I'm saying? And I'll land right there, brother.
Indeed, bro. I'm in agreement with you. And I think, man, back in the day, our people was, we understood, the law and stuff like that. And shit, back in the day, man, we used to tell, the children, man, hey, to remain silent, don't talk to the police. It's just simple little stuff, that you could tell. I think we could get back to doing stuff that we used to do to protect one another. You know what I'm saying? Even if you are, you in the mentality of just you and yours and your family, whatever like that, is not a knock. That's just where you are. That's where you think it's still a benefit to you and your family. You see what I'm saying? Start there. You know what I mean? Start teaching your children, the things that you think they don't need to know is the very things they need to know. You see what I'm saying? They do. And we have to also change the mindset in order to do that. And I think that's why, our young brothers and sisters today, they want to call them wild and stuff like that because they ain't got proper guidance, man. A lot of us dropping the ball by remaining silent on issues. And our excuse for this is that they don't need to know that right now. But when do they need to know it? You know what I'm saying? When does a child need to know about child trafficking then? When they get older, they're not a child anymore. You see what I'm saying? We got to use our thinking caps, man. We got to get back to doing that, especially when it comes to, bringing up our offspring, man, our family, our relatives, man, and people we love, our friends alike as well. You know what I'm saying? It really starts with us. It really does, man. And it's not going to change any other way.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, right? Is the commercial construct a fictitious entity, bro? Is there any validity to that? Or is that all just theoretical?
Is what a fictitious entity again? What was that?
The commercial construct. This, these corporations and things of that nature, agencies, nations, governments. Is that all fictitious entities, bro?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The United Nations is. That's why I say the United Nations should rightfully be called United Corporate Nations. Because that's what it is, man. All these nations have start dates.
Let me ask you this.
And they also have a date of incorporation as well. You see what I'm saying?
And they also have articles of corporation and things of that nature, right? But let me ask you this. Okay. These states, state of Pennsylvania, state of New York, state of California, state of Texas, state of Utah, are those corporate entities, bro?
Yeah, those are municipalities, cities, towns. If you go look up in the legal dictionary of what a city is, it'll tell you plainly a municipality. You look up municipality, it'll tell you plainly a corporation.
Are we obligated, or are we bound? Are we bound and or obligated to respect those jurisdictions, knowing that those are so-called corporate fictitious entities?
It's you should always respect, anything that anybody has going on.
Are we bound to be subject to these jurisdictions once we enter those territories? You know what I'm saying? Like, do we have?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Right. Okay.
No, you're. It is presumed that you have obligated yourself, and so it is presumed that you are a U.S. citizen. It's presumed that you're property of the United States. It's presumed that, and they have every right and position to presume it because of our for one capitulation, and two, the actions that we choose to take to seek benefits and privileges. Okay, that's the game. We seeking the benefit. We trying to figure out. I heard this a lot too. We try to figure out a way around all of this without losing the benefit and the privileges. But the benefit and the privileges come with it. So if you claiming not to be bound to or obligated to whatever, then their benefits don't apply to you either. You got to be willing to let it all go. That is the biggest issue that I see across the board with all of it, whether it's the Moorish paradigm, the Hebrew Israelite paradigm, whether it's the so-called Indian paradigm, all of that. If those benefits that they are currently getting from said entity, from said jurisdiction, if there's a threat to that, oh, everything out the window. Everything is out the window. They ain't compromising it for nothing. So they're letting you know who their zaddy is, who they master is, what it really is. And when people show themselves in that, and they show you that, and they showing you who they are, you know, what they really stand for. Because upon challenge, you're not a person of principle. You can be bought, sold, and traded. You have no integrity.
Let me
take that position. In my opinion.
Let me get this right. Let me make sure, because I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing. Are you alluding or acknowledging that engaging with the commercial construct under the assumption, right, that you're subject to it, keeps you in like a dishonorable position whereupon you are now compelled to subject yourself to all the rules and regulations of one who would benefit from being in that particular position or something like that.
Well, the reason I heard you and I comprehend. The reason it's presumed is because people before us, our mothers and fathers, it's the word has all got started. That's why it's important that you do your genealogy, find out who your people are. That's for one. And two, you find out what took place, you know what I'm saying, based on what you can find on the record. And what you will find is that they have the reason they have, taken the position to presume that you are theirs because they have evidence that that's the practice of your family, all, of you doing it. And not only that, you carrying around, documents. For one, I've said this before, that were not created or given to you by your family as your identification and all of that. You claim it to be of said jurisdiction, even when you claim that you're not. But you got an ID, state ID, or, a passport, you know what I'm saying? And that's the reality of it. It's not a knock, it's the reality. You see what I'm saying? And you out here operating within the marketplace in such a way that reveals that that's just what it is. That's what it is with you. You don't have knowledge to know that, but ignorance is no excuse in law. And that's where we getting fucked up. That's what we getting messed up at, man. That's what we are getting messed up at. It's our ignorance, our lack of knowledge. That's all ignorance means. It's a lack of knowledge. And we're lacking that in that department. And nobody's obligated, you know what I'm saying? They're not obligated to, to tell you. You're already charged with already supposed to know this. It is presumed that you already know this. Because you are the law. You're supposed to already know how to carry yourself and do business and all of that. Not according to any rules or regulations that somebody set forth for you to live by or to move by or to have your being by, but because it's already inherently within you. It's your culture, which you're supposed to be got from your family. And that's what I'm talking about. Even with our own families, we drop the ball. We stop teaching our children, you know what I'm saying, stuff that we need to know. And so we got generations of people coming after that, you know what I'm saying, not knowing. We have to recognize that. Set the pride and the ego to the side. You've been had. Yes, we have been had. We've been fooled, all of that. Deal with it. Go through that exorcism. Go through it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? So when understanding how it all works and this, that, and the third, and how, you know, this system, if you will, has infiltrated our very way of thinking, the very way we choose to live, move, and have our being, then we got to start back at the drawing board. We have to start over. You know what I'm saying? And go back and work from scratch, man, because it's that deep. It's that deep. We got to start from square one. But it can be a much faster process if we come together and, you know, do it like that. You know, come together, you know, and not let our petty differences, such as our religious views, whether we have them or not. You know what I'm saying? Little petty differences, like, you know, just stupid stuff. You know, our people, we just be ready to fight each other over just, you know, the pettiest of differences. We could just come up off of that. You know what I'm saying? Come together, study together, live, you know what I'm saying? Live, move, and have our being together and come up. We can be just like every other nationality that we see doing around us. You know what I'm saying? Being, you know, prosperous and sticking together and stuff like that. Instead of us recognizing, for example, let's say a Mexican either running a business or has his own business, right? They don't even speak English, but he's hiring them first. He's bringing them on first. Instead of us seeing the fact that he's helping his people, we'll knock him and say he racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, kid, why are you? Don't knock him for that. You know what I'm saying? He's looking out for his people. Something you need to be doing for you and yours as well. Does that mean he hate everybody else because he's looking out for his first? No, it don't mean that. But, you know, certain concepts that's being thrown out there as far as so-called racism, you know what I'm saying, and all that, to get people, you know, all emotional and stuff like that, and there's money to be made off of that. You know what I'm saying? So you get that thrown into there and people start, you know, getting all in their feelings about really nothing. Because when you look around, everybody's doing it. Everybody's practicing racism. And I say racism not as a negative. It's where groups of people of any different nationalities compete for ownership and control of land and resources. And that's a natural phenomenon. That's natural. Very natural. You see that in nature with animals. I'm not saying we're animals, but you see it working in nature. That's what I mean. It's a natural phenomenon. And it's not something to be warred against. But it's something for us to recognize and get in tune with. Everybody else is. You know what I'm saying? It's not hard, man. I yield. I didn't mean to, you know, ramble on like that.
So when I view commercial enterprise and I realize it's far-reaching scope, I wonder, are you saying that we should avoid it by all costs, foregoing the conveniences it provides, you know, and just do our thing do our thing while it subsists and not participate with the commercial enterprise by any means? Or is there a way upon which you can engage with the commercial enterprise without being subject to it?
Indeed, that's an excellent question. Yes, there is. And do I know that foolproof? Foolproof? No, I'm still working my way, through. I'm not perfect in this. You know what I'm saying? I'm working my way towards the perfection of it. You know what I'm saying? But I do have my concepts are in order. I comprehend quite well because of that discernment. So, I mean, I would say this: if where you are is where you are, I'm not knocking you where you are. Keep growing. Don't stop studying. Don't stop moving forward. If your goal is to be completely autonomous away from this government, then work towards that. You see what I'm saying? If that be it, then study to do that and work towards it. Don't flodge your way through it. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be successful. It's not going to work. Been there, done that.
Okay, so
It's
let me
not
ask you this.
going
Let me
to
ask you
work.
this. Independent.
Can have one for the one for them.
Let me ask you this. Independent of government means no official government documentation that you can be tied to. Birth certificate, social security card, driver's license, state ID, school ID, high school diploma, job, any of that, right? A job badge, any of that, right? That's what you're saying?
Well, as far as with that, talk about it. I mean, if you look it up, I mean, it's public law. I even posted it on my page as well. And I've held jobs like this before too. That's why I'm gonna say this, because the truth, and I've experienced it. You don't have to. A social security number is not required to live or work in the United States. That's public law. I say that for the record. Those documents and stuff that they ask you for, you don't have to present those. But if you do come correct, there's going to be, some corresponding with certain individuals. So you need to be prepared to be corresponding with more than just the person that's, interviewing you. There's going to be, you know what I'm saying? Because there's a difference between an employee and, just, a man, looking for work to be compensated, for his work, and there's a difference. But I say that for the record. I have that posted on my page, under my YouTube community. I posted so much stuff, man, case law and stuff on there. And those two documents, one comes from the IRS, the other one comes from the Social Security Administration. And it quotes the public law. A Social Security number is not required to live or work in the United States. Though that and those other documents that they ask you for are commonly accepted in the absence of a national ID. Those are commonly accepted documents and to be used for identification, but they are not identification.
Okay, this question right here then. I heard you say national. I heard you say national ID. When you say national ID, would that mean you claiming to be from a nation outside of the United States?
I mean, the nation is loosely, used, you know what I'm saying, with that. But I know, principally speaking, that nation is, the family that come from. That's the family, man. That's a womb thing. That's a family thing, man. It is what it. I'm talking about the culture. That's what I'm talking about. This right here, is bloodline. That's what I'm talking about. Your so-called pedigree. See, with the United States and all these other corporate nations, anybody can join them. It's just a club. It's a club. It's not tied to any bloodline and all of that. It's because it's not, family. It's not your family. It's something that you joined. It's a club that you joined. You became a citizen of, or a franchisee of, or a member of, just like any other group that you claim membership to. It's not bloodline, but that's what I'm talking about when I say nation. It's my bloodline. I ain't talking about no paperwork that come from some corporate entity, that whose jurisdiction exists on paper. All of that. I'm not talking about. I know that's fictitious. I know that ain't the real. That don't mean I should ignore it, because it's de facto. De facto means exists. It exists in fact. Okay. A lot of people say it means a lot. No, it literally means it to exist in fact. That's what de facto means. And yes, falsehoods exist, like white tigers. They exist, but we know they're lab created. They're not the real tiger. You see what I'm saying? A white tiger is a de facto tiger. It exists in fact, but it's not the truth. The truth is the real one. That's what I mean by facts can change. What's facts today may not be facts 100 years from now. But one thing that doesn't change, the law, which is the truth. It does not change, and it does not pass away. It never will. That's law. That's what I'm talking about. That's what won't change and won't die. So they attack the mind where it lives to convince you that it can die. And when you give up your position there, you die. You understand me, Smoke?
It's a hard pill to swallow. It's a hard pill to swallow.
It is, isn't it? It is.
So by suggestion, you're saying that the only people you should be networking with is your bloodline.
Starting there, because the principle of what we're exercising in, the marketplace, or you know what I'm saying. I'm not knocking it at all. You see what I'm saying? We can do the same thing, but the principle of exercising it, you learn from family. That's where it comes from. You said the principle of it, the concept of it. That's where you learned it at home. That's why, to be 100, what I think, this is what I think. We need to stop complaining about the education system, because if we were teaching our children at home, we wouldn't have this problem of them being, us complaining about them being miseducated. We know that's happening. What are we doing about it? We're supposed to be teaching our children at home anyway. That's the culture. And the fact that they don't know their history is because they weren't taught it at home, not because the school taught them something different. The school is not obligated to teach you your family history or what your bloodline is supposed to be taught you. That's them family matters. And to be honest, that's their structure under their jurisdiction. They can teach whatever the fuck they want. You see what I'm saying? Think about what I'm saying. The fact is, we could be doing the same thing, but we could be teaching our children the truth, having those venues, I said, building them ourselves, and teaching our own children. We can be doing that, but we choose not, and we leave our children in the hands of people who miseducated us, and at the same time complain about us being miseducated, while we're still putting our offspring in harm's way of that. Okay, if that be the case, that you send them to the schools, at least make sure that they're getting the truth at home about what it really is, especially if you can't change Like say you're an uncle or something, you see, your nephews and nieces or whatever like that, and they're being miseducated at their school, but you can't change because the parents won't, take them out. You see what I'm saying? You just make sure you do your part at home, that every chance you get, you stay in their ear and you make sure that you're teaching them the real, you telling them the truth. I'm telling you this because this is what I do too. And today I have one
That,
of my 18-year-old nephews right now thanking me today for what I've been doing. Saved him from a lot of trouble, a lot. His nose is clean because of it. He's told me this. Never been in trouble. So I remember what you told me, huh? I remember
that's
what you
fact.
told me,
That
man.
every that's big fact. And I think if our parents and our elders had taught us more about finances and about how to save money at a younger age, I think a lot of us would have been better off, far as finances, but the far as dealing with the information of who we are is different. It probably would have coincided if they had told us or educated us on who we were. It would have helped a lot, But I understand. I don't held our ancestors or our elders because of that. You know what I'm saying? I know what they went through uh, back in the 50s and the 60s, even before then, the 40s, the 30s, the 40s. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us, a lot of our parents and shit was, what I'm saying? They put that fear in them by creating these certain type of groups and uh, just dispersing our people and that's why we in the position that we in now because we don't know who we are and we we lost uh, uh, a lot of information, a lot of the the stuff that was learned from homes that could have taught us better. We was taught that, but I think now, what I'm saying, it's just lost because I'm sure you guys have elders in your family that you wish that was still here that you could have talked to and learned a lot of information
Yeah.
from them about a lot of stuff that was going on back then. And I only wish that I had my grandmother, my grandfather, my great aunties and uncles and stuff like that, and that's why I talk to my sisters, my older brothers and sisters about things like this. And we talk, but they don't know a whole lot because they pretty much young themselves. You know what I'm saying? They didn't grow up back then in the 30s and 40s. You know what I'm saying? So it's only so much they know.
Indeed.
You know what I'm saying? Your grandmother, your grandfather, your great aunties and great uncles know this information, and they know it well enough. They knew it well enough to tell you, but it was fear that was put into them to not tell you, and that's where we was cut off at. That's where life was cut off at for the American Negro. You know what I'm saying? We just lost out, and we learned a way to survive, you know, through the time that these emperors, these so-called emperors that are putting us through this trauma that we are going through now. You know what I'm saying? I'm seeing so much stuff going on with our people, and it just hurt me, bro, so much to the point where uh, you can't really understand how you see the disparity when you see niggas out here killing each other over color and territory. You know what I'm saying? That that's a hard part to pick when these brothers that sitting up here going to prison every day, they can be the same one that fight this government, fighting this army that's against us. The same brothers that you see going out here and blowing each other away, talking about some Crips and Bloods and shit, they can be the same people. They can be blowing these foreigners away that they're trying to tell us what to do. Those are our protectors. Those are the people that's locked up in the pen. If I'm gonna do anything, the shit that I know now, if I had knew it back then, that's the type of time I would have been on. But that's the type of time I'm on now. If I'm gonna do anything that's gonna be destructive, it's gonna be fucking a motherfucker up that's in those White Houses in these state capitals and shit like that. It ain't gonna be a motherfucker that look like me that's around me and in these communities unless they trying to harm me because it's all about self preservation. Life is period. But the ultimate goal is to mash these motherfuckers that's putting the pressure on you, and that's including our own people because we know our own people is a big part of the reason why we in the position we in now. The so-called leaders that we supposed to look up to, that we vote for and shit like that, and we see them in office and they still fucking up. You see them. You see Big Fannie Willis went out here and tried to go against Trump, and because she tried to take down a big corporate man like Trump, now she in some shit. She didn't have all her ducks in a row, but she out here trying to personify this position to where because she in this organization, she thinks she can fuck with somebody higher above her when she don't really know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Now she in a fucked up position. So we can't trust none of these motherfuckers that you supposed to be voting for to be in office. A lot of your county people that you supposed to be the mayors and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You can't trust none of these motherfuckers. They all in the same predicament. They out there smoking weed and fucking and sucking dick the same way everybody else doing. But then they trying to put on this persona like they bigger than life. They bigger than anybody else, and they getting fucked up. See, that's why I say some of these people got to wake up and realize what the fuck you doing, and understand that we the people of this nation, of this country. There's nobody else that's above us other than us. We need to understand that we own this motherfucking land. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. This is our shit. All of this shit. North America, all of this shit belongs to us. And it comes from our ancestors.
Did
Every
you wanna?
every motherfucking piece, every every corner belongs to us. You understand what I'm saying? These people came over here and encroached on us and took us out of our way and got us warring against each other. You know what I'm saying? And now it's hard for us to get back to where we were before they came over here with that bullshit. All the bullshit with the law shit, the Bible, and all these other practices that they brought apart amongst us. We need to get away from that. We need to find a way, some type of way to get away from these people. We need to separate the fuck from them And just like I said, it's more important to reach the children because it's gonna be hard pressed for you to reach grown people
You're
at
right.
this point in time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey,
You know,
did
that's
you
kind of
did
dead right now.
hey
Go ahead,
did
bro.
you know that when it comes to well, let me ask you this, because, and I'm asking this because I've, the craze, I guess, if you will, over this allodial title and land patents and stuff like that. But let me ask you something. Do you too, Smoke, if you're still there, do you know what the highest claim of ownership the land is, based on, that within that paradigm? Any of you?
The highest, you saying the highest ownership of what now?
The highest claim to ownership of the land here, of
No, I'm
possession,
not
in
familiar with
possession
that.
of.
I'm not.
Okay. Some people say, you probably heard Moors, Americans say that allodial title. And here are people talking about the, land patents and stuff like that. And so I've heard some say that that's the highest, you know, the land patent, but that's actually, not true either, because even land patents have, and allodial titles, they have restrictions. Like, for example, um, a land patent or a allodial title does not, stop a foreclosure, does not prevent it either. A lot of people don't know that. I got case law. I've already posted it before, but I need to. I take it down, repost it. Case law that provides this. But anyway, the highest claim is the English, their right of discovery, the discovery doctrine, their right of discovery. That's the highest claim. And that came from uh, uh, the uh, uh, the grants from the charters that were granted by Charles II, who was because he had a, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he had a brother who was Duke of York. I think those 16, what was that, 1664 or 1674, something like that. And these charters are still from the 1600s, are still being used to this very day. And it's under the right of discovery. The English possessions, listen to this, bro. The English possessions in America were not claimed by right of conquest, but by right of discovery. And also, for according to the principles of international law, yes, I am. I'm reading. For according to the principles of international law, as then understood by the civilized powers of Europe, the Indian tribes in the New World were regarded as mere temporary occupants of the soil, and the absolute rights of property and dominion were held to belong to the European nation by which particular portion of the country was first discovered. Whatever forbearance may have been sometimes practiced towards the unfortunate Aborigines, either from humanity or policy, yet the territory they occupied was disposed of by the governments of Europe at their pleasure, as if it had been found without inhabitants. The grant to the Duke, yep, here it is. The grant to the Duke of York, therefore, was not of lands won by the sword, nor were the government or laws he was authorized to establish intended for a conquered people. You know what this reveals? This reveals that what we've been assuming about what their position is all wrong. I just did that. Case law was Martin versus Lessee, Lessee, Lessee of Waddell, Waddell. Martin versus Lessee, Lessee of Waddell, Waddell, and that's 41 U.S. 367. And that was the Supreme Court, and that was back in 1842. This reveals that the position we think that they're taking when it comes to the Aborigine is not the position we've been assuming. They're standing from a right of discovery as if they're treating it as if we didn't even exist. And they still do so to this day with the term, the labels. That's why they have no standing in law. You don't exist.
So they're operating on a false pretense of
No, I just revealed to you the pretense they're operating from. Our assumed pretense that we think they're operating from is false.
Okay, so what
We've
you
been
saying
assuming a lot
is,
too.
what's being said here? Are you saying that they have every right to consider us non-existent, and therefore their
No,
claims hold to be accurate? Or
no. What I'm saying this is for clarification because we've been assuming other things. With this understanding, now we have an understanding of what's really going on, what the position really is. We can better formulate a plan to.
Can we put a face? Can we put a face on when you say they? Because I have a problem with when we talk about who came over here. We always have this discussion. And I've been listening for years, brother. Epic,
Okay.
and brother Smoke. I want to put a face on who are the people we are talking about. Because when you say assume, a lot of our people that's not enlightened assume that white people, so-called white people, or came over here and assumed the position of the North America and wrote down these case laws and so what have you and shit like that. So I want to kind of put a face on who you are talking about and
Okay.
go ahead and expound on
Okay.
what you are talking about.
Well, that's okay, bro. That's why I gave the case law, because if you read the case, it'll reveal that what's in question is there's a claim to particular lands here, and these grants that I was speaking about were pulled back from the 1600s. And the reason they were pulled because this is the ultimate claim, because that's how they're revealing to you what happened. This is the truth for the record. You see what I'm saying? Under penalty of perjury and treason and death. Let me read this part to you too, bro. It's short. It's not, too long. The plaintiff makes title under the charters granted by Charles II to his brother, the Duke of York, for the purpose of enabling him to plant a colony on this continent. This was in 1664 and 1674. The last mentioned grant is precisely similar to the former in every aspect, and was made for the purpose of removing doubts which had then arisen as the validity of the first. The boundaries of the two charters, these charters which were granted by Charles II of England, regardless, black, white, regardless, I'm revealing what's going on, regardless of the nationality of who is who and what is what with that. This case law reveals what it really is. And the boundaries of those two charters are the same. And they embrace the territory which now forms, which means it didn't always exist, which now forms the state of New Jersey, the part of this territory known as East New Jersey, afterwards by sundry deeds and conveyances, which deeds and conveyances didn't always exist over here, which it is not necessary to enumerate, was transferred to 24 persons who were called the proprietors of East New Jersey, who by the terms of the grants were invested within the portion of the territory conveyed to them, with all the rights of property and government, which had been originally conferred on the Duke of York by the letters patent of the king. I remember saying this before. I'm gonna pause right there. I remember saying this before, and people told me I was wrong. It was the first thing somebody here said when I said this. Nah, you lying, man. You wrong. The crown exercises it. Yes, the English. Yes, the crown exercises all power through Congress here at North America. That is a fact.
Well, let me say this real quick, right? Because I gotta bounce. Y'all think y'all want to hold it down? I'll be gone for about a good hour. You know, I dropped the link. Anybody else?
We straight. We got you, Smoke.
Okay.
We got you,
I
man.
dropped the link. Anybody else? If anybody else want to come down, come up before I leave. I'm leaving in about 5 minutes. Go on, hit the link. I'll let you up. You can come build with these brothers. Just hit the link. I'll see you down there. All right, y'all got it. I'm gonna be gone in about 5 minutes though.
Okay. Where did I leave off at? Yeah. Some serious difficulties, however, took place in a short time between these proprietors and the British authorities. And after some negotiations upon the subject, they, in 1702, surrendered to the crown, all the powers of government, retaining their rights of private property. The defendant, in error, claims the land covered with water, unmentioned in the declaration by virtue of survey made in 1834 under the authority of the proprietors and duly recorded in the proper office. And if they were authorized to make this grant, he is entitled to the premises as owner of the soil and has an exclusive right to the fishery in question. Now, I read that and I said all that to say this, man. Ownership of property, of resources, all of that was unheard of by our people. We understood the concept of, and we even asked, how can land be owned by another man? It can't, as nobody owns the land. That is granted by the King of England. Ownership, freedom, all of these concepts that we allude to today, I've said this before, they're all granted, even sovereignty. It's granted because unless your sovereignty, quote unquote, is recognized, it's not, quote unquote, sovereignty, which means it's granted.
So you mean to tell me a bunch of motherfucking Europeans came from over there and came over here and imposed their will on us without us having any say so in the dealing?
Exactly. We was under heavy military occupation too. We was under heavy military occupation. What you know is Jim Crow. Once they got the foothold and all of that, yeah, all that took place, bro. These leader guys that were in place to rock us to sleep made us not see this, what I'm telling you now. But it was some other people in place that was telling us that these people ain't what you assume them to be. And they're in place to rock you to sleep. So you can't see. Some of these so-called leader guys in the end spoke certain truths and it cost them their life. But for the most part, they were in place to put you to sleep. Have always been there. They had been paid off to do so. When the grassroots rose up and was going to do it themselves, They made sure they sent these people amongst our people during the civil rights movement and all that. I'm just telling it what it is. This is for the record. This ain't my opinion. These are facts for the record.
Well,
These people were paid off.
just like I said,
These people were paid off by rich. These people were paid off by rich, wealthy politicians and pastors and stuff like that alike to come amongst and amidst the grassroots to rock them to sleep. And that's what happened. It is what it is. That's what happened. And whether we want to accept that or not, because it was our own that we saw doing it to us for whatever reason, we have to accept that that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? We have to deal with these things as the truth. And the truth is, for the record, we just haven't been studying to see it. It's not really hidden, y'all. Like they told us, the best way to hide it from us is to put it in a book. And it's in case law. These truths that I'm telling you about, there is case law that backs it. Is right here. And these people are standing on the real history of what it really is, not what we've been assuming it to be or what they may teach you in the education system.
So brother, you got to kind of try to put me in a timeline to where when you talk about Charles V, I heard these stories before, and I'm not too trivial. I have heard, other brothers talk about this, but are they brothers and sisters from this nation, or did they come from over there in Africa? Is what I'm trying to understand, and that's what a lot of our brothers. I'm sure people in the chat know what you're talking about, but I'm one of those brothers that need to understand a fine line between when you talk about who is who. Because I'm in the belief that those people that came over here from Africa, I'm in the belief that we are not the same people. We don't share the same bloodline. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I heard a lot of people say that, oh, we went over there and we built Africa up, and then we came back over here, and then we took over America again. I don't believe that bullshit. So somebody gonna have to explain to me what the fuck really happened, because it's something is not right about what a lot of people are saying, regardless of the law and what they imposed on us. It's a lot of shit that I don't actually believe. I don't believe a bunch of motherfuckers from over here went to Africa and built Africa up, and then were labeled as Moors, and then they built this big ass empire called the Moorish Empire. And then they came back over here and started teaching us Islam. I don't believe that bullshit.
Okay.
I think those people are totally different people from who the fuck we are. That's why we don't get along. That's why they don't fucking like us, because they know who the fuck we are. So can you please expound, brother?
Okay. Okay. What I'm presenting, as far as like, okay, now as far as with that, bro, let's just be honest. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you about where I'm always at, but just for the sake of, I say that 100% honest, bro. Anybody that claims nobody knows, bro. We weren't there. We don't know. All we have is what we have is the record. You know what I'm saying? And that's all we really have to go by, unless we have the oral history that has been passed down all the way from that time to now. You see what I'm saying? That'd be the only two ways you could. The only way to, though, is to actually have been there. And so from that perspective, bro, we'll never know because we weren't there. You know what I mean? So if we're gonna deal with it, truthfully like that, there's no reason for us to get up, there's no reason even for you to really be wondering or anything, because I mean, there's really nothing you can do to change it either. So you know what I'm saying?
So our tradition
we don't know.
matter. oral tradition doesn't matter to you when it
No,
comes
our
to that?
position
Like,
matters. It matters, bro. But I think this is what I think. I think we're relying too much on the past to move forward in the future. The past is there for us to learn from it. And this is why I'm even presenting what I'm presenting, so we can learn from whatever mistakes that were made according to the record, because that's all we have to go by. Because, you know, as far as we know, we weren't there when this occurred. You said whenever all this stuff took place. So we're doing the best that we can with whatever information that we have, whether it be oral history and or the record, you know what I'm saying, through our studies, you know what I'm saying, whether it be inward studies or outward studies via the books, libraries, you know, field research, all of that works together for us to piece it together and to find out the truth as best we know how. And trust, know, and believe. The truth will be revealed to those who seek it. Those who seek shall find. Those who knock, the door will be open. So your search won't be in vain. You just have to endure until the end. What's at the end? The crown of life. The crown of life goes to nobody else except for those who endure to the end. How are you able to endure until the end? Through your constant studies within and or without. You do
oh,
you
okay,
you
brother
seek it.
Eddie.
You seek it. I mean, I don't know if I'm hipping you. I'm trying to drop it on you conceptually, bro.
No, no, no,
Instead of
no.
being
You you are clarifying a lot of stuff.
okay.
I guess, as far as what you know, and I don't. I'm not well studied. You know what I'm saying? In this information, that's why I be on the in the chat and not on the platform so much. I don't come up on the
Yeah.
platforms. I'm only over here to support my brother Smoke Signal because he has a new channel
That's what's
and
up.
you know what I'm saying. I'm over here to support that brother. You know what I'm saying. But I'm here to learn. I'm always willing to learn and have an understanding of the information, and so I can understand and I can go back and research certain things that you guys put out. But what's your stance on, or as um, or do you consider yourself Aborigine, or do you think that our people resided from Africa, or what, and that was brought over
Okay.
here to America? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know
What
what you're
what
asking me, brother. Where this is what I'm not gonna say what I believe. I'm gonna say what I know. I know I'm from here. When I say I'm from here, I'm not talking about because I was born here. I'm from here as my roots are here. We say some people say Aborigine, some people say American Indian, some people say autochthonous, you know, some people say American, whatever that, you know, is to, you know, label I would say I'm the original man to the planet. You know, I don't just look at just America. I know America's grandmother. I know that. I know that. That's who I am. That's who I am. How do
where
I
you
know that?
from?
I have
Where
that,
you
or
from,
I
brother?
have not, huh?
Where are you from? Where do you reside from? What state are you from?
Well, I'm from Tennessee.
Okay, okay.
I'm from Tennessee.
All right. So you a
I'm from
neighbor.
T-
You a neighbor. I'm from Mississippi. So you a neighbor. Okay. So
okay.
go ahead.
Well, to take it even farther, bro. That's I was about to tell you. According to the oral history of my relatives, my folks, you know, that's our origin. That ancient Mississippi culture is my people passed down to me and told me concerning our family and our history. My folks already told us We ain't from Africa. Never. How did she lie to hear? My mama, she found out that thought was out there. She's like, here, you're gonna be from somewhere you've never even been. None of your folks
Yeah.
even step foot over there. We've never been, you know what I'm saying? We've always been here. Always. Mama was here. Your daddy's mama was a full-blooded such as I won't say, but was full-blooded such and such. And I said, yeah, mama, I know. And you already know your great grandmama, and then if your great grandma, you know your grandmama is, and if your grandmama is, you know who I am, and if I am, you know who you are. It was that simple. Fuck what anybody else got to say. That's what it is, man.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? I don't care what and it's not that there's enmity or anything there, but I don't give a damn what the United States government got to say about me and my history and all. So that's your perspective. It only becomes a problem for me and mine if we take it on, and we don't. So ain't nothing for us to be mad about. That's just what you teaching you and your subjects. You see what I'm saying? But as for me and mine, we ain't going. We're not. We're not
And
going
that's
for that.
cool, brother. I mean, that's cool, and I like to speak with brothers that's from the same area that I'm from. You know what I'm saying? Especially because I
Indeed.
know Smoke. I think he's from Tennessee also.
Yeah, he is.
Brother Smoke.
He's my homeboy, man.
Yeah,
He's my homeboy.
yeah, and
My folks from Smoke.
I have family in Memphis. Got a couple cousins, auntie. I have an auntie, a great auntie over there in Memphis. Uh,
That's what's
and
up,
a
brother.
lot of
That's
cousins
what's
and
up.
shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And
Indeed.
I like to speak with people like that from the South that know this information because um, it weighs on me heavy because I try to speak this information to a lot of people in my family, and they seem not to have that understanding of what who we are or where we came from. You know, they believe the same status quo that oh we came from Africa and this that and the third. When in fact they heard our grandmothers told us that her mother was a full blooded Indian, and I don't
Right,
think they understood what she was trying to convey to them. You know what I'm saying?
right.
So this is why I love this type of information. And you know what I'm saying, brothers like yourself, uh, come on and spill these bills, these great bills, and give us this information on our history and shit like that. And it's not about me trying to war against you because I'm just trying to have an understanding and basically trying to find your position on what you think really happened, what you think what really went on amongst us as a people, because we have lost out a lot, brother. We lost a lot of lives. We lost. You look at our generation now. You know, amongst the children, we have nothing. They have nothing to offer their children. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And that's why I say,
right. While it's fresh,
go
let me
ahead,
answer
brother.
that, bro. While it's fresh, I'm not trying to cut you off, but while it's fresh, let me answer that question. Um, I'm gonna give to you what my mama told me, bro. And that's the only perspective I could get because I wasn't there. And so this is literally I'm giving you what my mama gave me because I wasn't there. You see what I'm saying? And she witnessed a lot and saw a lot. But what I think happened based on what was passed down to me orally, a lot of our people, man, sold out, man, with turncoats. That's what my mama told me. A lot of our people turned tail, became and turncoat. Just
So
like,
you,
I've always said this. It's the same game, different time. We need to wake up and start being real about what's really been going on and what it really is, not what we've been assuming it to be for our emotional sake or ego sake or whatever like that. We got to set that to the side. You know what I'm saying? Take what we do get and have and make and get whatever truth we can out of it and deal with it from their perspective, from the truthful perspective, without involving emotions, your beliefs, because belief is not knowing. You want to know so you can be in right standing. So when you do take an action, you do so honorably and with integrity because you have knowledge. Without knowledge, you act out of ignorance, which in the end makes you look foolish. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it was. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It was hard for me to take that too. I didn't think, you know what I'm saying? People would, but yeah, for the, that's she was like, think about it. My mama told she like, boy, think about it, man. Come on now. How years do you think these folks that was able to, they can't fuck with y'all? Their mama told us, man, they can't fuck with y'all. How else do you think things gonna happen the way that they are? They had help. It's a lot of turncoats, baby. That's what my mama told me. So I'm telling you the same thing.
yeah, that's,
I don't know if that's the majority of the problem across the board, but that is a reality, bro. That is a reality. And you still see it today amongst our own people. We'll sell you out, man. Not even for 30 pieces of silver. It could be a
yeah,
third of a piece of silver. And your ass is gone. And that's
we
unfortunate.
have those people amongst us, Epic. Uh,
Yeah.
a lot of our brothers amongst us that have sold out. I see that. I saw
Yeah.
that coming up in Mississippi and also over here in Georgia, um, where I've been living at for the past 28 years. So
There you go.
I moved to Georgia when I was 21. And this one I started coming up on this information about the American Negro. And
Okay.
I wasn't privy to that until I moved over here and started, you know what I'm saying, just reading and paying attention. And once I found these platforms, you know what I'm saying, with these brothers around like yourself and smoking everybody else, it brought a real bright light to my eyes and opened me up to a lot of stuff, man. And
Absolutely.
a lot of stuff I see that's going on with our people is just like I said, the vision is just like you said, separated us, the religion, the organizations, and all of that broke down the structure of our family, and it separated us to the point where we just don't know who we are. We fighting against each other. We think we the ops, and we don't know who the enemy is. You know, we put so much time into fighting against each other, and not so much of us that's in the community, but it is the big part of it is the people that's outside of the community that don't know this information. The people that you see is out here doing the killing and the robbing and the stealing, and a lot of these brothers that's out here doing these type of things, they're really intelligent. They are really smart. A lot of our brothers and sisters that are locked up in jail, they are really
Very intelligent.
intelligent, smart people. And it's just
Yeah.
that they made uh, some bad mistakes in life. You know, they took some bad turns, and you know, it just put a lot on the generation, and that's why I said we have to pump this information out. I don't know if we had to write some type of book to the kids, you know what I'm saying, and put it in books, you know what I'm saying, and
I am. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm working on a book right
yeah,
now, bro. I am.
yeah,
You're right.
that's
I agree with you.
that's cool, you know what I'm saying, because that's what they did to us when they were giving us that little bullshit, you know, when we was coming up, you know what I'm saying, and indoctrinating us and giving us bullshit, you know, about Dr. Doolittle and this, that, and
Yeah.
the third, and all that shit. But we need to do the same thing right now. You know, right? All this information that these cats know, they need to start putting it in books, writing books and shit, and giving it to the children and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody ain't
Right.
gonna get you know, you can talk to people about certain stuff, but you're not gonna be able to get that information over to them like how you want to, or like how you may think you want to. You know what I'm saying? You have to put it in a certain type of way so it can come across to them to where they understand it. It's the same way in rap. You know what I'm saying? I know when I was coming up, a lot of niggas from down south didn't like New York rap. You know what I'm saying? They were saying that the niggas was rapping too fast, or they didn't get what they were saying, and you know what I'm saying, they was more privy to down south music. But I was one of the cats that I can listen to anything, you know, as far as
Hmm.
rap and understand it. You know what I'm saying? And the information, what they were saying would get across to me. You know what I'm saying? But you had to do the same thing with this information to the children and the adults too, because they definitely don't know what the hell you talking about when you talking about a person that go to church every Sunday and be sitting up there praising somebody that they never met before, they never saw before. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna be able to get across to them with the information we talking about. They'll war
And
against
you
you
know what,
all
bro?
day and all night.
And you know what? This is where a lot of people make their mistake. Who's on the path to trying to, enlighten people? They kind of get stuck with those people that's fighting against them, thinking that they need to, stick around and work a little harder with. But now that person is showing you that you need to just let that person be. You see what I'm saying? And it's not a knock to that person. It's just not, that person is just not for you. And that person is showing you that you're not for them. So just take that. You
Right,
see what I'm saying? It's okay. Let them be who they are. Don't even knock them. That's just where they are.
right.
They'll grow eventually. They just not there right now. And see, when you look at it like that, which is what I've been doing, bro, all that animosity and all that stuff wears away, man. Like I could, you know what I'm saying? Like being from where I was from, man, that was the culture, mean mugging and looking at each other all crazy and all that old crap, you know what I'm saying? But it starts in the mind. You got to change the mind. You see what I'm saying? And once I start looking at it like that, I just deal with my people as they come to me, man. You know what I'm saying? That's how I do it.
Yeah,
And so if you come at me, if I'm sharing something with you, because trust don't believe, bro, I wasn't always like that, but it is now. You know what I mean? If you come at me and I'm trying to give you some information and you seemingly, challenging me like you know it all and all that, like that, well, why'd you ask me? You know what I'm saying? It's like you trying to, belittle me or something, make me look bad or whatever. If I get that kind of vibe from you, I just remain silent, I let you have it. That's just where you are. You still got some growing to do. I'm not even gonna tell you that. The fact that I just don't, you know, indulge myself with it should be a loud enough message. You know what I'm saying? It is a loud enough message. So that's how I move now, man. I ain't got time for arguing and all that stuff. I've always told people, even on these platforms in this community, even when I was in the Moorish paradigm, I'm always here, man. If you need some help, my help ain't the information I have and stuff like that. The help that I provide with most, I would keep it honest with that. Most of the help that I provide and stuff it's not for sale. The part that I do require compensation for is if I have to put in work. To, you know what I'm saying? I have to actually put in some work for you or to help, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I should be compensated for my time and effort. You know what I'm saying? So, but outside of that, but as far as like, you know, me sharing the information, if you want to talk to me about, because I don't give legal advice and stuff like that. What I do is I just, you know, I share the information conceptually and you take it, you know what I'm saying? And do, and not do, but ponder on it and think on it as you, and you present it back to me. And I'll let you know, you know what I'm saying, if you're in the right place. And I'm not going to let you crash out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just going to give you the information and just let you run out there like a guinea pig. You know, I want to make, my objective is to share the information with you objectively and conceptually so that you may grasp it. If I can get you to grasp it or thinking on it, then you'll free yourself. I mean, that ain't my job to free you. That's all on you.
Right. Right.
So if I just get you to thinking, you know what I'm saying, then yeah, you'll do that. You're gonna free yourself. I don't need to give you any legal advice. I don't need to, you know what I'm saying? I don't need to do any of that. Drop the concept. If you get it, you'll let me know if you do. You see what I mean? And if you don't, that's fine too. That's just where you are. You know what I mean? That's just where you are. It ain't no knock, nor is it a disrespect. And if a man does disrespect or dishonor you from the position of you not being where he is, he has no integrity for that. You see what I'm saying? And he still has work to do with his ego. You know what I mean? So if it's like that, you know, don't get upset about it or anything like that. Just know that's what it is with that person and move on. You know what I'm saying? That's how you grow, brother. That's how you become bigger and better
you
and
know,
stronger.
one of the things I think about when we talking about, when you guys talking about this information, and I'm sitting up here thinking, you know, what if motherfuckers, like all of our people, wake up one day and realize, like, that power company, that land that power company is sitting on, that big ass monument that these folks that built over on, and these people, our people, wake up and realize one day that, you know, that's my grandmama land. That was my granddad's land right there. Like, what, you know what I'm saying? Like, you wake up and
And don't be,
realize that
hey,
one day.
don't be afraid to say is. Say it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I learned too, bro. Like, okay, you do find out, right? Ain't no, it was my, no, it, man, that's my grandmama's land. Say that. It hit different, bro. I'm telling you, it hit different. When you
Yeah,
find
that's
out,
what
like
I'm
you said,
saying. I
bro,
mean,
what if you find out? Ain't no more was. It is, man. That is my grandmama's land. So when you say it like that, it, man, it resonates inward. You ain't got to say it's yours. Yeah, you just did. You know what I'm saying? You just
yeah,
did. Man, that's my grandmama land. And that's your grandmama. Then that's your mama. Yeah, that's what it is. Come on down. You know what I'm saying?
right. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
why,
right.
you know what? A motherfucker realize one day you ain't got to get up and go to work every day, and you realize that all of this shit belongs to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you getting up and going to work for nothing every day, punching in a clock and working for these motherfucking foreigners that they came over here and imposed themselves on you, and you working off of your own land, not even knowing that it's your land. You thinking that it belongs to somebody else, but you wake up and realize one day that all this shit belongs to us, bro. I didn't heard people say, you know, on certain platforms that, oh, the land don't belong to nobody. It's anybody's land. But I call that bullshit too because we was here first. So if we was here first, that means all of this shit belong to us. So we the owners of all this shit. I don't give a fuck what you say. You just have to go back and fight for it and take this shit back over.
Conceptually. Understand?
You
Conceptually,
understand?
because remember, understand that it's conceptually. Conceptual ownership is what I like to call it, because the simple fact was, like you said, we were the first and only, right? And if that be the truth, then that would mean that the very concept of us even saying, understanding that land can't be owned, we understood that because, we were the only ones, there is no concept of ownership of any land. See what I'm saying? That wasn't even an issue to even be spoken of, type deal. Because we weren't thinking about stuff. We were connected to everything. We are everything. We understood this stuff. It's only when we abandoned our culture and took on the culture that we now see today, worshiping gods we never knew, never even heard of. I'm just keeping that 100. I'm keeping it 100. It's not a knock. I'm keeping it 100, telling the truth. See what I'm saying? And that is also, from my perspective, this is what I think from my perspective. I think that's the reason. I think that's the biggest reason for our downfall. We abandoned the culture and took on idol God worship, as the Bible puts it. Will idol God be worship, meaning adhering to so-called laws that aren't actually laws? You see what I'm saying? And abandoning what I was telling you about earlier, abandoning the principle of it, which is the truth. For the chick, we've been doing that a lot too. We haven't been exercising real integrity. You see what I'm saying? So it's not all on the quote unquote so-called conquering powers. It's not all on them. We've been doing some things too, and we have to be responsible enough to hold ourselves accountable, just like we trying to hold these people accountable for the things that they've done. You see what I'm saying? So we can't forget that too, because we've made mistakes as well. Knowingly, willingly, and intelligently did so. And there is a karmic debt for that. We're not exclusive to any law. It don't mean just it goes for them, it goes for us too. It's just that the fact of the matter is we knew this so well, we did it so well, is we mastered it, if you will, and we learned to use the principles to the advantage of ourselves and the planet, as well as our well-being, our way of life. You know what I'm saying? We use the principles instead of just merely being used by them, just being a victim to karma, to what goes around comes around. You're able to actually use that and master it and put things in motion purposely, knowing it's coming to fruition, and be so good at it you can pinpoint when it'll happen.
Right.
That's where we were. That's the culture. That's grandmama, granddaddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. That's the culture. We abandoned that for something else. But not what you about to say. My bad, bro. My apologies.
What prepared you? If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard you say that you derived in the Moorish paradigm. Once upon a time, you derived in that how did you come into this information?
Okay. But
Uh,
with the Moorish thing, well, actually my journey started with nutrition. You know what I'm saying? I started learning about the truth about the foods and stuff. This was back, man, I think around early, I think this was around 2000, maybe late 90s or something, 99 or 2000, 2001 or something. Yeah, I remember first I started learning about nutrition. Then what made me go into about the government, man, I read this book. I don't know if anybody's familiar with it. I can describe it in every day. I remember finding this book. It was in a it wasn't in a library, it was in a bookstore inside of the mall, back when malls had bookstores, you know what I'm saying, in our malls. But it was a book called You've Been Lied To. And it was black and red. The first half of the book was black, the top half was red with red horns like a devil. And the page, the front cover of the page was made to like resemble a devil face. You know what I'm saying? And it said in it, "You've been lied to." In that book, it revealed how the CIA billions of tons of fucking cocaine that they put out into the streets, our neighborhoods and every, bro. I read that for the first day. That's what began my journey on learning about this motherfucking corrupt ass government. Well, I read, man, that book right there, boy, man,
and what was it called
that one.
again?
But
What was that book called again?
it was called, I forgot the author. I don't know the author. That's why I'm just giving you a description of the book, but it was called You've Been Lied To.
Okay.
That book talks about all kinds of government corruption. What was going, especially with the that war on drugs and all that being a fraud and all that. I've been knowing about that shit, bro, since 2001 at the earliest I can remember. I've been knowing it. Been knowing it.
Well, they had to do something in order to uh, despair us from keeping us from knowing who we are and but because they knew who the type of people they was dealing with. You know what I'm saying? So it had to been some type of uh, nefarious thing that they had to do to us and pull the wool over our eyes and place us in a position to where we were vulnerable and needed them. And the war on drugs was just one of those things to where they implemented and they sat down and talked about and planned out how they was going to do that, and it worked.
And
Uh,
they found out that's where we made our money in the streets from that. A lot of brothers were wealthy men from that. You see
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah,
And this was back before it was, this was even before it was made illegal in the United States. The brothers here, they had that on lock. It grew. Did you know that marijuana cannabis used to grow here? Wow. Did you know that,
marijuana.
bro?
Yeah, I mean, I'm well. Can't sit up here and say I did.
I'm talking about as late. I'm talking about as late as the 90s, because I remember, bro. I remember. I can't remember if it was Dateline or 2020 or something, man. One of those entities. They covered this story, bro. The government created a task force, and these people did a little documentary on it and followed these folks around as they were going across the country, burning down all the cannabis.
Wow.
He literally had the flame torch thing on his back, and they were flying around with him. I'm telling you. And they would be like, whenever we get a report of marijuana being spotted anywhere, this, that, and we get those calls from local law enforcement agencies. And this, yeah, they working with local, so-called local law enforcement and all of that, bro. This was just back in the 90s with this. Early 90s. I was a young, you know what I'm saying? I was younger back then, you know what I'm saying? But I remember. And
Yeah, I
man,
mean,
yeah. They went in like, and they would, that was when it, for me, from what I remember, that's where it started. And this war on drugs, that was a hoax. It was actually to break the brothers because of the wealth that they had, and along with that wealth came the power, and the power came from their people and the neighborhoods that they supported. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
The
'cause
neighborhoods that they took care of, you know what I'm saying, and shit like that. That's where people like the brother, the growth and development brother, you know what I'm saying, brother, gave birth to brothers like him, and people you hear about with
you talking about
Big Meech
Larry
and stuff
Hoover.
like that. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing, they had to use the drug thing and paint them like they was all number drug dealers destroying communities and stuff like that. But a lot of people don't know that the growth and development brother, man, he had plans on going, he had a political party and everything. He said he was trying to go political and really change some things politically. That's, in my opinion, I think that's why they, sought to take him down. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying?
talking
From
about
my
Larry Hoover.
perspective. From my
That's who you
perspective.
talking about, Larry Hoover.
Yeah, it's just from my perspective. I'm lacking some studies somewhere and I don't understand something. This is just where I am with it right now based on my studies of it. You know what I'm saying? But
And
I
and
think
and and
brothers like him, you know what I'm saying, that were prominent in the neighborhoods because of whatever they were doing, what they was doing, they was getting the money and they had the power and they were using that power to make things better for their communities as a whole. But it was unfortunate that, they was in the route that they was, that they was doing. But at the same time, you got to understand something. This too, though, bro. Back then, the so-called drugs and all that old stuff, it's not what it is today. You know what I'm saying? It was not what it is today, like the crack epidemic and all that old stuff. I think that's a government agency created somewhere in the lab somewhere. You know what I'm saying? To cause a major addiction with our people. So they could paint a negative picture about these herbs and stuff that we were wealthy off of, that we actually were helping people. But unfortunately, some people did misuse. You're gonna have people that misuse. You have that today with junk food and all kinds of stuff. People abuse it. They abuse alcohol, all of that. So yeah, of
well,
course you're gonna have, but
I know I know for a fact I didn't dwell in any type of drug. Well, marijuana is not a drug to me. That's something naturally
that's why I
grows
say
from
it's
the
so
earth.
called.
But I know
Right.
for a fact that marijuana is totally different from when I grew up to now to where it is now. What we smoking now, what cats smoking now, that ain't real marijuana.
Right. Right.
That ain't real, man. I don't give a fuck. I hear niggas talking about I got this blue, this, that. I'm an old school cat. I'm 49. You know what I'm saying? I be hearing cats talking about I got this, that, and the third, and that ain't no real weed, man. That you smoking, that shit mixed with everything on the earth
All kinds
and
of
over the earth. You ain't smoking no real
right.
weed. Get off that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, us that know, man. We know that real,
You know what I'm
grown
saying?
from the earth in the dirt when the sun, grown in the sun type. We know that shit. We know what's real, man. And this shit
I
today is
used to smoke that
that's not the
shit
real.
where it came in the envelope where that brown envelope shit. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
You know what I mean? And that
You know
was
what
the
you mean,
real
bro.
bud right there. The young niggas don't know nothing about that. These niggas that in their
They don't,
30s,
bro.
20s,
Yeah,
and they don't know shit. They don't know nothing about that. That was real
they don't,
weed.
bro.
You know what I
Right.
mean? So
You
yeah, a
got
lot
some
of this shit
seeds on
that
that shit, boy. You got some.
yeah, I mean, and especially if you just grow this shit yourself. I
Yep.
watched a nigga. I had a homeboy from Savannah. Literally sat up in his apartment and grew some bud out of a pot. You know what I'm saying? Out of a pottery, and we ended up smoking that shit. Man, that was some of the best weed I smoked probably about 10 years ago. Good 10 years ago, he sat up and grow that shit out of his apartment, bro. He took care of that shit. He had the light on the shit. He was doing everything, every necessary thing that he needed to do in order for that weed to grow. And I'm talking about the motherfucker grew almost like a small tree, bro, out of that pot. And I was amazed, and he broke that shit down. Him and his wife was sitting in the kitchen and broke that shit down, man. And we smoked that shit. I'm talking about that was like the finest bud I ever smoked. And this shit that they niggas smoking now, you ain't smoking no real weed, bro. I'm gonna just be real with you. All that other shit that crack and I ain't never dwell pill popping. I ain't never dwell in that shit. I'm an old school cat. All I need is some beer, some liquor, and some good weed. I'm good.
I feel you there, bro.
You feel me?
Well, I don't drink, but I feel you though. I don't drink, but I feel
Yeah,
you.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. They just basically broke down the fabric of who we was, giving us all of this bullshit for the drug epidemic, and that too, you know what I'm saying, broke down the families, our mothers and fathers, you know what I'm saying, displacing the fathers away from the home when that drug epidemic went on, and it was just a lot of shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And just like you said, it was a war against us. It's still a war against us. You know what I'm saying? They That's what they did to us. You know what I'm saying? And we gotta find a way to counter that. We gotta find a way to counter that now. Now like the perfect time, just like I said, because of the information that we do have, we have to find out a way other than these platforms because everybody's not
Mm-hmm.
going to be um, uh, privy to these platforms. I tell brothers I be at work on my phone and I can't get in the chat. You know when Al Power be on, when Chief Holiday, DJ Cut, Sister Betty be
Yeah,
on, but I play the shit and cats
yeah,
be coming around me and they'll be like, "Hey, what you listening to?" And I'm like, I'm listening to some history, bro. These niggas speaking knowledge, and niggas will be standing around me, and you know what I'm saying, looking at my phone and shit, you know what I'm saying, and trying to find out what's going on, but they don't really have a full understanding because a lot of times, you know, niggas be arguing and shit like that, going back and forth, so they'll be like, "Oh, they ain't doing it, but arguing." And I'm like, no, you just have to listen, you know what I'm saying, to what they talking about. You don't
yeah.
really know because you just came into to what they talking about now. You know what I'm saying? You have to listen to
Right,
it from the beginning, you know what I'm saying, to get a really understanding of what they're talking about. But yeah,
right.
I understand what you're saying, Epic. We all been just they didn't did a numb on us, bro. And like I said
Yeah,
before, it don't matter what we do as long as, like I said, we had to push this information to the young generation and keep pushing it the same way we doing it now. But we have to push it to the younger generation so they can
yes, we
know.
do.
Because just like I said, if I had to know Epic when I was growing up about finances with money and how to budget my money and shit like that, how to save, you know, how to put my money in finance and shit like that, I'd have been a millionaire by now. You know what I mean?
Indeed,
I'd have been a
indeed.
millionaire by now. You know what I'm saying? That saving money and putting your money aside and not just putting your money aside, finding out what you're gonna do with that money when you do put it aside and trying to find a way to build something or build a
And
corporation and find you some people to help deal with. You know what I'm saying? That's what our young people need to know too. You know what I'm saying? How to network, and not without these foreigners. We need to do that amongst ourselves because I see a lot of these foreigners coming over here because amongst themselves, they not dealing with us. You know what I mean? They don't like
Yeah.
us, they don't trust us, and they don't give a fuck about us. So we have to do the same thing that they doing. We have to mass produce. We have to save money and try to find out a way how we can disperse this money amongst the communities and help build these communities and build schools for our children and build health centers for our children to where they can be all right when they come out in the world because we got too many niggas out here right now that's on that bullshit with this gang shit. I hate that shit. It used to be when I was young, I was so much fascinated by it, but it almost caught me at a period of time. But I soon got up out of that shit. And it wasn't too long. I was still a teenager. I think it went from like 15 to 18. By the time I was 18, I was working, I was saving money, and I got the hell on. You know what I'm saying? And I started doing my own thing. But a lot of kids now, they just so fascinated with gang banging, pimping, hoeing, and doing all this other sleazy shit that our people shouldn't even be incorporated with. You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's so important for us to try to find a way with this information that we talking about. We need to try to put it in a format to where they would understand it and they can take it a bit further than what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if I may, can I take something you said earlier a little bit farther? You said something about
Go
saving.
ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I say, I say that I say don't save, so to speak. I don't really like saving because the reason why I say I don't like saving is because there's no money isn't working, just sitting there. It's not working. I say invest your money because there's no action, no movement when your money's just sitting there as saving it. And I feel like investing your money, that makes your money work to make you more money. You know what I'm saying? Examples of it could be like stocks, bonds, IRAs, real estate, trusts. You know what I'm saying? These are just a few examples. But I say invest, you know what I'm saying? And teach your children to do the same, especially while they're young. And when they turn 18, you have a portfolio ready for them to manage with money already in it. And I say pass that wealth down. Creating more now. You have children, brother? Any young children?
No, I don't have any children.
Oh, you don't have any children? Okay. Well, for those who may be listening, if you have children, plan on having children or have young children, go ahead and create them even uncles. Uncles can do this for nephews or whatever. If you ain't got no children, you got nieces, nephews, great, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. Create one for a family member or something. It could be let me see. It could be just E-Trade account or something. You know what I'm saying? Just open one, put some money in there. You know what I'm saying? Invest, even though you may not know yourself. You could be learning because it's going. In order for you to pass it down, you got to learn it. Learn how to invest your money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, especially that's what I'm saying. Do it while they're young. You know what I'm saying? And they could be making the money while they're young. And by the time you get ready to hand that portfolio over to them, it could be anywhere from thousands to maybe millions. You know what I'm saying? But during this process, they were learning, and you made it your business to instill them to know this. And they know just as much as you do before they 18 or even competent to manage a portfolio. So by the time they hit 18, they not only got an inheritance, but they have the knowledge and the know-how to manage it and multiply it. That's legacy, bro. That's legacy, in my opinion. I don't know. I might be thinking too far. I don't know. I might be wrong.
No,
I don't know.
you on point, bro. But I don't think you heard me clearly. But I was saying the same thing you just said. You know, saving. I think if our parents have taught us the importance of saving money, the investment would have came along. Whether they taught us to invest the money or not, that would have came along with saving at a certain point because
Indeed. Okay.
I wouldn't have. You know, if I had I remember when my first job down there in Mississippi, I was working. You know, they didn't have warehouses and shit like that. Most of the shit down there is agriculture. You know what I'm saying? You had to have a skill in order to make it
Hmm.
in Mississippi. You just couldn't
Yes.
be
Yeah.
a regular worker. You had to have some type of skill, welding, auto mechanic, a truck driver, or some shit. That's the only way you was gonna make some money down there. But
Right.
I was working a bullshit job at a llama company, and fresh out of high school, and I think I saved about $1,000 within 5 months, maybe, and we was only getting paid $5.25 an hour. You know, back in the '90s,
Yeah. You're
and
right about that.
I was putting like $100 back every time I get my paycheck. I did that on my own. Now that's nothing my father or my mother taught me. I was just wanting to see, you know, how the shit was gonna work. You know, I would take $100 out of my paycheck and just put it in my drawer. I didn't have a bank account. I would
Yeah.
put it in my drawer,
My
a hundred
grandfather saved
dollars
money like
every
that.
week. Yeah, and just put it back and see that it's just something simple as that. Just
Right.
teach these young brothers just to save and put back, and then eventually you gonna find out what you want to do with that money because you saving it
Right.
for a reason. If it's just to get you a car or to buy you some clothes or maybe or you you know it's gonna come around again. You said if I save 1,000 up, think about if I get this next job that's paying $10 an hour, and I can put $200 back every week. You know what I'm saying? Think about how much money.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
It's just the simple things in life that we wasn't taught about that was so simple that I didn't think about when I was
And
down
it's
there. You know what I'm
foolproof.
saying? Yeah, you know
Right.
what I'm saying? And even now that me being 49, I I tell people I have to tell young cats, you know what I'm saying? I have to get on them when I'm at work and they be complaining about they ain't got this, they ain't got that. But I said, look at you. What you do on the weekend when you get off work and you come back Monday. You broke as hell. What you do that whole weekend? Oh man, I went to the club, I did this, I went and bought me a bunch of games. I like nigga, you stand with your mama, you making $15 an hour. I'm sure you ain't paying all the bills. Nigga, put you $100 back out of that paycheck, out of them $400-500 you get every week. Put $100 back. Kick your mama down with a couple of dollars, help her out. But at the same time, nigga, put some money in your shoebox and chill. You ain't gotta do what you think you gotta do. It ain't that important. Going out to the club ain't that important. Going over your homeboy house and buying weed and shit like that, that ain't important. Sit back and chill, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Think about yourself. Think about your motherfucking self for once in a lifetime. Think about your motherfucking self. Sit back and same thing with the female. I ain't just talking to the niggas. Sit your motherfucking ass down somewhere and chill. You know what I'm saying? And figure out what the fuck you want to do with your life. and how you want your life to be. Times are too hard now for motherfuckers to be going out here and just fucking up and fucking over money when you know these people trying to take us out of the game. Sit back and think about what you want to do with yourself and your life. You know what I'm saying? And try to save it, just like you said, Epic. Once you get to the point where you have accumulated enough finances to where you see you can get out there on your own, start investing. You know what I'm saying? Get you a trade or something. Go to school. Start investing. Try to network with people and invest in some type of business or some type of trade, whatever you got going on. These are the things that need to be taught and learned to our children. I just don't want to just be preaching to a bunch of grown motherfuckers about who we are and what we need to do, because if they don't know that shit by now, then they are lost. I'm not so not inclined not to tell them or teach them, but my focus is more on the children than anything.
Indeed.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. It's at that point to now where nobody gives a who about us. The president, the politicians, the so-called leaders that we supposed to have vouching for us, they don't care nothing about us, bro. We everything that goes on now, it gotta come from us. It gotta come from us. We are the responsibility of our community. No president holds nothing over the American Negro at this point. We are the owners of us. We have to be responsible for us. We can no longer, so far as us knowing this information that we know now, can't no nigga sit up here and get on this platform and say what the president should be doing for us, or what a politician should be doing for us, or what a mayor should be doing for us. Everything that they saying we need to be doing for our goddamn self. It ain't none of the niggas should be saying, talking about Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Chris Christie or any motherfucking body. Fuck them. You everything that you know now, you need to be doing that shit for yourself. You can't expect them people to do shit for you. You can't expect them to do a goddamn thing for you. They foreigners. They don't give a fuck. They sending you to jail every motherfucking day. You know what I'm saying? They feeding us bad food. The nigga, I can't even find a good orange to eat, a good apple to eat no more. I go to the grocery store, I can't find grapes to eat. But they don't even taste good to me no more, because when I put them in there, when I put it in my mouth, I know it's genetically modified. It don't taste the same way when I was 9 years old. It don't taste the same goddamn way. So what we need to start doing is putting our money together and start networking with each other on different bases and finding out who's doing this, who's doing that, who got a farm, who's got land, who's doing real estate, who got a trucking business to where we can move shit. Who's doing you feel me? We have to start creating our own. We can't look for nobody else. That's our problem too. We focusing too much on this government to do things for us. That ain't working no more. They letting too many immigrants over here, and they allow the immigrants to have these jobs and get these supplements from the government that supposed to be allocated towards our people, and we sitting back just watching our people fall while these people coming over here prospering all the stuff that we built. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we gonna have to do something in
I
order
s-
for our
I say
children to survive.
okay,
Y'all,
but
hey,
then
y'all good? Y'all good? Y'all
yeah,
still, y'all
yeah,
look
we
like y'all
good, bro.
still. All right, I'm in the background for a minute. I'm letting you know I'm back. All right, y'all got it.
Okay. But now what I think, bro, I think it's gonna I think it starts with, the right education, man. I think that's where it's gonna start at. And at the same time, we also have to remember something too. We have to learn from the mistakes that we've made. You know what I'm saying? And if we have to relearn, then rebuild. And in so rebuilding, we must learn to better secure our posterity to secure our future endeavors for our posterity, our offspring, our children, our grandchildren, great grandchildren. You know what I'm saying? That's to come behind us. So the mistakes that we made that caused our fall, we need to learn from those mistakes and make sure that they don't happen again, because we know from experience that if we make those mistakes, we fall. So there's a great responsibility to make sure that we're always on point. And that does not mean that there has to be enmity between us and anybody else. My position is this: let's not pick up the spirit of vengeance, but yet developing, redeveloping, if you will, our spirit of strength and pride in our people and our love for one another. That we can rebuild. Holding on to the anger of what happened in the past and all of that, it's only going to keep us where we currently are. You know what I'm saying? Because we can't change it. It doesn't happen. Let's learn from it. Moving forward, let's build and build stronger and be stronger. So guess what? Yeah, it happened. It ain't gonna motherfucking happen again. That should be the attitude, in my opinion, from my perspective. I think that should be the attitude of our people as a whole. Yes, we were done wrong. Yes, we were. You see what I'm saying? And unfortunately, it is the truth that we also had a hand in our own falling as well. It's a hard truth, hard pill to swallow, but it's the truth. Accept it, learn from the mistakes. Moving forward, let's not make those same mistakes. Moving forward, let's build stronger. Let's fortify our relationships with one another. Let's fortify our security measures in securing the future of our women and children. Let's get there's this trend going on, which I just think is just a social media trend. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's as a whole real life, but they're saying, these white our sisters going over to the white men. It's trending on these little I've been seeing the little posts and stuff. But I said that to say this: if that be the case, and I'm talking to my so-called, and I use this term loosely, so-called black women, I say this to you, my sisters. Um, if that be the truth, then I say this to the brothers: we need to go. We need to get our women back too and fortify our relationships the way it's supposed to be with them. Shit didn't happen in the past. It done happen. And yes, things do need to be talked about. Things need to be worked out. It's time to put the work in order to fix us. We got to come together to do that, though. So yeah, we got to deal with our women and their emotionalism. That's just how they're built. And on the other hand, woman, you have to deal with, you know what I'm saying, us men and our masculinity, our pride and our ego, you know what I'm saying, sometimes. So we just have to learn to, you know, deal with each other, get through our problems. Let's start rebuilding, build a stronger, you know what I'm saying, alliance with each other. And let's learn from these mistakes so we can say that shit won't happen again. Try us now. Now we're not saying, not to start any trouble or anything like that, but we saying the trouble come this way. That shit ain't finna pan out the way they did in the past. We learn from that shit. You see what I'm saying? And I think we could have a lot more progress that much more faster if we take that position instead of seemingly, seeking vengeance for what happened to our folks in the past when we can't change it. It happened. And I don't mean to sound heartless, and I'm not being heartless. I'm telling the truth. And I really think if our ancestors were alive and well today, they would say the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
That's the problem. Epic. That's the problem
Okay.
with a lot of us. We don't have. I'm trying to cut you out, brother.
No, you
That's the
good. Go ahead, bro.
problem.
You good.
We that's the problem we have with a lot of our people, that we don't have a lot of elders. I know in my family in particular, we don't have elders in our family, and that's why a lot of our nieces, nephews, and little cousins have gone astray. They have gone to prison. They on drugs, and had a talk with my sister. I said, maybe if our mother was still living, if I know she would put fear. I know my mother. I lost my mother when I was 7 years old. She passed away from pneumonia. Uh, my mother was the star of the family. You know what I'm saying? Not the popular person, but that was the person that everybody went to have their problems solved. And my mother instilled fear in her children, but when she made her transition, that kind of went away. You know what I'm saying? Along with the uncles and aunties and all the prominent people that we had in our family, you know what I'm saying, it broke down the structure. And I'm sure that's what happened to a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? And we just don't have those strong backgrounds anymore to where people when um, a lot of people have children now, they tend to be more friends with their children instead of being a parent. And that's what caused a whole nother division, because you're not gonna get respect. I tried to explain that to my brother, even though I don't have children myself. I tried to explain that to my brother. You can't sit up there and smoke weed with your son. You know what I'm saying? Like you would smoke weed with me. It's different. You know what I'm saying? It's totally different. And the same thing with the women. You can't sit up there and go out to the same club with your daughter and expect her to respect you. And she's
Right.
seeing you out there with that skirt all up your ass, and niggas grabbing on your ass and grabbing on her ass at the same time. She not gonna respect you. She gonna look at you different. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And these are the things that we need to think about. You know, and a lot of times, like my sister told me, everybody ain't meant to have children, but a lot of us do have children, and we don't know how to raise them. It's no book or format to come with raising children. But if you're not ready for that, you don't need to dwell in that. You don't need to bring another life into this world if you're not prepared to take care of that. and make sure that they are okay. Because just like I said, I'm gonna keep saying this. We're not gonna be here for the ones that know the information that we know now. We're not gonna be here forever. At a certain point of time, we have to pass this information down. We have to put it in a way. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. I don't have the whole thing to where how it's gonna be and how it's gonna play out. But I'm just saying to motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, whoever, you know what I'm saying, we have to put it in a way to our children. I don't give a fuck about no white people, no Mexicans, no none of them other. I know people be like, I'm not biased towards other races or whatever, but I don't give a fuck about them people. I grew up in Mississippi, nigga. I grew up around niggas. And besides that, it was white people. That's it. I didn't see Chinese people until I moved to Georgia. I didn't meet Mexicans until I moved to Georgia. I didn't see Arabs until I moved to Georgia. You know what I'm saying? And yet and still, I don't give a fuck about none of it. I'm all about our people because I know those people don't give a fuck about us. They never did. So everything that we know, we need to instill whatever we learned or learned and instilled it in our children. It was hard pressed back then for our people, for our parents to do that because a lot of fear was instilled in them. You know what I'm saying? And they was only protecting us. They didn't want to tell you that you was an Indian. They didn't want to tell you that because of the treatment they would have got if they hadn't told you that. And again, maybe they probably didn't want to tell you how to save money or but because of you know what I'm saying, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But since we know what we know now, we have to pass this information down to the generation that's coming up now and to the kids, man. That's more important to me. I like the platforms and I like everything that you got because y'all be spitting, man. Y'all be spitting so hard. You know what I'm saying? Just like I say, I you know, a lot of times I want to be in the chat, but I be at work and I be on my phone. And because my supervisor is so cool, he allowed me to play the shit out loud. He won't even say nothing. You know what I'm saying? He'll just be asking me, what you listening to? I be like some history, you know what I'm saying? They talking about history and shit like that. And he, you know, he'll smile and walk about his way. And shit, I go about my business, man. And you know what I'm saying? And I just be listening to y'all, you know what I'm saying? Spit y'all spit, you know what I'm saying? And I be listening to this shit all day. And sometimes when, like, if AP don't come on or DJ Cut don't, I be bored as a motherfucker. I be hurting because I can't hear, you know what I'm saying? Y'all sitting, you know what I'm saying? The information like this shit be it hits me hard. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what's going on. I can see the bullshit. I can see everything that motherfuckers be talking about, but can't nobody else see it. It's like I'm in a motherfucking dream or something. I guess that's what they call the matrix. You know what I'm saying? Like you can see shit, but
Yeah.
that's going on around you, but can't nobody else see it but you. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said we have to pump this information out to these children, try to find a way if we can put it in books, if we can put it in raps or something to where they can grab this information and take it and be like, okay, you know what I'm saying, pass the baton. You know what I'm saying? We take it off with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Get them out of that turkey shit and all this other bullshit that they seeing on social media and all of this shit. I'm tired of that, man. I'm tired of that. I'm tired. I didn't got over the Lil Wayne shit and and the Drake shit. These niggas ain't talking about shit. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
When I came up, at
yeah,
least we had some type of content where they was talking about a certain type of information that uplift you, but now you don't have none of that.
yeah. It's like all the music is designed to keep you on a lower frequency, not to even think highly of yourself, let alone somebody else, especially your own. So yeah, I feel you there, most definitely. But yeah, man, make sure you check out. 'Cause, you know, I'm not big on, because I ain't big on the social media thing. I'm really just, you know, I'm really just on it to just to, share the information. You know what I'm saying? And if you go on my YouTube under the community, bro, you'll see, some of the case laws and stuff. I've, posted pages from it, highlighted portions and stuff like that. And I do that, you know what I'm saying, to drop the info conceptually so people can at least not only see this information because it's the official record. It's the official record. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff has to do with most of the subject matter that you hear on these various platforms. So I've taken the position, instead of just uh being on the panel, just really just talking about it, you know what I'm saying? And I rather just present, you know, real sources, where you can go look this up, for yourself. And not only that, it's functional. It is functional. Like case law is functional, which means you can literally use this. You know what I'm saying? You stand on this. Like, you know what I mean? It's and the benefit is the remedy. You know what I'm saying? Which is real progress. So, and from my perspective, though, that's what a solution is. It changes the dynamic of what the current status quo is, which is disadvantageous to us. It has been disadvantageous to us. And it's been disadvantageous to us because of our ignorance. You know what I'm saying? Not because of, whatever we may have been assuming and stuff like that. Been because of our ignorance. And we act on the ignorance, what we think, assume, or believe. Well, I don't like to say think because it's not a bad thing to think, but the direction that we choose to think, and what we assume and what we believe, we tend to interject those things which are completely irrelevant as it pertains to the truth or even the facts. You know what I'm saying? We have to we have to learn to be objective, and in the application of what we do know, we should do so objectively as well. And I just think that will reach our goals faster. You know what I'm saying? We can all do that individually, but we can reach a much faster goal if we all work together. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in a complete agreement with you as far as with the children. Frederick Douglass did say it best, man. It's better to, it's better for the children. I'm paraphrasing, but it's better for you to go after the children than, the adults who, are already scarred, and it's hard to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's damn near impossible to bring somebody like that back. You know what I'm saying? I said damn near, because it's a hard battle. You know what I'm saying?
But
A very hard
ain't
battle.
that's how they indoctrinated us? Ethic. They put fear in our grandparents and shit
They
like that,
did.
and then once we came along, we started believing in Jesus and Dr. Martin Luther King and all of this other shit, and that fucked us up from there. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said
But
we
you know
got to
what I found?
reverse it.
Go for it, bro. Go ahead.
Go
I'm sorry, I
ahead.
didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No,
No, I
no,
was
you
just
go
saying,
ahead.
what I come to find out as to what played a part in that, that code of silence our grandparents and great grandparents had when it came to those type of matters, especially our identity. It was the threat of us going to school and never making it back home. And that drove a lot of our people to silence too, because they were protecting us. If they hadn't remained silent, we wouldn't be here.
Oh, okay, I got.
You know what I'm saying? So that, especially during Jim Crow, but our parents, bro, were here because, you know what I'm saying, their parents kept their mouth shut or taught them. And that's what drove a lot of us into the church and the Jesus thing, because we couldn't, it was against their rules and regulations and laws for us to practice our culture, just like it is today. Just
Right.
like it is today. You try to do anything natural. I remember, bro, back in 2015, the governor then tried to have a law passed to where it was illegal for you to plant a garden, plant your and grow your own food. He actually presented that before the legislation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
These people,
that's
there are
crazy.
people, unfortunately, like this. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? People like him got in that position because people put him there. And people put him there because of ignorance, obviously, because obviously I think, because I have faith in humanity, if you will. I have faith in us. I really believe that if the people understood and knew these people for who they were from the jump, they would never have voted for them. Those people would never have made it in office. They would have never made it there. You know what I'm saying? I think
Yeah,
the the values and the principles that they say this nation is supposed to stand for resides truly in the hearts and the minds of the people. You see what I'm saying? And when and that's what these um the politicians who are, you know what I'm saying, not all of them are. Some people, very few of them left, but they're there. They still stand for these values and these principles. But most of these people aren't, you know what I'm saying? And they're in these places because we have put them there through the election process and all of that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they're doing those things, whatever they're doing, because we're allowing it. Ultimately, we're allowing it. The same effort we put in to put them into office, the same effort can be put in to get them out of office. The same effort. The power
exactly,
rests with the people.
exactly.
The power is in the people. Do not forget that. They work for you. You know what I'm saying? So the structure that's currently in place, from my observation, this is what I think. I think the current structure that's in place is in place to derail that very thought process from the minds of the people here in America, and thus destroying that culture of the values and the principles that this nation that we know as the United States of America was built on from its inception, which was supposed to have been a beacon light of peace amongst all nations across the earth. But that power rested within the people. That power came from the people. And the people must never forget that. You forget it, that's your fall. You can't blame anybody but yourself for that. It's time to hold ourselves accountable for mistakes that we've made as well. It ain't all on the politicians. It ain't all on the miseducation. It ain't all on the, and right quick too, bro. I wanted to hit on this earlier. Let me close my sunroof. I I wrote this in my posted this in my community wall, because upon me doing research, I found this out for myself. And I said, I wonder how many of our people experience the same thing. And they the truth of the matter is they just not being honest about it, because they may have just forgotten. That's just how deep the propaganda has taken root, that they don't even remember why they believe what they believe. Let me hit on this right quick, bro. I posted a challenge in my community wall, and I said, matter of fact, give me 1 second, I'll pull it up, and I'll tell you exactly what I said. said, challenge, quote unquote, Black Americans, so-called Negroes, African Americans, were never taught in school in America they came from Africa as slaves. That's a narrative that was pushed in the streets, on television and movies, which is propaganda, and in books that were written independently. Please post any official school curriculum in America from the past that affirms that all so-called blacks were taught they were slaves from Africa. I got 38, 38 people liked it. 18 people left a comment on it. Nobody was able to present that evidence. And the reason I put that challenge out there is because when I did my research, I actually went back and got my school records and studied my grades all over again, and went back through all, it's public record, it's there. Went back through all the historical curriculum I was taught during that time. I was never taught that in school. They never taught us we were slaves from Africa in school. You know where I learned it from? I had to be honest with myself. After I learned this, I had to be honest with myself. I do remember learning it from the movie Roots. I do remember that. I do remember these, just like you still see today in the movies and stuff today, how they perpetuate that. 12 Years a Slave and all these other slave narrative movies. They still doing it. Same game, different time. Here's another one. I do remember agents back in the day, just like you see today, in the streets talking about that out of Africa stuff. It's old game. It's just a different time. And I had to be honest with myself. That's where I learned it from. So I put that challenge out there. And nobody was able to, matter of fact, man, just right quick, I'll read a few of the comments. Shout out to TYT Media too, man. My brother Greedy Vegan, he posted a link. And I also looked at that link, and who is this? This says, who's that replied? It said Tara the Realist. It says, good read, but this shows they were enslaved and what life was like for the Negro enslaved, which I don't think is being denied here. His question pertains to American Negro being taught he was a slave from Africa, just my observation, which he's exactly right. That's another reason I put that question out there, to see what responses I would get. If people would allude to just what she was saying, thinking that I was talking about something else, and I wasn't. She's exactly right. And that was the only comment I liked. Her response to Brother Greedy Vegan's link. Nowhere did I find in that school curriculum that they taught that we were slaves from Africa. Nowhere did I find it. And at least in what I was taught in the schools that I went to in the South, nobody was able to post it. Somebody said it was Roots for me. Somebody said, I was told in school when I came to UK, but it went in one ear and out the other. Somebody said that they learned that in the school in the UK. Here's another one that says, made what they heard in the streets and on TV like it was real, like conspiracy theories. Somebody said, yeah, we were all taught that in school. I remember. What's wrong with these people? Trauma that bad, you forget? No, I actually did the research. Who was that? Hemp Live, whoever that is, that comment. I didn't even know that comment was there. I actually did the research for me. Trevor Milton said, I have 2 children, and upon seeing this, I asked them if they ever been taught in school so far, 8th grade and 10th grade, I guess those are the 2 grades his children are in, that we were slaves from Africa. They both said no. So even in the 8th and the 10th grade, he asked his 2 children who are in the 8th and the 10th grade if they were taught that we were slaves from Africa. They both said no. That says a lot, man. I didn't even know that. That says a lot, man. I actually did the research for me. I was never taught that in school. I can say that for me. I was never
Well,
taught
brother
that in
Evan,
school.
me coming from Mississippi, the school I went to, we was never
Yeah,
taught that we came from Africa. But as far as the information we was taught through the
yeah,
curriculum, people kind of got that idea that we did come from Africa, but the only thing that separated that from us was our parents, and then they did show us. You remember when the movie Malcolm X came out?
yeah. I remember
That
that.
movie was showed, yeah, Malcolm X. When Spike Lee made the movie Malcolm X, they showed us our teacher, I think it was my history teacher. She showed us that movie. Uh,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, in class.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know what I'm saying? She showed all her students that movie, and I didn't understand. I just knew it was, to me it was a good movie because I was always interested about Malcolm X. It wasn't. We always heard about Martin Luther King, but I was never privy to Malcolm X. I heard about him, but we didn't know about him. But when I saw that movie
yeah,
kind of caught my eye, and I
yeah,
can still hear me, brother.
yeah. You good? I can hear you. It sounded like you did kind of go out for a second, but you good. I can hear you.
Yeah, my headphone, my battery's running out. I'm gonna have to get off in a minute. But
Okay.
once I got older, um, once I started listening to different platforms, I got an idea of that what his message was, and what he was talking about, and it resonated with everything that you guys are saying to this day. Even though a lot of people may not agree with Malcolm X on certain subjects, but Malcolm X was a motherfucking menace, and he was willing to go all out for his people, regardless of what you thought about him.
Yeah,
That's what resonated with me. But I'm gonna have to step down because I hear my headphones, my battery is going low on my headphone, but I'm gonna have to step down because my headphones gonna go out. Uh,
okay, okay. Well, it was a
yeah, but
pleasure, converse. It was a pleasure conversing with you, brother. It was
yeah,
a pleasure.
man.
That was a good build, man.
I don't mind, brother. I love y'all, brothers. For this information that y'all guys be putting out, man. I'm and I may not always come on the panel, but I always be in the chat, even if you don't see me in the chat. I always be listening. I be sitting back listening. I don't say nothing. I just be sitting back listening and learning. That's my position. You know what I'm saying? I'm not up here to challenge nobody on nothing because I'm learning. I'm still learning. I want to know more, and uh, I love to hear y'all guys uh, teach this information. And I wanted this information to be passed down to the children, especially because they are the ones going to need it the most
They
out of
are.
anybody.
And
You
the
know what I'm
fact that
saying? So
we I think it has already begun with us, man. You know what I'm saying? The fact that we're able to you know, hold these kinds of conversations on these platforms and stuff. And I remember when, first starting out and stuff, it was, it got vulgar, in the beginning, but you know what I'm saying? But now it seems it's 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 working through us. We're getting better at this. You know what I'm saying? Look how you and I was just You know what I mean? Up here talking and having a civilized conversation between two men without, all the extra. You know what I'm saying? We were able to talk about solutions, agree to disagree on certain points or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? Without, going there with each other. We just respect each other's minds, man, and continue to build. So I appreciate this, bro. This is 100 right here.
Oh,
I like
ain't
this,
no
man.
problem, Edric. Me, just like I said, I I never disagree with your information. I'm not the one to get along to get along with anybody. I'm the type of motherfucker. If I see you on some bullshit, I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna call you out.
100.
I don't give a fuck who it is. You know what I'm saying? But
100.
I think me and you had a pretty much a good deal for the time that we spent up here. Especially enjoyed the conversation with you, brother. But again, my
Indeed.
headphones get ready to go out, so I'm gonna step down
Yeah, I
and
hear him. I
you
hear him.
know let y'all guys have it. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate you for allowing me on the platform, brother. And bless all y'all, man. The chat, you know what I'm saying? Love y'all, man. And I'm gonna still be listening because it's just my headphones. I'm gonna let y'all go, man. I'm gonna step down, bro.
All right, brother. Bless up yourself. Have a good one.
All right, peace.
Peace. Who was that next?
You got it. You got it. Out and y'all. You got it, bro.
All right, what's going on,
Uh,
Smoke Signal? All right, brother. All
all
right.
right,
Yeah,
brother.
man.
Y'all.
Yeah, we just
Peace to
laid,
you.
man. We just laid back. Yeah, we laid back,
Yeah,
putting whatever
Yeah.
on the table, man. Seeing if we got
Whatever.
any
Yeah.
substance to it, bro. You know what I'm saying? What you got? What
yeah,
you
it's a
got?
lot of
What dish that you bring?
it's a lot of substance. I just heard, so that's why I come up. You know what I mean?
Come on with it, brother. Go on with it.
Yeah, a lot of substance. You know what I mean? I peep you out. I subscribe to your channel. Bab. All the brothers. You know what I'm saying? I rarely come up, you
Indeed.
know what I'm saying? Because I know it'd be too many people on the panel. Sometimes it just be a lot of, I think it's a lot of rigmarole talking. But I like
Indeed.
what the brothers, I like what Epic talking about right now because a lot of points he touched, right? There's a lot of things that pretty much go up under it's like water under the bridge. A lot of people don't think about that. And that's some cold shit you did in regards to put that challenge out. Has anybody been taught that slavery narrative in school? Nobody has. I'm in my
Indeed.
50s and I know I've never seen it. Um,
Indeed.
yeah, so, you know, but I want to go back to this Constitution thing. That's what
All
caught
right. I'm
my
gonna mute up.
attention.
I'm gonna
That's
mute
what
up. Go for it.
nah, don't mute up. Stay unmuted because we gonna go
Okay.
back and forth. We gonna go
All
back and
right.
forth. Right. So here's my thing, right? My approach to everything is that one of the key things that you spoke about, which is perfect, is that when you're dealing with people that you fighting over, that you're electing, that has none of your interests in mind, that is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people aren't thinking about that. I mean, you hear people arguing back and forth about two people that look nothing like you. That has not changed your condition now one time, or maybe gave you a grunion. You know what I'm saying? Then you tap dancing, you hollering, and then you saying, "Yeah, we're gonna have a whole back and forth about this," and so on and so forth. And you still got the same condition. Plenty of brothers and sisters getting murdered in the street. Period. You know what I'm saying? The what we call the laissez-faire, what we call equal opportunity, and all the different things that we're doing in the streets, even businesses, or even you got organizations that are trying to do stuff for the communities. The funds aren't being pushed their way. You got red tape all day long.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
and those things, is not even being spoke about. Now, my thing, and I'm gonna keep it PG, is that, you know, a lot of our issues are stemming from the people that look like us. When you elect somebody or select somebody to represent you in your community, basically those people are supposed to come to you and tell you where the money's at. These are the grants, these are the funds, these are the things that you need to come apply for. And they need to bring that to the people. Because you have people that actually are people that represent the communities. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I'm
Right,
one of them.
righteous.
I'm one of them. You know what I'm
100%.
saying? But when we get to these places and we try to get through those doors, they get cut off. You know, they browbeating you. I'm in California, so you already know what we dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we got to build. I think that's what we got to build, that backing. Make sure we have that back. That's why I said build stronger, become stronger, rebuild and become stronger. You know what I'm saying? Re-strengthen ourselves, and when we come back to, you know what I mean, the political arena and on those various platforms, we can do so successfully. Because I'm gonna tell you, one of the reasons they do what they do to us, even if we do get in certain places, is because we have no social backing, no backing of from our people. You know what I'm saying? Just in general, let alone the community, but just our people. They don't fear retaliation from us in any kind of way. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? If anything was to ever get done to any of us, they showed it clearly to us in the streets, and they televise it too. You know what I'm saying? And so we things like that we have to fix, but that starts with us. But I didn't mean to cut you off. Go for it, bro. I yield.
Nah, you didn't cut me off. Remember I said keep your thing off mute because you know we're gonna double dutch this thing. Um,
Indeed.
yeah, I mean, but my thing is, I mean, everything that you said is far fetched. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Mhm. Okay.
Because the bottom line is that the people like me and you, Smoke Signal, voices are being suppressed. And then you have these other makeshift people that, you know, same skin, you know what I mean, that have already then made deals. And the deal is don't bring it back to the communities. You know, if you could pick out any of your people that you want to do it for, you know, that's in pocket. I'm gonna tell you straight. I'm gonna tell you straight as it is. I'm telling you straight like that. It's not. I mean, you can't put no cut on it. That's just what it is. I mean, these people need to be removed. I don't
Agree.
care about them. I don't care about pale skin. They nothing to me. I fear them not. You know what I'm saying? Because they have no power in our communities. None. Zero. They got a mouthpiece, but who's giving them the mouthpiece? Who's giving them the mic? Who's handing them the mic? That's what I'm saying. It's our own people. You know, but they've already then made the deal. So I'm gonna keep it 110 toes. Let's keep it 100. We ain't gotta be super intellectual about it. This is what it
Righteous.
is. This is what they doing. Because if like my organization, I got 10 just like me in California, all the way up and down. Most of the organizations I set up for them. If they did that, if we was able to get access to those funds with no red tape, it's a wrap. We ain't gotta worry about nothing no more. We ain't gotta worry about homelessness. We ain't gotta worry about people being kicked out of their own houses and substituted in with these foreigners and all that stuff. I mean, this is actually what's happening. And I'm eyewitness to it. You know, I got people that I got clients that I help that are doing this, that are going through these situations. Like, and I know exactly how they're doing it, which is cold business. You talking about people getting kicked off their land behind some, you know what I'm saying? But when we, my point is, once we attack that first, telling you, we ain't gonna have no problems with pale skins. Why? Because they have no more Stevens. You know what I'm saying? Playing that role. They out the way. Like where I come from, we rather deal with them folks because we already know where they stand and they gonna stay out the way. We rather deal with them folks because they gonna mind their business. They gonna stay over there. They're not coming over here. We already know where they stand. But when you got somebody looking like you coming over here hollering at you and giving you this, you know what I'm saying, all these grapes and vines and all that type of shit, and then they ain't really about nothing, you're gonna be still sitting there waiting. Now, when you get into the point of how do I put this? When you get into the point of getting, because it really doesn't matter who's in there, right? When you get into the point where the collective now comes together and we push that line, then we'll be able to get what we'll be able to get what we want. And I think you kind of made mention to that when you was talking about the Constitution. When you get off the semantics, right? Once you put the semantics to the side, then you'll be able to reach a common goal. Because regardless of where you stand or what position you're in, they still got the same objective for you. You know what I'm saying? That's what we call the wild Indian. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of wild Indians out here that ain't bending over. You know what I'm saying? But when you see, when you think about it though, all the categories, all the misnomers, all the classifications, we still the same people. When the people that aren't the same people are the people that have now decided to go on the other side and then work against us. Those aren't our people.
Right. Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Now, when you're dealing with the Constitution, right? I said all that to say that basically I was kind of just giving you my background and what I know.
Yeah,
So,
you good, bro.
I'm not really
You good.
doing that. Yeah. So, when you're dealing with the Constitution and you understand the Constitution, right? And I want to add on to what you were saying. Do you know that close to 90% of the people elected are attorneys?
Yeah. Not all of them have. Yeah. They have that
Right.
background. They have bar cards.
You know that's against the Constitution, right?
Yeah, I know that. That's why this is why I always, like I always say, and I'll say it here again. When it comes to the Constitution, it is imperative that you enforce it. And understand when I say enforce it, it's not in place for you to be ruled by it, so to speak. It's there for you, that if it's there for us to enforce, so that we are not molested by these foreign entities who have come here to do business or whatever that they're here for. You see what I'm saying? Officially, or whatever. You see what I'm saying? That Constitution is in place. It is the law to keep them in their place and keep them from molesting you. And when they do, minimally, if you enforce it, that means you're holding them accountable. What has been happening, that hasn't been happening. And that's the problem from my perspective. I think that's the problem from a legal perspective, because as I comprehended the Constitution being the supreme law for them. That's why I say it's imperative that we enforce it.
Okay, let me
to
ask you a
hold
question.
them to hold them in check,
Okay,
and
let me ask you.
and
let
at
me
the
ask you-
same time holding them accountable. But yeah, go
Let
ahead.
me-
My bad, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, so right, it's a supreme law for them. Okay, but what is their foundation that it's the supreme law
The
for them?
fatwa, the great law of peace. We know what it's derived from,
Okay,
and that comes from nature. We derive that authority from what we observe and live through nature,
but
naturally, because we know it.
we talking about for them, not that the great law of peace. Yeah, what comes next, though? You just jumped over one. Before you get to the Great Law of Peace, you have treaties, right? They
Which are
breached.
okay.
Yeah, they breached. They breached every treaty. If people talk about some of these treaties, but they need to read them. If it doesn't start with peace and friendship, it is not a treaty. You know, like the Moors, they always talk about, yeah, we had the Great Peace and Friendship Treaty. Every treaty starts with peace and friendship. I'm nuts. You see what I'm saying? Every treaty is supposed to start with peace and friendship.
Right. You not. I thought I was the only one that saw that too, bro. You and I think a lot alike. I swear we do.
Yeah,
I caught that too.
that's why
I
I
caught
jumped
that,
on
bro.
here. You know, you young brother, you know,
I
I had to
caught
come
that.
on up here, you know what I'm saying? And see, these are the intricate things people are missing. They jumping over that. I think they just more impressed or trying to impress people with how much they know. That don't mean shit. It
Yeah.
means absolutely nothing. Because guaranteed, if you ain't got no small army, you're nothing. You're absolutely nothing. You need to know that.
Yeah, you got to be able to protect what you build. You know what I'm
That
saying?
part.
And we're being shown it. We're being shown it through the United States. They've done it. Other people who come over here, they do that. Like when they go to their and build their own communities. I've been to in Washington State. I'll use for an example. In Washington State, when I visited there, I saw that the Mexicans or the quote unquote so-called Hispanics, if you will, they have their own neighborhoods. Not only that, their own shopping centers where they own all the businesses. You know what I'm saying? Asians, they have the same thing, and Asians have their own schools. I'm talking
Right.
about not just any school either, bro. I'm talking about like top of the line schools
Right. Right.
where
That
they
just
teach
happened.
their own, educate their own.
Yeah, that
And
just
that's going
happened in
on
East.
here.
Yeah, that just happened in East LA. This happened
Yeah.
like before, this was like 2014, 15. I mean, I used to walk into
Yep.
every place, every location and listen because I was going where the money was at. Where they talking about money for organizations, for communities. I was sitting in their meetings and I went to East LA, nothing but Mexicans. And them is Messays over there. There's M13 over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they actually was talking about turning East Los Angeles into their city. Because it was just Los Angeles. We just called it East Los Angeles because it was on that side. But they turned it into East Los Angeles. And now it's theirs. They have their own schools. They have their own stores. They have their own markets. I mean, they in Compton now with theirs. You know, they got their Canacheria. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. I mean, it's like that. Now, you know, the thing about Washington State is very interesting. If you really understood Washington State, you get a lot done over there, you know, through their
Yes, sir.
government. Yeah, okay, so you know. All right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you look at a lot of the counties, in Washington State, all Indian names, all of them. And they still
Yep.
are reserved.
Sammamish. Yep. Sammamish, Issaquah. I know what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ketitias.
All Indian names. All of them.
them.
You're exactly right. Yep.
Oregon too.
Yep. Been through there numerous of times as well.
Yeah. So, and you know, when you think about it, you know, California, Beverly Hills, downtown, Melrose, all them was on Pio Pico. You know, all these names that you have right there are melanated people. You know, that so, you know, not to really jump off the topic, but you know, it all comes back full circle. Is that
right?
You know, you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I do the same thing. Like it may seem like I'm jumping all over the place, but no, I'm making a circle, man. You just hang in there with me, you'll get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just hang in there. That's all you gotta do. Pay attention. Stay focused. It's gonna come full circle, man.
Yeah, and a lot of these and a lot of people are bringing, you know what I'm saying, you know, a lot of people are bringing the wrong claims when they're trying to make their claim. you know,
Oh
and that,
boy, especially with the mortgage claims and them case laws I've come across, brother. Especially when it come to those allodial title claims and all of that, trying to prevent a foreclosure, talking about because he's a Moorish American and he has a allodial title they don't have, and I'm like, man, I know who been telling you that, and they got you are so conceptually you kind of there, but I know where they
right,
got that from, and that's not, man. So many people that got missed off from that. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Ain't nobody addressing that part. Everybody trying to hold this person like everything they say is gold, but man, and this person that missed a lot of people off with what been coming out of his mouth, and he trying to play. From my perspective, he's trying to
Who
elude the responsibility. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like
who
all
you
will be
talking about?
revealed. All will be revealed in due time, bro.
Who you talking
Everything
about?
has a time. All will be revealed in due time.
Well, I'll say this, right? Right. A lot of people just stretch your imagination. I'm just don't even take what I'm saying with a pot of gold or
Yeah,
anything. Just dust, but brush it off your
indeed.
shoulder. Look, this I'm just talking. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. You hear me?
Indeed.
All right. So
I'm with you, bro.
peep this. Just think about this for a second. Just wrap your brain around this. Right. So let's just say we just playing a game, right? Monopoly, right? And you say you're gonna loan me some money. I said, okay, right? Somebody want to sell you something. All right, yeah, cool. They want to sell you a piece of property. All right, I want to buy it. And then they say, okay, well, so on and so forth. You got to sign this. You got to do this and do this. Blah 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 blah. But right, you got title, right? You got title insurance. They got to run title as preliminary title report, so on and so forth. You see all these different type of things. All right, cool. They say title's free and clear. Cool. Previous owner sells you the house, you get a grand deed, bam, it's there. Job done. It's over. Escrow closed. It's over. What didn't happen behind that? What just happened behind that, right? You got deed of trust, you got all these different type of things and so on and so forth, right? That just clouded title, right?
Really, from my perspective, it's bullshit because, like, as I revealed earlier, the ultimate claim to any part of this motherfucker that you claim you have a deed to, the ultimate claim is discovery. And even outside of anything that you think you may have, when it comes to that, you don't have. There is no. That's what I'm saying. That stuff is a farce, man. It's all a fraud. But even from the perspective of owning land, you know what I'm saying, if you will, this paperwork and all of this old stuff, man. I'm telling you, man, that shit is
Well,
just
I'm gonna tell you what.
plainly put, bro, is irrelevant. Plainly put, is irrelevant. All of it is.
It's
It's
not.
only relevant. It's
I'm
okay.
gonna tell
It's
you why it's not. I'm gonna tell you why
okay.
it's not.
All
Right.
right.
See, people don't read their paperwork, right? Now, you're partially right. You don't outright own the land. You got interest in the land.
Okay. You
That's
talk
what
about
that's
language
what that's why you got title insurance, right? The land is insured. Now, the bottom line is if you look up what a allodial title is, it gives you fee simple, right? If you look at your Schedule A of your title insurance, you read it completely. It says that you're the owner with interest in the land. You're the owner of the estate with interest in the land. That's what it tells you.
now. Hold on. Say that one more time.
It says you're the owner. Schedule A on your title insurance says you're the owner with interest in the land.
No, you said something about the state.
It says and it has estate in there. Estate.
Oh, estate. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So, and it
Okay.
says
My
that right.
thing.
Go ahead.
My thing with those titles, especially a allodial title and deeds and even land patents and all of those stuff,
Mm,
they were issued to you from, and I have the case law. I posted it on my page. The government can't give you something it does not have. The government, even with Empress Verdiachi, I'm quite sure you're familiar with her, when she took them to court and
I agree.
got her judgment. Okay, they admitted for the record that they've never made the claim to own the land. Never. They never have.
Absolutely. I don't disagree
Because
with you.
because they don't. And they've also revealed in another case law that I posted that people with those deeds and all these various instruments, they come to find out, if they do their research and they follow it, they come to find out that the government cannot give them something they do not have.
Absolutely.
And that's why it alludes to interest in the land.
That's right. That's right.
You see what I'm saying? It's not, they can't convey to you owners. They don't own it to do that. That's not, they present like they do. You see what I'm saying? But
That's right.
when it legally and officially, they're telling the truth for the record. We just have to search it and see where it is. And there's you can find your remedy there. You can develop whatever you're trying to develop and seek whatever remedy that you're trying to seek based on the premise of the information that you just came across and studied for yourself, made it you came across that truth and made it your own. So now you're making it work for you. This is where the work has to get done. Instead of listening. Okay, my fault. Go ahead, bro.
This is where you go to. This is where the Constitution is solid. This is where the Constitution is solid, because when people trespass on your land because you're in peaceful possession of that land. Now, if the actual true owners came back and said, "Yeah, I do have this land patent," even though there is some flaws in it, and they came back and say, "Yeah, I want to reclaim this land," you got to go. You know what I'm saying? In that sense, because what I'm saying is, when the Constitution says that nobody should, let me just paraphrase, nobody should lose any property or anything of that matter without just compensation.
No, you mean without due process. Without due process of law. That's what it says. It says without
nothing
due
should be
process.
taken. Yeah, you talk. That's Sixth Amendment, right? Right. But there's other things that state in the Bill of Rights. It has to be just compensation as well. If you take it, because if you take it, you're talking about eminent domain, right? If you just come in and you just remove somebody off the land and you know that they have interest in that land, they must be compensated for it. But they're not doing that. See, we got to get, you see, you're going deep into it, but there's a lot of people that are still on the surface. You know what I'm saying? That are losing their land. They're being removed off their land without just compensation. You see what I'm saying? When you look at it, because when you look at the title insurance, it doesn't talk about property. It doesn't talk about real estate. It talks about the land. But it goes back to the homestead, right? It goes back to your homestead. Okay. See, everything going to this present time, what you're talking about, dealing with the Homestead Act. Is dealing with the Homestead Act. So everybody is squatting.
Yeah, even that's us. Basically what that's the Squat Act. That's what I call the Homestead Act, the Squat Act. Yeah, and it wasn't designed for our people, but you got some of our people out here pushing and telling our folks to do homesteading. And I'm like, man, that's a trick, man. That's a trap. You know what I'm saying? That's an illusion. Just like deeds and ceasings and land, this is my perspective, land patents and all this, it's an illusion. It's an illusion of ownership.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, this government can't give you something it does not have. It doesn't have the land. It's here operating under the Constitution with interest in land. It doesn't own it. It can't ever own it. It can't give you anything but what it creates to give you, which are those patents, allodial title, all these titles and stuff. These are issued by these people. These weren't created by us and our folks and passed down through. You know what I'm saying? It's not a business inheritance. An airship is not a business transaction. It ain't got nothing to do with no UCCs, and ain't got nothing to do with all this other stuff. What I'm talking about is inheritance, primogeniture, man. I'm talking about bloodline. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is deeper than the paperwork and whatever deed. I don't care how old it is. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't create it, it ain't yours, and it's somebody else that's laying claim to what's yours. The very first sign that is happening is the fact that you're paying taxes for your land. If you're paying taxes to any government for your land, it clearly shows you don't have ownership or whatever you think you have in the land. You don't even have supreme ownership in the land. I guarantee you there's also probably a clause that you don't even own the minerals, just the soil. You don't own the water rights and all that stuff. See, people, people don't talk about this part because they playing the game, and they know they playing the game, but they coming off to people, like, what they doing is the truth and the way and the life and all that shit, but really you still playing the game. You know what I'm saying? And you just, if anybody was standing on principle, then that will be clearly seen, and the issue of money would be irrelevant. Right. But because money is an issue, the principle is off the table. And that's my problem. That's my supreme issue. I am a man of principle. I don't care about I do want to make money, but that's not my principle though. Money's a tool to me, and I use it as such. I literally do. I ain't just, blowing hot air. I'm telling the truth about this. Like, it's just a tool to me, man. You win some, you lose some. That's my attitude towards money.
That's a good approach.
You win some, you lose some, man. It's just like any choice that you make in life. You make the wrong choice, you lose some. You make the right choice, you win it. You're rewarded. You know what I'm saying? So if you study to show yourself approved, you're gonna make the appropriate decision. You're gonna make the appropriate decision. You're gonna make the right choice, man. And it's that simple. Because you were seeking and you found it. You knocked and the door was open to you. You can't fail. It's impossible for you to fail. When you're seeking the truth, man, you can't fail. The only way you fail is if you give up seeking. If you stop knocking. That's where you lose, and that ain't nobody's fault but yours. It ain't God's fault. It ain't your mama's fault. It ain't nobody's fault, man.
Right. And this
so am I hearing that there's absolutely no rules regarding land?
Go ahead, Epic. You go
it's just
first.
Whoever's strong enough to possess it. Is it just whoever's strong enough to possess it? It's your land. If you're strong enough to get it and maintain it and possess it and keep everybody else from getting it from you, it's basically yours. There's no other rule besides that.
Unfortunately, that's what we've allowed the world to allude to today. We allowed this to take place. Unfortunately, that's the way it is today. It ain't always been that way. People didn't always think in this direction that we are, but we've allowed these things to go on for so long. We've been inactive for so long. This shit has taken a deep root. And to find our way out, we got to play the game to find our way out. Well, to make some shit happen. It's seemingly you got to play the game to make some shit happen for you and yours in order to find your way up out of it. But you know what? I think the ultimate way out of it is the unity. You don't have to be at war or enmity with the other side to do this. You don't have to be militant and all that old shit worrying about trying to go to war with the United States or any, you ain't got to worry about trying to do that. Just, man, build. Ain't nobody stopping you from building. Ain't nobody stopping you from unifying. Ain't nobody stopping us from protecting our own, coming together and protecting our own because of the world that we live in today. Until we get it back right, until the minds of the people is back to where it's supposed to be, where we can walk up and down the street without. I remember growing up, bro, man, we didn't have fences.
Right.
In our neighborhoods, man. Wasn't nobody tripping about children playing in our yard, in the yards and stuff. It was one big yard, and our houses just so happened to sit on this piece of land. So we just gonna make the best of it, man. Let our children play together, become friends with each other, and this is the future generation of our community. That's how we thought about it. We ain't think about it, man. He always intruding on my space and all this old shit. It's stupid. It's like the way it is because we've allowed it to be that way. Regardless of whatever reason it's for. Well, I'm quite sure we all have what we think in our mind are legitimate reasons for why it is the way it is. But in my mind, it's illegitimate, man. It's a fucked up excuse to keep things the way that they are instead of us taking the right approach to make the right thing happen for us. And just for humanity as a whole. You know what I'm saying? But us the most, because we need it the most. We're the most inactive, if you will, when it comes to this. Everybody else seem to have this shit together, man. And we wonder, we can't be walking around with a chip on our shoulder because we ain't getting no respect. We don't deserve it. We ain't active. Why should we expect respect when we ain't putting in the work to deserve it? And just being honest, man, I'm going there. I'm gonna say it because the goddamn truth. We done fucked up so bad, and we so far go. Our fucking women and left us and going to seek other men. There was once upon a time, well, based on what they showing on in the, like I said, I don't believe it's full-fledged. But if we keep letting it go, it's gonna be like that. Are we willing to let our women go like that? I'm just keeping it 100. Because these are our mamas and grandmamas and aunties, women of our families and stuff. They're losing faith in us because we ain't putting in the work as men. We got to give them something to honor us for. And regardless of whatever position we as men take, you know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, us men, we women, you know what I'm saying? You know, but that, from my perspective, bro, I'm being honest, bro, and I ain't caking enough for nobody. I'm just telling the truth based on my observation. We failed our sisters in places where we should not have failed them, man. And we have to take responsibility there, man. We do. Well, that's why we losing our respect with our, you know what I'm saying? From that perspective, I ain't talking down nobody. I'm telling you the truth based on my observation. You know what I'm saying? I love my motherfucking people, man. But I got to tell the truth in order for us to see, man. That's why we're in the position we in. We allowed it to be this way. I yield. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
I would say I'm gonna respond to what you just said, and then I'll answer Smoke question. Now, my thing is that those people that you're talking about, those few people, is minuscule to me. It's a fraction of those type of women that are doing those things. I think because they choose to. We used to say back in the day, women choose. You know what I'm saying? She knows she like you before you even step to her. She saw you before you even seen her. You know what I'm saying? So women choose. So I don't give them that break. You know what I'm saying? I got 4 sisters and a mama. So,
but I just know I've never until here recently, within the past few years, bro, I've never known at all, period, the black woman not to choose the black man. I've never known that to happen, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's just probably where you from. But like
I've never seen, no, I'm talking about even traveling, bro. Let me tell you this part, bro. Even traveling, because I still try. I do a lot of traveling. No, I'm not a truck driver. It's just my hobby. It's something I love to do. You know what I'm saying? But like, bro, from what I've seen, even especially in Florida, bro, it's from what I've seen in Florida. If you visit there and you don't know this, and you've never talked to any of them, you would know. You would actually think that that's widespread in Florida, the black woman being with the black, but it ain't actually our sisters from here. It's actually the Haitian and Jamaican women that then came over here and with that, and they're the ones doing it, not our sisters are here already. You see what I'm saying? Right, and so that image because they come over here and they take on the image trying to look just like the sisters over here, just like the men taking on the image to look like us brothers over here. And so when they go out caking, you know what I'm saying, for these white folks, I'm just keeping it 100 because I see it, bro. That's why I'm speaking on it like this. And I don't mean no harm. I ain't trying to be a bigot or nothing. I'm not a bigot. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling the truth as to what I've observed.
Yeah, you
They
ain't got to
really caking
explain
for them.
yourself. You ain't got to explain
Yeah, they
yourself.
really out here caking for them and doing what they do. You know what I'm saying? And they're making us look like we choosing up on them. And that ain't even the case. That's y'all doing it. Y'all making us look bad with that. We ain't out here, man. No, that's y'all doing that. That's what
Right.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see, I don't see it, bro. I don't see our sisters running after these white men. I'm not seeing that. I see the Haitian and Jamaicans are, what their women are,
Right.
and they buy right into it. And it's like in parts of Florida where I've been to, like that's the culture. It's like it's law for, you know, our people, you know, people that look like us. Let me say that look like us, to be with another race, not with our own. So just know that. Also, when me and my wife visited, man, we got stares, and I told my wife why we were getting stared at. I said, "Take a look around you. Me and you ain't normal to be together, and we the real deal. They never expected to see you and I walk through any door together.
Mm-hmm.
They don't expect that."
Yeah.
And the admiration, the respect, and the love that we express between each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, man, they really making it. You damn right.
Yeah.
And this
And
ain't no
those
front.
people,
You
and
know what I'm
those
saying? It's
people,
real.
and those people, you know what I'm saying? Those are the people that are getting attention. See, those people shouldn't get no attention from us. That's the bottom. That's why I say
Right.
it's minuscule. It's really small. Like a lot of them people coming
100.
up over here and they fit right in because they are cousins. You know what I'm saying? They are people too. I mean, but they
Right.
made they chose. They made a decision, and you know that's just what it is. It's really small. I'm telling you, it's small. I mean, and these days and
I
time,
know, bro.
a lot of these young brothers and young sisters, not just they just going after people, you know, going after the opposite sex, you know what I'm saying, that don't look like them and ain't come from their culture. They go into their own sex. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a lot of
Yeah.
gay shit going on, man. And where is it
Yeah.
coming from? And what is it being influenced?
What
That's the
that's
cold
their
thing
problem,
about
bro.
it. Yeah,
That's their problem. Let them have.
that's
That's
the
their
point
problem.
I'm
Let them
trying
have.
to say. That's their problem. Now, to answer Smoke question, like basically when you're dealing with squatters and the Homestead Act, that's just what it was about. People taking over and just coming and squatting. If it was an open land, you plant your flag and you go ahead and build your thing and nobody do anything about it. Now, our people, our ancients said this. We didn't put fences up because this land doesn't belong to us. It belongs to the creator, the most high, or whatever you want to call him. You know what I'm saying? We
Right.
had there was no borders, but they created the
Yeah.
borders. They
Right.
created these things and they had to protect themselves because of what they were doing. Now,
Right.
at the end of the day, we got incorporated into that. And I'm using that like strongly, incorporated into that, enfranchised into that system.
Right.
So when you're dealing with that situation, it's not that simple as to say, I can just come and just take it. But that's just how the law is right now. That's just how their system is set up. But it's not set up as we set it up for them. And that's the key thing you got to know, Smoke, is that we created this system, not them. We
They're
created this
misusing it.
system when
They're
they
misusing and
came
abusing it.
over, when them melanated people came over across that water and sought refuge. We let them in. We kept them on the borders, though. We kept them in the ports or the forts, and they made their way in, started intermarrying, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, basically what happened is when time came along, everything got so mixed up like gumbo. You know, at the end of the day, this is where we're at today. But more importantly, you know what I'm saying? It's not really about somebody just can come and just squat and do this stuff like that. It's really about the government that we have. And this is not the government that we instituted. This is like the fourth or fifth constitution that they created. So now it's more just a corporation than anything else. It's not really an organic agreement that we had, because that constitution, in order to create a constitution and create a nation or create some type of establishment, you have to get agreement and you have to get permission from the sovereign people on that land. And we
and they
that.
do. They
And we
they
were
do
that.
have that they have that consent, bro, because of the actions that we take on a daily basis. That
Do
gives
they?
them the presumption that yes, that
Nah,
gives them let me explain.
nah.
Let me explain. That gives them the presumption that you agree and consent. You see what I'm saying? Those actions being that every facet of how you live, move, and how you're being within the jurisdiction of the United States, because everything that you do reveals that you do so, and that's why it's presumed from, like I said, from the documents that they issue to you that you use to present as your identification, everything, even going to look up your family, you using resources provided by them, everything you use to live, move, and have your being is within its jurisdiction.
See, but the thing is, you're giving them too much power. The bottom line is there are
I'm not
servants.
giving it to them. I'm saying the power rests with you. You the one keep giving them the power by doing
No,
that. No, not you personally. I'm just
Okay, you talking
no,
about
not
in
you
general.
personally,
Okay,
bro.
got you.
Yeah, just in general. I apologize for that. I'm not,
Okay,
I'm
but
not trying to shoot you down.
they are servants to us. That's why we
Yes, they are.
use those things, because they have to preserve them. Because if they really wanted to really destroy everything, they would have destroyed it. Why haven't they? They always talk about things was burned up and this, that, and they ain't burnt up nothing. They have everything reserved and preserved. Because if they did, then they really be going against nature, and they will be taken out quickly. We wouldn't even have to do it, because there are people still sitting around waiting to see what's going on, and that's why and it's pretty much time's up for them, and that's why things are changing right now. Now, this is their last little push. That's why it's a land grab right now. They really trying to. That's why they're trying to get a lot of people over here to work against us. You know what I'm saying? Because they already know. Not that we are waking up. It's about the simple fact that we've already been awake. We already know what's going on. Now we are pushing our agenda, and we are forcing them to provide us and give us what is due to us. I mean, you got to look at it. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at it from this perspective. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I agree
We
partially.
young in this game. We young in this game. This thing been going on for about 300, 400, 500 years. We young in this game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we are.
I'm just giving that perspective, because you got to think about it. You can't just take off and leave the people behind, brother. Come on, Epic. You got to stay surface with the people that really don't know, so you can bring them along with you. See, a lot of people can get information and they just take off with it. You can't just take off with it. You gotta slow walk this thing, so that way you got people coming with you. You see what I'm saying? So, like, Smoke asked a specific question, and the bottom line is that this is why we always been cool, because we ain't worried about what they the ones scrambling around doing this and doing that. We not. We sitting cool because we already know this land is ours. Whether we knew it or not, we always was comfortable in where we was at and knew what was ours was ours. It just took time for us to do what we need to do. My mom's 78, my daddy 83. So when you get to that point, you understand how they talk and how they lived, then you knew that they already knew what they knew. You know what I'm saying? It got away from them.
You gotta also remember that this is how they, quote unquote, wrote us out of history. They treated it as if we weren't even here. You know what I'm saying? You got to always remember that.
But see, you talk about narrative.
That's their.
You talk about narrative,
no. Listen,
though.
that's not a narrative. That's for the record. I pulled up the case law and I read it as well. This is for the record. You know what I'm saying? And this case law was concerning land and resources. These people are standing on those grants by Charles the Second.
Right.
The Crown. They're standing on those grants. And
but who gave them the grants? Who granted them their
That's what
land?
I'm the crown. That's what I'm saying, because
Okay,
they're
so
from
if
the
that's the
perspective.
case, so if that's the
They are
case,
from the perspective of
okay,
doctrine
but
of discovery,
I'm gonna
and
give
they're
you an
saying that
I'm gonna give you an
it
example
was
in
not
my family.
inhabited.
Listen to me. I'm gonna give you an example in my family. You know what I'm saying? My great
All
great
right.
great uncle owned 400 plus acres that he was leasing out to. He was granting them land and stuff like that on a 7-year lease. These people are
Okay.
being leased. They're being leased these areas to do whatever they need to
Right.
do for the benefit of us. Why? Because at the end of the day, if you go deep back into history, those people were our relatives. But you had some infiltration going on, and then you had these other things coming on, so on and so forth, and then it got convoluted. You got
Turncoats.
you got
Turncoats.
to but you got to understand that that's what's going on. So the only way, that's why I started off, the only way we're going to be able to rectify it is those people that look like us need to be removed and not looked at somebody as an influence for us to be doing anything. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? That's the
Yeah.
bottom line. You know, once
Right.
we do that, we'll be able to get things done. Anything talking about anything else, and that's why I was talking about this the other day, talking about this white supremacy whole narrative. Like, what is that? You know what I'm saying? Do people really understand language? Are they reading a dictionary? Do they understand the whole language of things that are going on
Yeah.
and how you're applying it to people that ain't even supposed to be applied to? Who is giving that narrative? Who is
Yeah.
putting power into those people? Who is putting power into those people who are not even that? It's our people. I mean, come on. So when I say that you got interest in the land, you got an allotment, and what you have is you have that interest in the land. And the bottom line is we can move and go anywhere we want, but we can't trespass on somebody and just do whatever they do and just take it from them and do those type of things. If it's occupied, if it's peacefully occupied, then you could do that. A lot of people, and like I said, a lot of these Moors was doing something where they could go ahead and put a land patent. If there's a land patent, or if there ain't no land patent, people on the land, I could go claim a whole county and do all that. Hell no, you crazy. You can't do that.
But that's what
You
I
and
think, bro. This what I was telling the other brother. I think that that's what I was telling them. I think also that that's also was an attempted power move to regain a foothold here and to gain control of the estates, because from what I witnessed firsthand, like they were trying to get you to change your records and make everything Moorish, as if it's Moorish. You know what I'm saying? But that's a transfer of estate.
I mean,
You,
I'm
you,
with you on
you
that.
see what
And
I'm saying?
I'm
And
with
I'm
you. I'm
like,
with you on that.
yeah,
That's it, D.
I
You got to
think
go deeper though. You got to go deeper though.
that's what
This is
I'm
why I
saying.
say
They've always
stretch your
been here and been
imagination on
coming
that.
through here,
Yeah, that's
back
what I'm
and forth.
saying. You
They've
got to stretch your
always been
mind.
coming through. They have the history on, Africans and Moors, all of that coming back and forth here thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's nothing
But
new. At
but Africa,
700 AD,
Africa.
that ain't nothing, man. There's a
I'll t-
vast history of that.
I'll tell anybody, and they can't prove it to me. Ain't nobody prove it to me yet.
Was
Ain't
the
no such thing as an African, and ain't no such thing as a Moor. Period. You can't find it nowhere in history. Not in no
right?
people,
That's why all is recent.
and
It's all
not in the
modern, man.
land,
It's
and not in
recent.
the land.
It's
And then they want to stretch
not
into
here, especially.
Morocco or Maury or this and that and so on and so forth. Those that was a family. That was a small range, and those were things that were created at a time to where you can expand something and put something into the thing. The best book that you could find that deals with all those different titles and things like that is Herodotus, Histories. That book right there tells you all the things where he was going all these different places, and he was just saying, oh yeah, these people look like this, and these people, all he was doing was describing people by how they look. Never really got in detail about the people.
Yeah.
Now the thing is that when you dealing with these titles or these bywords, I like to call them bywords because they never depict a people. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at the standard form, when you deal with ethnicity, it tells you specifically what it is. These are the main groups that you're dealing with right now, and it tells you exactly who they are, and it always fits their own narrative. But the one thing they never get wrong is the American Indian. They never get that wrong. And the thing is that even if we're dealing with that situation, you say, well, American Indian is another name and this, that, and the other. Okay, so what? So what? We've always within their doctrines of everything that they're done, and we made sure they did it like that. Because like I said, what's the white boy name, pale skin name he did a whole documentary called 500 Nations. Yeah, it's a little actor and stuff. He played Bull Durham and stuff like that. He did a whole thing called 500 Nations. Should get that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So when you look at what we did, we made sure that everything that they had was in place, and we was always separated from all the other people. That's why we was Indian, not taxed, and that's why all the different things that they had laws for, the black codes, all these different type of things, those things wasn't for us. We was always separate from them. People have the right approach when they start talking about it, and then they go right back and say black. That's not us.
Right.
That's them.
Right. Right.
And it was
That's what I was.
documented
Yeah,
as such in the 1700s. They said black people
yeah.
and the Indians who were not counted. We was not counted in the enumerations. We was never counted in the enumerations.
And that's the meaning of the distinction between the black and the Indian that they make in the case laws and in various history books to make it seem
Absolutely.
like there's a separation between the two, but they're actually the same. It's just blacks are those Indians who took on their the so-called American Indians who took on that classification.
That came later after when Abraham Lincoln and after the so-called Civil War, after that and the Reconstruction Act,
Yeah.
that's when we got started being enumerated and so on and so forth, because at that time we was mixing in with the Sephardic Jews and the Moriscos that was coming over here. After they got expelled, then when they started coming over here, then that's when we started blending with them, because actually we were kind of the same people. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm all right with that. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? And that's when they started doing what they was doing. Then, like I said, like from my family, like on my mom's side, we was Wetumpka and Muskogee. We was right over there, Tapaloosa and Wetumpka. You know what I'm saying? Straight up, like
yeah.
Let me ask you a question though. Is that the origins of mulatto mixing with Sephardic Jews and Moriscos?
Absolutely.
Is that the origin of mulatto?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you this: my father from Louisiana, Evangeline Parish. His mother was disowned because she married my grandfather. My grandfather was Muskogee. She came from France through Canada and she spoke French. She spoke to me in French when I was a baby. Met her 2 times. She was speaking French to me. You know what I'm saying? And her family disowned her when she married my grandfather. And when you dealing with that situation, I mean, I got it in my family, so I got it right firsthand knowledge. My dad always told me why he didn't like no pale skins, no nothing, anything that was outside of melanated people. He didn't like them. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and that's just where he was at with it. But
you know what they rocked us to sleep.
But he was considered, he was called mulatto, and he was called Creole. Now I'm gonna tell you this, brothers. When I pulled his census, I pulled a census on my grandfather in the 30s. Was it 30s or 40s? I can't remember. But I pulled a census on him. He had land. He was considered white. He was on the census as white. And my grandmother, was considered to be a Negro. Now, if you look at my grandmother, she looks like one of those. She kind of looks like, a Native American. How you would see a Native American. You know what I'm saying today.
Okay.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying. My grandfather, big afro. Like chocolate. You know what I'm saying. 6'1".
Yeah.
His brother. So when I looked at it, I fell out my chair. I was like, what? What's this? This is before, I kind of knew what I knew on this side of dealing with things. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I said, that's crazy. I said, how is that possible? But see, he owned land, a lot of land.
That's
But at
why
that
it was
time, the
classified as
landowners,
white.
exactly. There you go.
That's why, because like we know that white is a status, and it means you own land. It means land ownership. It ain't had nothing to do with complexion and all that. It was a status,
See, but this
and
where we
it
got
to
it.
be.
This is where we at, Smoke. And these are conversations that needs to be had more because we in the present time. I know we like talking about history, but in the present time, we need to get that right.
Yeah.
See, a lot of people don't like pull
You talk.
records, but I'm really itching. I'm really itching. I don't do no social media. I got some, but I don't post nothing. I just do it just to keep up, see what brothers and sisters talking about. I jump on a panel like I do every now and then. I do that with, sometime with BAP and sometime with Top Cat, you know what I'm saying? Scrabble Minds. I don't like dealing with people that's solid, you know what I'm saying? Got good conversation,
Yeah.
that I know is that the ground round, but I like to share some of my knowledge and stuff like that. But if I really want to do that, then I got the records that nobody can refute. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to get off that conversation. I'm really about getting people off that bullshit conversation because it means nothing. It's not going to amount to nothing. And it's not going to help us. You know what I'm saying? That's why I jumped up because this brother talking some stuff that I like talking about. You know what I mean? And of course, we're not going to
I
agree on
appreciate you
everything, but
coming.
I think we got different angles of how we looking at it, though.
Yeah.
Real
Yeah.
talk.
I appreciate you coming up, bro. That's what's up, man.
Yeah, man. I
I
appreciate
think,
y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and because I go all night with this stuff. I mean, because
man, I don't mind,
you
bro. Shit,
you guys keep
I don't
going.
mind, bro.
That's gonna keep me going. So
Yeah, that's
like I
what keeping
said,
me going too, man. So I don't mind it, man. I got a lot I could share, bro. Like for real. I
I
got a
just think,
lot.
see me, I stay in the present. You know what I'm saying? And I'm about my people. And a lot of people don't know what we know. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I know they still stuck in the system. They still paying their bills. They still paying their taxes. They still got mortgages. They still got notes. They still, you know what I'm saying? They still slaves on their own land, but they don't know it.
Mhm.
So there's got to be a way you communicate it with them to make them understand that it is that. And then once they get there, then they'll be able to rectify it and say, hold on, let's change it. See, because we still got these pirates out here. Because that's what it is. It's the pirates and the so-called government let these cats run wild. You know what I'm saying? And you can't go knock their head off because I mean, in a common sense world, somebody come to you talking about this is mine and I'm taking it from you. What you gonna do? Like really, what you gonna do? You gonna knock their head off, clean off their shoulders. But but the thing is that who's gonna do that? See, this is where you come to cats that actually talking about they wild and they really gonna get busy. Yeah, if you're gonna get busy, yeah, show me you're gonna get busy. If you ain't doing that, you talking. You know what I'm saying? So you got to get to that point because that's where I'm at with it. And people know me, know I'm true about mine. But you got to be able to get in the mix and be able to do that without, you know what I'm saying, getting physical. But in due time, that can happen. But in the meantime, you got to meet them where they at and show them that, you know what I'm saying. I made this, like you my servant. You work for me. You do what I tell you to do. And it's a part of American jurisprudence. You know what I'm saying? When you're dealing with the best, then you know that they servants. You operate outside of that, then you're a pirate. And guess what? You know, you can't occupy that position anymore. You got to go. You're fired. That's where I'm at. Position of power is everything. Knowledge is great. It's all well and great, but you gotta get in the game, and you gotta battle, and that battle is not that hard. You know what I'm saying? You know, because this is my first time listening to you. Epic Smoke knows shit. You know what I'm saying? But I know he ground round. He real about what he do. It's just, you know, you stay true to yourself. You approach it how you approach it, and look, you'll be surprised because, like I said, they know who you are. Once you let them know you know who you are, then they're gonna change their whole program. So, you know. But I appreciate y'all, man. I'm gonna get up out of here. Peace to you, Smoke. Keep doing what you're doing. Epic, I just subscribed to your channel. So yeah,
Thank you,
you'll
brother.
be
I
hearing
appreciate
more from me too. Yeah, I just subscribed to your channel. Smoke, I didn't even know you had a channel. I just subscribed to you today too. So I'm going to yeah.
you.
Hopefully
Are
y'all
you on
have me up.
TikTok too, brother?
I got the TikTok channel as well. I mean, I'm
Look
a
me up on
dinosaur.
TikTok too, bro.
All right, so it's still in the same thing. Yeah, I'm a dinosaur on this stuff,
Yeah,
bro. I'm gonna tell you.
Epic Studies. Just Epic Studies. Studies with a Z at the end. Same way you see it.
Right. Okay, no doubt. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this stuff out, and you know, yeah. Once we get up, you know, it's got to be a collective. Everything I do is a collective, and we got to get it done together. And you know, I'm just trying to get comfortable. And when we get to the point, I'll submit to you guys my proposal. Because if you need somebody, I'm a diplomat. So when you need somebody that can holler, that know the language, know how to talk to these folks, I'm one of them guys. You know what I'm saying? So,
All right.
you know, it's a lot that needs to be done. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I got some suggestions. I'm not going to tell nobody what to do. I got suggestions how we can approach it and we can attack every angle. I'm talking about reparations. I'm talking about everything. We can attack all those angles because it's ours. And once we get to the point that we say it's ours, then we'll be able to move forward. And we ain't got to worry about all the semantics. With that being said, y'all have a good evening, brother. All right. In a minute.
All right, peace, bro. Smoke, where you at, man?
I'm still in the cut, bro.
Okay.
What you think about it? Let me go find me a cigarette real quick. I was gonna hop off. I was gonna hop off and call it a night, but I mean I wasn't gonna call it a night. I was gonna go there and chill with OTK for a minute. I thought y'all was about to get on down, but he didn't shut his shit down anyway. So
he did.
Yeah. He shut it down. He was just lying too.
Yeah. Yeah, he was just live too, wasn't he? I'm subscribed to him too. But yeah, this been a real one though, man. I don't mind you know, coming up here sharing this stuff, man, because we need it, Smoke. We do, bro. We need it, man.
I'm a forward thinker for the most part, right? And even with that approach, you still, even if you think forward, but something is obstructing your path moving forward, you still got to keep yourself present-minded as well.
Agreed.
Just so you can deal with any obstruction or obstacles that you encounter along the way. But for the most part, I am a forward thinker. I'm so ready to push this shit forward. You know what I'm saying? Get beyond all the unnecessary distractions. All right. Some of the distractions might be necessary. It might be designed for you to stay on your, be able to use all, function well with all your capabilities. You know what I'm saying? But some of them they've been purged. Like, why are we still dealing with some of these age-old distractions, right?
Well, I think it just come from just not wanting to learn, man. We've become so comfortable with the structure of the benefits and privileges and stuff, man. It's just kind of made just people in general, especially here in North America, lazy. You know what I'm saying? We just don't want to do the work, man.
Now I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody who found comfort. But I would ask, at what cost have you found comfort? Is it really comfort that you have found? Right? If you have found comfort in an assumed or presumed state of subjugation, I would have to question you whether or not this actually comfort. Have you found a safe enclave where you feel like you're relatively unbothered by your peculiar disposition of subjugation? Right? I can't settle for subjugation in light of the revolution, in light of the revelation that has been presented before me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like the niggas on the damn commercial. It's my money. I want it now. No, don't hold it. Don't hold it for no future date. Don't promise to pay me. Give me mine if it's mine. Or otherwise, I'm gonna have to consent to it really not being mine. Right? You telling me, it's really yours, but all these stipulations, and you gotta follow these guidelines, and you have to notify these individuals to, you know what I'm saying, and let them know that you're coming in peace and harmony to acquire those things which really belong to you. And I'm like, bruh, really, bruh? And like, really, bruh? I mean, you will stand in my face and tell me that I got to go through all these loopholes to get what's actually mine, and you have the audacity to even agree that it's mine? You feel what I'm saying? It's kind of triggering, right? But I understand that it might be necessary. It might be necessary even if it's just to build character. You know what I'm saying? Along this path, when you're having to dealing with these particular type of entities, these bodies, these political bodies, these organized, these organizations, these agencies, these institutions, these corporations, these incorporations. You feel what I'm saying? I mean, I don't knock it. I don't knock it either way. I'm just saying, if it's mine, you don't get to make the rules up for it. I do. That's my sentiment. You don't get to make the rules up for what's mine. I do. You feel me? And the only other people I can respect and on that accord is also the other people that it also belongs to. Do you find yourself tied to it? If you find yourself tied to it, then not only does it belong to you, but you belong to it. It's a very intricate relationship. And everybody who find themselves in that position are the ones who get to come up with the agreement, even if they have to change the agreement that previously exists. You see what I'm saying? I don't think we ought to bind ourselves to the Constitution if it's not favorable for us. If it's favorable for us, then by all means. But is this what we're experiencing in our reality? We're experiencing.
Well, I was just going to say it is favorable if you enforce it. That's why I say it's imperative that you enforce it, because it will prevent all of the disadvantages and the mistreatments that we are currently experiencing because of our unwillingness or inability to enforce the Constitution. Enforce it. Like I said, it's not in place for us to be ruled by it. That's not what it's in place for. But it is indeed in place to protect all beings here at North America. But mainly it is our full responsibility as the people of the land to enforce it, to make sure that these people don't indeed molest us You know what I'm saying? And that's what's been
So
going on.
let me ask you this: is there a method upon which an entity, an individual, a man or a woman, or an organization of men and women can indeed enforce it in the face of what seems or appears to be such great adversity?
Yep. There is no price. It's just you enforce the Constitution. It's that simple. Like, I ain't trying to sound cliche or just roundabout. No, it's that simple. Like, if you've ever read it, that's for one, you understand the concept of the principle that it evolved from. It evolved from what I read and how I understand it, man.
So you're saying you can come from ground zero and hold agencies and corporations and political bodies and municipalities, statehoods, right? You can come from ground zero, equipped with the knowledge concerning enforcement, and have those people who are obligated fulfill those obligations.
Yes, it also that's just half of it. The knowledge is just half. The other half is
Okay,
the spirit.
let's get to it, brother. Let's get to it. Let's see what the whole of it.
All right. The other half is the spirit of law. That's why you've heard some Moors talk about, your energy not being right, or you not, doing inner work. But when you try to go out and try to enforce, something that you came across, but you haven't done the inner work with yourself. And so that's why I spoke about earlier, people who do stuff like that, and they go out into the streets and they're all arrogant, hostile, and just out there with their attitudes, you know what I'm saying, enforcing what they just found out. And they're like that because they found out the information, but they did no work on themselves. They still were displaced as they were before they came across the information. And when they came across the information, they still were like that, however they were at the time. You know what I'm saying? And because they did no work on themselves, they didn't have the spirit of the law on their side. You see what I'm saying? And that holds weight as well. That's the other half, how you present yourself in a fashion that can be honored and respected. I've said this numerous of times. It's not just about what you know. Can you present what you know in a fashion that can be honored and respected?
Okay, I understand how ineffective the acquisition of knowledge can be if you don't know how to make the application. I do understand that concept, and I understand it. If not fully, I'm developing into a full understanding of that concept. So let me ask you this. If I indeed have acquired the knowledge and understand that these entities who are bound by said documentation, right, or expected to fulfill their fiduciary obligations upon being notified that a full comprehension of the duties outlined about your fiduciary obligations has indeed been acquired, and I then go through the process of holding you to those obligations. Are you saying that there is no other choice but them to go ahead and fulfill those obligations, brother?
Well, what gave you the presumption that they wouldn't from the jump? Why did you feel like they wouldn't fulfill it from the jump? Why do you feel like that you have to put them on notice or warn them or find out if they're say why wouldn't you assume that from the jump that they would? And when they show you that they don't, then that's where it all lines up. They'll show you, but if you approach it as if you already, that's just an assumption. You see what I'm saying? And you approaching it with, and this is my opinion. This is my opinion because, like I said, I understand the spirit of the law as well when you're enforcing it. You want to come honorably and respectful as well, regardless of how you feel or what may have taken place in the past. This, that, and the third. The fact of the matter is these people are in power. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be through occupation or whatever.
That's what I'm talking about.
And so
power, being in power. See, them being in power is unconstitutional. You see what I'm saying?
No,
saying that they are in power is unconstitutional because they are bound by the concept, right? If you are part of these corporate entities, governmental agencies, you have already taken an oath that you are bound by the stipulations, terms, and conditions of the Constitution. If you are in these positions and you are under the presumption that you have power, then it's already become problematic. That would mean I would have to acquire power to even begin to enforce what I shouldn't even have to enforce. You see what I'm saying? It's a very fragile or slippery slope that you begin to go down once you start introducing terms like, oh, now these people have gained power. Well, how the fuck did they gain power beyond the Constitution?
If I may, real quick, you're assuming that power that they do, indeed possess is negative. You think you're approaching it as if they're gonna use it for bad and this, but you don't know that until they actually show you that. You see what I'm saying? I think the mistake that we make in going to enforce the Constitution is this militant mindset, as if they're all, rogue, this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Nope. These people have taken their oath to uphold the Constitution and protect its citizens, foreign and domestic, from those who, violate, the law of the land. You see what I'm saying? They've taken up, and even with some people who take the approach of saying that many people gonna do what they want, they said the Constitution is what they say, the Constitution is suspended, and they took their oath to uphold it. They had the power comes from the Constitution. They don't have the power to suspend it. They took their oath to uphold it. That clearly contradicts their oath. Hold on, listen. That clearly contradicts their oath to uphold the Constitution. That makes no sense for that.
Are you under the impression that everyone who has taken an oath to the Constitution upholds that oath?
You, in honor, you must approach any matter as that, to show respect and honor from your position. That clearly emanates that you do have integrity, honor, and respect.
No, I'm just talking
about
yourself. I'm just talking to you. I'm just talking to you as somebody, like, we're not in a proceeding right now, right? I'm just asking you just generally. Are you under the impression that everyone who has taken that oath is abiding by their particular oath that they have taken?
Okay, again, I don't know until I experienced and find it out. I do know that they do have an obligation, and I am aware of their oath. But at the same time, though I know that some corrupt things are going on, I can't be naive and assume that everybody, is. I do know that some of the the mishaps that have gone with us, especially with our people in the court systems and stuff like that, and with these people that are in power, it has come to show that it is because of our ignorance, not because people. And don't get me wrong, some of these people are misusing their power. You know what I'm saying? The power that they get from the people, that power ultimately rests with the people, and those people are elected to those positions, which the power stems from them. You see what I'm saying? Which is what gave birth and life to that Constitution that they took their oath upon. which is the supreme law of the land via Article 6 of said Constitution. It minimally enforce it, and you won't have these problems. But if you go into it assuming that they're all rogue and this, and you go into it not, from an honorable standpoint, and you automatically militant and thinking that this person is just there to fuck you, then of course, with you thinking in a direction, you're thinking negatively. So when you approach it, you're gonna be like, yeah, your oath. Are you aware of your oath? Do you you doing stuff like that because you're assuming and presuming that this person is rogue and they're not following the Constitution, but you don't know that. You never even gave them the chance to show you if that's so with them or not.
Has martial
You
law
taking the approach. You
has
taking the
martial
approach
law
before you even. Okay, go ahead.
has martial law ever been enacted on United States territory?
I don't. From based on what I know since I've been that I know of since I've been here. I can't say about the past. I wasn't there. I can only go by the record. And as far as I know, no. As far as I know, if I'm missing some information, enlighten me. I don't know every damn thing. I only talk about what I know about. You know what I'm saying? If I talk about stuff I don't know about, it makes me, of course, look foolish. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, we ain't gonna talk about that if you don't have any.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, as far as right now, I don't know if I. That's why I say no. As far as I know, no.
I don't know if I'll be able to substantiate the claim if I say that it has been enacted, because I don't know. I don't know if any viable document would confirm that or not. With how some things are kept from the public due to what they call it, national security issue or what have you.
Yeah, no,
you feel me? Need to know basis type of your classified information. But I heard it through the grapevine. That an acting president did implement martial law. Not only just one, maybe even more than one, maybe even more than that. You feel me? Okay. But like I said, it's probably be all matters of national security. You have to go into the esoteric realm to really dig in it to see if there's any validity to it. But like I said, through the grapevine, I heard such a statement. I just put it like that. You know what I'm saying? I thought you might have also come across that in your research. You know what I'm saying?
No, what? That's something I can add to look into. I will do so.
Right. So I can't even remember the circles I was traveling in when I came across that particular piece of information. So I'm just under the impression. Right? I'm under the impression from the observance of my reality that corruption is rampant. Right? Not here and there isolated incidents. I'm saying as a matter of policy, corruption has become the standard. How I view this reality, right? This is how I view it. I see incidents where people of all ilks are being threatened, coerced, even outright red-rummed with no indication of justice being given to them on their behalf. In a lot of cases, we do see settlements. Right? In a lot of cases, we see settlements for egregious acts committed by so-called authoritative figures. All right. But what we fail to see,
Settlements, no
right,
judgments.
That's see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Right? No, the absence of
Accountability.
justice, right? Accountability,
Right.
the punishment, for committing atrocious acts seem to be very few and far between. Right? So I base my, if you call them assumptions, I base my assumptions on what I'm actually witnessing in light of the Constitution supposedly still being active. You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm.
In light of that. So that's why I ask these very, direct questions. Because in my opinion, the people who has taken the oath to the Constitution either did it vainly or did it just because they was under the impression that it was a trivial matter, because the people have ventured so far from their grantor status obligation, right? The grantor status obligation to me is when the people see that those who they have put into a service failing to perform their obligations and do nothing about it, it means that they are also in default. So I agree with you to that. I agree with you to that to a certain degree, that the people have become default upon their own obligations, right? Because the people's obligations are to hold these agencies to their fiduciary obligations when it comes to abiding by the Constitution, right? So I'm not saying that it's all the fault of the agencies who have abandoned their oath, right? Because even you still under oath, whether or not the people understand that you have an oath, right?
You still under.
Right, you still under. You made the decision to pledge the oath. You feel me? So you should honor that, right? Because the people have become default on their obligation. Does that automatically mean that the agencies are now, by default able to, abandon theirs as well? So two wrongs is making a right these days, or what's going on?
Seemingly.
So that's why I cast a shadow of doubt. I cast a shadow of doubt on holding agencies to their fiduciary responsibility. I'm under the impression that they altogether abandon their fiduciary responsibility in pursuit of profit.
Okay.
And I think that has become the standard.
I think it's going to take
a very enormous effort. I think it's going to take a very enormous effort on behalf of the people, right? So the message still needs to be pushed out, but I'm saying it's going to take a very enormous effort for not only the people to resume their obligations, right, to hold said agencies to their obligations, right? Because it's the obligations of the people. The obligation of the people is to hold the agencies to their obligation. I think it's going to, at this point in time, I'm saying it's going to take a very enormous effort. You got it, though.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, it doesn't have to take that much of an effort if we unify, but the only way we unify is if people come on one accord. What you and I are talking about right now. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't even take. It just take the spark of some light that's in you to
see. Nobody don't want to hear this shit though, Sharif. You feel me? Don't nobody want to hear this shit, Sharif. Niggas is mad at her. Niggas is frustrated. Niggas is angry. Niggas is rambunctious and unruly. You feel me? Nigga don't want to set aside no time out of they.
But what has that done? What has that done? Honestly, though, what has that done except for us ended up taking that anger out on each other and killing one another? It
I'm saying it's
hasn't worked for us.
No, I'm saying it's digressive. It's a digressive state.
Yeah.
I understand that all too well. But for the most part, niggas don't be wanting to hear this shit, Sharif. I'm very interested in the subject matter. I do have an adequate amount of faith that the law is indeed remedy. But in my perspective, the individual, the man, the woman, the child, that's the law. How do we get the man, the woman, and the child to understand that they are indeed the law? You see, they look at the agencies as the law. They look at the legislators as the law. They look at the officials as the law. They look at the enforcers as the law. They have abandoned all concept of themselves as the law. You see what I'm saying? I even had to conceptualize that. I was under the impression that, yeah, that other side was the law. Till I start digging into the information. And it's all set out there. It's codified. You got to put pieces together to try to, the kind of
little here, little there.
I live here, live there, bigger pieces. You can understand bigger pieces once you start figuring out the little pieces. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
You can get a tug. You can get a tugboat. You can get a tugboat and wrap a rope around a glacier and pull that motherfucker. Once you understand that you can conceptualize this. Once you understand that it's like you said, it's principle. It's principle. How do you convey to these corporate entities, agencies, right? How do you approach them? Standing on principle. I think this is what needs to be conveyed to the people. How do you approach these institutions, these corporations, these agencies, these governments? How do you approach them standing on principle? Is there certain rules that must be applied? Do the people get to make the rules up, or are the rules already set in stone? Go ahead.
It's not about making up the rules. It's just about you being yourself. But let me explain this. Let me give you an example, because if I give you an example, it can bring a lot more clarity to what I'm saying with that. But let's say you have a situation where you're in jail, right? And I'm gonna use this because a lot of our brothers end up in jail, and most of us, where some of us for stuff we didn't do, we get picked out wrong because of because who we are. You know what I'm saying? It's already suspected we do shit like, you know what I mean? So some of us end up in jail, and unfortunately, this be the case for some brothers too. Brothers hadn't been done anything, but they end up in jail, guilty by association type deal, and the brothers end up taking a deal. You know what I'm saying? Either to keep from going to jail, or to get out of jail quicker than they normally would have, or if they feel like they wouldn't have took the deal, type deal. And even they hadn't even done anything. All right. So standing on principle is if you're arrested for something you didn't do, and in fact did not do. Standing on principle means whatever time it takes for that truth to come to light, you're willing to endure for it. You're not gonna sell the truth out or sell it short for your own selfish comfortability. In other words, say you went to the brother went to jail for gun and drug charges or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And he ain't got nothing to do with nothing. He would just say he was just in a house with actual motherfuckers whose stuff it was. You know what I'm saying? And they bust the house. He go to jail. Everybody go to jail because ain't nobody owning up to whatever they find. You know what I'm saying? So they send your ass to jail. You in there for something you ain't got nothing to do with. You didn't do anything. You know what I'm saying? So the question is, yeah, it may take a few weeks waiting on your preliminary hearing in order for this to happen. But are you willing to sit and wait that time and wait for the light to come to fruition? Or are you willing to be a fool and listen to other fools who foolishly, you know, make decisions that are not good, you know what I'm saying, for the best outcome for the truth to take hold? They're only looking to get out as soon as possible. And so they recommend that type of thinking to you as well. You buy into that and you do that, and you find out later after you didn't been through this, that, and the third, that was the wrong decision, but you learn later. But that's the point. What I mean by standing on principle. Are you willing to, if it calls for you to have to sit in jail for a few weeks for the truth to come to light, and you can be completely exonerated, charges dropped, case dismissed without prejudice, but it's just gonna cost you a few weeks to sit in jail while that happens, or a few months or whatever, you know what I'm saying? This is what I was speaking about earlier about endurance, the crown of life. The Bible speaks about this as well. The crown of life will be given to those who endure until the end. And I apply that principle in dealing with the truth of the matter and standing on that principle. Can you endure on the principle of it till the end? Because that's the truth. The truth is you didn't do anything. You didn't break any laws. You shouldn't be in jail with whatever. You see what I'm saying? Why give up and give in and just take some just because you think you get a deal to get out of jail fast? But that's a conviction. That's a guilty plea. You saying you did something you didn't do. That proves that's in the ethers too. You put that out there for yourself, that you're willing to compromise the truth for your own comfortability and vanity. You willing to do that. You're not willing to wait on God, the workings of God to come to fruition. You're not ready or waiting for that. That's why people like that don't get greater responsibilities of leadership and stuff like that. It's a karmic debt. You're not fit for it. You've already shown and proven what you stand for, which is no integrity. And that matters when it comes to the principle. And our people have been for so long, man, fuck the principle, I'm trying to get their money. And look where we at with that. We still gonna play the game? Look at our children. Hell, look at us. Still ain't ready to look in the mirror and accept responsibility. We gonna keep suffering. Chasing a bag. Yeah, I said it. And compromising your integrity in the process. That's the problem. That's why it's important you stand on principle. It speaks to your character and your integrity, which is what defines a man. And if you're willing to compromise that, you don't deserve respect from anybody as a man, because you compromise your own your own manhood. Instead of standing on the truth, man, and being 100, keeping it 100 all the way to the end. Gonna keep it, man. It don't cost a dime to keep it genuine, man. It don't. That's why it's important to stand on the principle. That's what it means to stand on it. Defines you, man. And when you make it out standing on the principle, you're a different kind of person, man. You are. I can say that with confidence because I went through it myself. That's how I know what I'm talking about, man. I went through it. And I didn't fold. For nothing. And I looked them niggas dead in their eyes. I looked them niggas dead in their eyes. Y'all gonna let it go down like this? You know I ain't got nothing to do with nothing, man. Them niggas looked me dead in my eye and told me I had to fight the case like they were gonna do it. Basically, they weren't saying nothing, you know what I'm saying, that was gonna, so I was on my own with that. I could have got emotional. I could have whooped both their motherfucking ass right there in intake and called another charge. But I'm on, at the time, I recognized it then. I was on a different path. Even the fact that I was in that jail, I looked at it from a different perspective. I looked at it from the fact that this is divine. This is a divine purpose behind what's going on. And I found out it actually was. I had some people I needed to meet and talk to. And unfortunately, those people were in that place and I had to come there to meet them and talk to them. I changed lives, bro, in that place. I ain't to my horn. I ain't over exaggerating. I'm telling the God honest truth. I changed lives while I was there. Just from me presenting information and talking to, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just grateful, man. That's why I'm grateful for my experiences. I don't soak about it, you know what I'm saying? And stuff like that ain't what men do, man. We have our experiences. We take it in stride, man. Take the good with the bad, man. You know how I go, Smoke? You got to take the good with the bad. Smiles with the sad. You know, love what you got and remember what you had. You know what I'm saying?
I don't doubt the process is done appropriately. I had, like I said, I've had success. No status correction, no mentors, no gurus, just boxing back and forth with you niggas, picking up pointers from here and there. You know what I'm saying? Utilizing what I thought resonated and that I thought maybe that can be useful with this nigga talking about. Right here. You see what I'm saying? Haphazardly put together a cease and desist letter for my cousin. Just based off arguing with different niggas in this community. Because before then, I didn't know nothing. Not for real.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
Strictly based off pointers from arguing back and forth with you niggas in this community about this law shit. Because you know I was strictly opposed to this shit when I was first heard you niggas talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I ain't want to hear this shit at all. You know what I'm saying? Because you know in Memphis, nigga, what's the philosophy? Nigga, the philosophy here to break the law. You know what I'm saying? Just break the law town. What are you talking about, nigga?
Yeah.
Just break the law town.
Yeah.
This is break the law city. You know what I'm saying? Break the law. You know, hey.
Yeah, we ain't playing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we ain't playing. Yeah. So I wasn't trying to hear it. I was not trying to hear it, bro.
I think that was the majority of us, bro. You know what I'm saying? That was the majority of us.
Yeah, so
I want to say this too while we was on there, bro. Just right quick, and you can have it back. But one thing, shout out to Player Fly, man. I fucks with bro. But man, it's one song I think, man, that leaves a dark cloud of, you know what I'm saying, enmity over the city, man. And it's that Nobody Needs Nobody song, man. I know it's a classic and we hold it, but man, oh man, we all need each other, man. That's how love gets spread.
All I need is me and my dog.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I get it. I mean, it was hype. It was cool for its time, whatever like that. But listening to the words though, bro, the words, it think about it. Yeah, we all, you know what I'm saying, out in the street saying it, and it's become the culture, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I mean is a dark cloud of enmity, you know what I'm saying, over the city, I think, because a lot of, you know, the brothers there still have that mentality, man, and they hold it like it's a badge of honor. And that's really not, you know, but, you know, like I said, man, shout out to, man, Player Fly, though, dude, the truth, though, for real, though. But that's just my opinion about it. I ain't hating on them or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion from my perspective, based on the words.
If you ask me, if you ask me, Memphis will be one of the first cities. Memphis will be one of the first cities that we see that the Negro will regain his prominence. You just ask me. I'm just judging by the way the tide is rolling in these days. You know what I'm saying? I'm just judging by the way the tide rolling in. I can't say this with any absoluteness, but I'm just judging by the way the tide rolling in. I'm under the impression that the lack of knowledge, once the lack of knowledge reach critical mass, Memphis will be one of the first cities to, you know what I'm saying, get their damn act, you know, get their act together, bro.
Yeah.
That's why
I agree. I agree with you there, man.
No, that's not why I'm trying. That's not why. It is the reason why I have not abandoned this motherfucker yet. I could have been went back to Texas. I could have been went back to California. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like I was saying earlier, though, I haphazardly put together a cease and desist letter, and guess what? It worked.
Yeah.
It worked.
It worked.
Bro, I went on
There you
YouTube.
go, man.
Look, I went on YouTube. I'm going back and forth with
Okay.
you niggas. I went on YouTube,
Okay.
going back and forth with you niggas, right? I'll type it in. What do you do when you face an eviction? Right? Because we were facing eviction. I was staying with my cousin.
Okay.
His name was on the lease. I was his roommate. We was
Okay.
splitting half and half on the rent. Right?
Okay.
And he fell off. He lost his job. He was like, well, my money kind of funny right now. We just gonna ride this bitch out. So you just keep your half for the rent, and we'll just get something. We'll just get, you know what I'm saying? We'll move and find somewhere else to go. You know how we do it. You know what I'm saying? Once the money gets funny, niggas will stay there until they put us out. And then we'll just, you know what I'm saying, take what we done saved up and go somewhere else, right? You know what I'm saying? Just raw dogging it, you know what I'm saying? The street niggas. Right. Just, you know. And I see it, look, bro. I said, man, I told him I'm gonna try something. I said I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try this law shit because it was just still law shit to me. It's goofy law shit, right? Said, well, I'm pushed to come to shove. Might as well try it. I ain't got shit else to lose. He's gonna work
right. I was just about to say that. You ain't got nothing else to lose, man. Back against the wall.
Right, you know what I'm saying? So nigga, I might as well just try this little method right here to see what's gonna come of this since your money funny, and I ain't gonna be able to cover the whole goddamn rent right now. So shit, I went on YouTube, I typed it in, you know, what to do, what you do when you face an eviction. I think that's exactly how I worded it. And a couple, you know, all the videos concerning the subject matter came up, some niggas selling processes, some niggas giving you little free tutorials or whatever. So I ran across this one dude. It used to be in my history, but I lost that phone. I ain't got it no more. Went across this one white dude. He was like, okay, you know, my God, I got a template. You know, I got a template on what to do when you face an eviction. So I went to his template. It was a cease and desist letter, right? So I looked at the template. It's so and so. You know, I looked at it real good. I was like, okay, this sounds good. That part there sound pretty good. You know what I'm saying? To whom it may concern, so and so and so and so. This, that, there, and the other. Okay, right here where it say I'm disputing because the pricing or there's an error in the pricing. No, I can't use that. I can't use that at all because it wasn't no. I didn't have that issue. You know what I'm saying? So I just I substituted that. I substituted that for this debt. How I said, I am not, because I'm writing on behalf of my cousin. I am not responsible. This is what I put. I am not responsible for this debt. That's about the only thing I changed up in the template, right? I'm not responsible for this debt. You know what I'm saying? And I finished typing that bitch up. No notary, none of this shit. No faithful witness, nothing. I typed it up, put it, signed his name on that junk. Went to the post office, certified mail return receipt, shot that bitch on out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And guess what?
Okay.
The third party collector acquiesced. Found out later.
Then, Smoke.
Look,
Alright
found
then,
out
Smoke.
later that my cousin eventually did go to court. On the matter. I wish he would have told me that from the jump. But they still didn't never put us out. I'm gonna tell you what happened. I'm gonna tell you why we left. She was constantly
Y'all left?
I'm gonna tell you why we left. Right? Because this nigga don't know nothing about. He didn't know nothing about. He didn't know that what I did worked. You feel me? But the landlord, not the real landlord. I'm just saying the manager of it was some apartments we were staying in. The resident manager, that's her title. That's her job title. The resident manager was constantly sending him emails. I wish he would have told me about it, right? Because I would have looked that up. You feel me? I would have looked that up and say, what do you do about, you know what I'm saying? Sending you emails, unlawful emails or whatever, so I can get the right information. But he didn't ever tell me that. He told me that after the fact. We're right near the end. But I'm gonna tell you why we really left. Because they came and sabotaged the damn apartment. Them motherfuckers went on the roof and went to kicking holes in that son bitch. Under the guys that they was fixing something up there. And after they left, nigga, every time it rained, it was flooding like a motherfucker in that son bitch. I was like, yeah, we over here. You know what I'm saying? Like these some there. They did a dirty move on us because they knew they didn't have no legal remedy behind him responding to the eviction notice.
Right.
See, a lot of people don't know.
Okay. Oh man. Wow. Okay. Hey, look, hey. Man, y'all still shouldn't have left. You still shouldn't have left.
I know. I didn't know enough.
When you left, you abandoned. It's called abandonment. They're gonna reclaim it under abandonment. I guarantee you that's what they did.
Right. I wasn't that advanced, right? Because I wasn't that advanced with it. You know, I still wouldn't, nigga. I went into the law. I just remembered the arguments I was having with you niggas. You know what I'm saying? I knew enough about that. You know what I'm saying? To be able to put something in the search engine. I ain't know nothing else about no. I ain't know nothing about no damn abandonment.
Yeah, you had proof of. Yeah, you had proof. It's called default judgment.
Right. See, I ain't know nothing about
that. They acquiesced. That's default judgment.
I ain't know nothing about notice of entry. What's the other one? Default judgment. It's one in between there though. I forgot the other one. Oh my God. It's notice of credit. Come on, man. What's that one right in the middle before you go to default judgment? There's one right in the middle before you go to default judgment. I ain't gonna worry about it. But yeah, I ain't know nothing about.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't know nothing about none of that.
Wow, man. Yeah, that's like you hit him. Damn, you hit him, man. From my perspective, you hit him. You know what I'm saying? If he truly owed you this, that, and the third, and why would you acquiesce on that?
Check this out.
Ooh, and he went to court. Oh man, he should have if he had known that, man. Yeah, y'all were good, man. Y'all were good.
We stayed there 7 months behind it. You heard me?
Say that one more time.
I said we stayed there 7 months behind it.
After that happened?
After that happened, we stayed 7 months behind it. Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you hear it. I kept the letter. I ain't throw it away.
That's good.
But I wrote some more letters since then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what you're doing, Smoke. Don't let anybody undermine your process and what you're doing, man. Hey, keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. You're gonna get greater and better at it. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And you're gonna surpass those ones that's not doing the work.
This was from my very unexperienced paradigm, my nigga. Check it out. Okay, my cousin name at the top. the address, you know,
Okay.
the zip code and all that, the town and zip code, the third party, collection agency, who was a lawyer, and this the body of the letter, right? Dear so-and-so,
Mhm.
I'm responding in regard to being contacted by you concerning a debt collection. The said debt is not one that I am assuming responsibility for. If there is a valid reason you believe that I am indeed responsible for said debt, forward the documentation to substantiate that claim. Please cease and desist all communication with me and with this address. I am asking that the record reflect that I am in dispute of having any obligation where this debt is concerned. If the process of this debt happens to stop and is forwarded or returned to any other collection agency, please inform them that the debt is in dispute. If a credit bureau is made privy of the report or having been made privy already, also inform them that the debt is in dispute. Thank you for your cooperation. Sincerely, I put my cousin name on it because I was
You
writing
got him.
for
You
him.
got him.
Man,
Hey, shout out to Smoke Signal, man.
I didn't
Shout out
even
to you,
think
brother.
I didn't even know if that was gonna work or not. I just, like I said, this was a template. This really a template. The only thing I changed in there was this line right here. The said debt is not one that I'm assuming responsibility for. That's the rest of it was just based on the template. You know what I'm saying? But I couldn't use what the template said. I couldn't use
We're
what the
all
template
and
said.
here for future reference, whenever you put that, because you're gonna be putting that to work again. I'm telling you. I always refer to the debt as an alleged debt.
Okay.
I always refer to it
I
as
ain't know that.
alleged.
Yeah, that wasn't even in the template. I kind of suspected.
It's okay.
I kind of suspected that the template went all the way legitimate for my concerns, but I felt like it was good enough because it was coming from a law group.
Yeah, that was good. That still
Right.
was good. That still was good. That still was good. The fact that you didn't lay claim to it, and like you said, it's in dispute. That means it's not. They can't even put that and hold it against you. Put it on your credit report to hold it against you and all that old stuff because it's in dispute. And until that resolution is met with that dispute, it can't be held against you. And the fact that you challenged it proves that. And not only that, they acquiesce because the debt it ain't real. You see what I'm saying?
But see, I
It's
didn't
not
even,
real, man.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know the debt wasn't real. I didn't know.
It's not
Like,
real. It's not real. That's why, like, think about it, Smoke. They claim, just say they claim you owe them $3 grand towards, back rent and all that old shit and all that, whatever for whatever, right? And you put that out there. If that's true that you owe them, that you really owe them, why are you acquiescing? Why is there a problem with you answering my dispute? Why are we going through all this red tape or waiting time and all this for you to? I owe you, remember? The debt is valid, remember?
Right.
What's up?
Right. But see, I didn't know nothing about.
Come on now.
I didn't know nothing about breach of trust and public trust and alpha commissary agreement. I didn't know nothing about all that shit. You know what I'm saying? I was just trying some shit based on what I heard from you niggas going back and forth with y'all that. That's it. I hadn't looked into the matter. I hadn't did no research into the matter. I just said, hold up, these niggas always talking about if you read the paperwork, it's some remedy in there, some goddamn world. And when I read the eviction notice, the remedy was right there. It was right the fuck there.
Exactly.
I was like, damn.
It just what generally happens, Smoke, we generally don't read those documents most of the time.
Right.
We're just trying to sign them and just get on. You know what I'm saying?
We see the main thing.
We got to lose that.
We see the main point to the subject matter, Rich, was eviction. You know what I'm saying? And we read the part, we read all the bad news, and then niggas be like, for had this foreboding ass feeling like, damn, we finna get put out this son of a bitch. We don't even know that them attachment letters is a remedy on them. We don't even be knowing it. Those attachments be remedy like a motherfucker.
Shout out
You
to
just
you,
gotta know.
Smoke.
You just
Good
gotta
work,
know how to
brother.
utilize it.
Good work, bro. Great work.
That was years ago, though. You feel me? That was years ago.
Indeed. And then something as small as just, man, writing letters and sending them in and stuff like that, man. Like that stuff is, it's like you did, certified mail. It's on the record, man.
Right.
You're gonna get some replies. I'm telling
I
you.
didn't even
Start sending your
understand.
shit certified mail when you corresponding with these people.
I didn't even understand the implications of certified mail back then. That's what the nigga said on the video. Oh, make sure you send a certified mail. You feel me?
Because it's on the record.
Right.
That letter it's on the record.
Right.
They can't be like you didn't receive it and this, that, and there's a
Mhm.
return receipt and everything. This postage
Right.
right here is for the record.
Right.
So always when you doing correspondences with them via the mail, always certified mail. Always.
Like I say, there was a valuable life lesson right there, man. I'm like, damn, this shit. You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to buy a little more time. Anyway. You feel what I'm saying? Because we was looking at after going to court, nigga, 10 days, you out of here.
And you just don't know. You bought all the time in the world. Well, not you. He just didn't know. You had bought all the time in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That was good work, man. Yeah, but yeah. We'd have been working in that motherfucker trying to find a way to keep that motherfucking rain from getting in there somehow until we got to fix it. It's abandonment.
I was trying to figure out a way how I can write these folks and make them come. I just couldn't. I couldn't wrap my mind around it at the time. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to figure out a way. Now, how can I get these folks to do come? I didn't know nothing about fiduciaries and obligations. Had I known that, I'd have been at their ass.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I've been letting them know, hey, y'all got an obligation to perform certain duties when it comes to the living standards around here. Nigga, I would have pieced together something real eloquent for their ass, but I just didn't know, bro.
It's all right. It's all right, man. It's a learning experience. And you learn from that's good. You still remember that and you know, kept what you kept and stuff like that, man. That's what's up, man. It's gonna they just follow. Got the right cuz they'll just follow.
That when I did that stopped me from arguing with you law niggas so much. I still argue with y'all because a lot of the shit I was hearing is just too goofy for me to accept. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know,
I know what you mean.
But other than that, I was like, oh yeah, it's something to this shit. Because I was fully expecting for it not to work. I was surprised that it did. I was constantly getting up every day like, is they coming to they come to put our ass out? 7 months went by. You know what I mean? I said, man, that shit had to work. 7 months. I know these folks ain't going.
It's out there now, man. You know how many people gonna try that shit, especially one that didn't heard you, you know what I'm saying, say that?
No, I think it's just me and you.
Try that shit, boy.
16 people still in the chat, but I think them niggas didn't fell out. They didn't crash out. Or they probably at work from doing whatever they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's a jewel there, man. That's a jewel. That's a jewel.
So yeah, I ain't just really taking credit for that. I'm just saying, me going back and forth with y'all on it, remembering some key pointers. The one thing I really remember was, nigga, the damn it always comes with a remedy. I remember somebody telling me that. I can't remember exactly who it was, but it's like, brother, it always comes with a remedy, bro. Just read the whole paperwork. Read through all the paperwork. You're gonna see it's a remedy.
It sound like that was me, bro. It might have been me because that's what I push. I always tell people that.
It might have been you. I can't remember who I was arguing with that time who said that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, this nigga said there's always a remedy in this shit. Let me see what the hell he talking about. Yeah, that motherfucker was right there.
Hey, remedy is there, man. You know what I'm saying? You just, whether conceptually or right there in black and white, you know what I'm saying? It's there, man.
Yeah, because I told my cousin, I said, look, man, here be your remedy right here about your rent, my nigga. Right? They were saying the remedy was there's this organization that handles rent for people who fall behind. You see what I'm saying? That was the remedy on the document. I said, man, you need to contact these people about you being behind on your rent. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know they was obligated to do it. I was just telling them to do it. I was just telling them to do it because I know that there was this got to be the remedy that these niggas was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because it's saying it's gonna cover your rent since you can't cover it. You hear what I'm saying? So yeah, he called him and he got everything arranged and it was covered. They ain't fuck with us no more, but sabotage that joint. But he was constantly getting them emails. I wish he had told me that. The lady was like, we can't accept rent from outside agencies that you know what I'm saying, credit the rent and all. Those was the emails she was sending him all that type of shit. I was like, no, brother, she ain't talking about nothing. If it's official, it's gonna come through the mail. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I said, I told him, hey man, if it's official, it gotta come through the mail. It got to be stamped. The email, nigga, that's you and her having a personal discussion. You probably can only use that if you try to counter a claim or some shit like that, or you want to build a case just against her. You know what I'm saying? For sending you inappropriate emails or whatever. But as far as this business entity concerned, they got to go through the mail, the post service or the post office one for the record. But to me, I guess he was like, I don't want to hear that shit, Sharif. You know what I'm saying? You know how niggas is.
Yeah, I know how we can be, man.
Ghetto Child, what's up with you, bro? Ghetto Child and popped up in this junk.
Man, this what's up, Ghetto Child, Clint. What's good, brother?
Shit, I thought me and Epic and rocked everybody to sleep here. We had to go through nigga, we went through what's brother name? Brother Wolf. Then brother came up here.
Yeah, Brother Wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brother Yeah. He came
Shout out to them niggas.
And what was the other brother I was conversing with? When you had left. Remember when you had left?
Yeah, that was Brother Wolf.
Oh, that was Brother Wolf. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That was him.
Indeed.
So no, I don't altogether knock it, but I do like for it to make some sound right, logical sense. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
So I can conceptualize.
Try to break it down as far as I can so it could be, at least comprehended. You know what I mean?
No, I'm gonna get up with you. I still see your Telegram be active and shit. You got a little information on there. I ain't been to your YouTube channel in a while though.
Okay. I ain't really, cause man, ever since man, I've been on really on TikTok, you know what I'm saying, dropping, stuff over there. And like this one video, man, that motherfucker got like 425,000 views or something on it. So did pretty good, man. But I only shared the video because I had the video, for years at the time when it happened. Remember that rise of the Moors I-95 standoff thing back in July of 2021?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I got footage from back then. You know what I'm saying? Actually, the footage. I remember, man, when that was going. Well, I ain't gonna go into that, but yeah, I got the actual footage from not just the ones I'm talking about, the ones you don't find. You know what I'm saying? Because I think they took these down that day or something like that. But I made sure I downloaded them, and I still got them even after all these years. And so I also been following, the case, and I was like, you know what? Based on what I'm saying, they're trying to spin the story and make it seem like something else, and they're playing the weight game to, weaken the morale of the people concerning the matter when they say it took place. So they're trying to win the story and spin it off. So that's why I shared it. I put the videos out there. You know what I'm saying? To share and so that way people can see it and know exactly, what was going on, what the purpose was, because these videos revealed it. And man, I put that one out there. That month, it shot off, man. Went up to like 26,000 views, and then I I posted another one, and we hit like 26,000, and another one hit like over 10. And I'm like, you know what? I'm glad because people are actually like paying attention. You know what I'm saying? They paying attention. Like now with this, out like that, people can now understand what's really going on and what's really happening. And if it really gets out there like that, it'll prevent also the narrative from being spent, you know what I'm saying, to make it seem like it's something else. So they could do the brothers wrong. You know what I mean? Or try to railroad them. So that
Right.
was my intent behind, sharing them there. And the people took, like it was more people. It was more people that was really based on, the post, more people in the comments that was actually for them. Here it is, you know what I'm saying? It's better. Someone was even like, hey man, can you come to Louisiana? Can you come here? Can y'all come here? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
man, we support you, bro. We appreciate what you doing, bro. You know what I'm saying? How do I help? You know what I mean? It was more
Yeah.
people like that than, the naysayers and the haters. Of course, you had a few of them, but it was more people that was more in support of them brothers than, you know what I'm saying? Because they was like, yeah, I remember this, but I ain't never seen this before. I was like, I know, because they scraped it. They scraped it, man. Before it could, you know what I'm saying, get any kind of ground, they scraped it. But I still got them.
It's
Still
crazy.
got them.
I'm gonna go in over there and follow you on TikTok. Shit, I didn't even know you had a TikTok. I probably
I
already
didn't
followed
at
you.
first, bro. I just started that junk, like, man, not even a month ago, I don't think, man. And I'm
Oh,
just,
okay, okay. Oh, you
I'm
brand
just
new.
posting information. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to post information and out there for people
Yeah,
and stuff, just like I do, on YouTube and Telegram. Same
I
thing.
think I done had my TikTok for like 2.5, close to 3 years. I got like 6,000 followers, a little over 6,000 followers. But I don't never post on there. I mean, I got like 4 videos up. Never went live. I never went live because they used to keep me. Yeah, they used to keep me on a restriction for making comments, especially when the the Jabberwocky thing was going on. Everybody was having
Yeah.
their opinions about it and all that. And then right behind that, the George Floyd thing went on, and everybody was having their opinions about that. Mine was a little outlandish, a little, maybe considered rather extreme. So they used to keep me on restriction just for making comments. So I said, no, I ain't going live. I'm just gonna keep my channel up just for making comments.
Well, dang, did I get that motherfucker? Hell no, I didn't. Look, give me 1 second, Smoke. I'm trying to get this.
All right. Because I had to rap with Ghetto Child. See, he pulled up on me. Wee hours. Yeah, man, we've been chopping it up over a couple of subjects or whatever. The law, identity. Some of the usual shit. Different perspective from different people, though. Ain't no telling who will pull up. You never know who will pull up when you push that go live. But anybody will pull up. You know what I mean? You never know.
I had an eyelash in my damn eye, man. I had to get that motherfucker out.
Oh yeah, that should be irritating as hell.
Hell yeah, man. I had to get that motherfucker out. But yeah, man, Fly, what I said was of some, of substance and edification for the people, man, for everybody, man, because shit that we got to do that, issues we got to be more pressed about and be more truthful about, you know what I'm saying, in order for shit to change for the better. We got to deal with things realistically and objectively, man, you know what I'm saying? That's just from my perspective, you know what I mean? Based on what I've seen out of my own people.
Look, man, I'm an advocate. I am an advocate for the tough love approach, bro. right?
Indeed.
I am an advocate for the tough love approach. If it's urgent matters we talking about, ain't no need in pussyfooting around. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? If it ain't urgent, okay,
Indeed.
go on put around. But if it's urgent, why act like it ain't? You know what I'm saying? It just I guess it's all a matter of perspective. You know what I'm saying? I say if it's not causing you a terrible, you know what I'm saying, disposition, it's not causing you any significant degree of discomfort, then okay, chill out. Be cool. Take it easy. You know what I'm saying? If you're highly frustrated, then you should be at the point of where you are active and you know, addressing your problems, your issues. You know what I'm saying? If it's causing you high levels of stress, whatever it is, you should be more active about addressing your issues. Yeah. So I'm saying, you know, what's your perspective on the matter? How is it affecting you? Are you all right? Wellness check on you niggas. Is you all right? Like, is it if it's too difficult a yoke, then nigga, why ain't you more active? You know what I'm saying? Who you waiting on? Nigga,
Right.
find out, you know you got to do something, find exactly what it is, what's your path of least resistance to get it done. You feel me? Oh shit. Yeah, I don't oppose the tough love approach. A lot of niggas out here hurting, or at least they say they is. You know, I can stand to be doing better than what I'm doing, so I can't blame nobody but me.
Yeah. And that's
So
where it start, bro.
I don't really say there's a
That's where it
big
start.
need for me to be complaining if I already reached the conclusion that I think I can manage my issues if I just become more active to seeking a remedy for them or a solution for them. I think that's a good approach for anybody to take if they facing issues that they don't, you know what I'm saying, can't handle at the moment. Even if you got to get help addressing them, nigga, do that. Reach out.
Right.
I'm just saying, man, if we home, let's make this a goddamn, let's make it a good neighborhood to raise a family in, bro. Let's make it a good neighborhood to raise a family in if we at home.
Exactly. Exactly, man. And that's how we know all these lies have taken root and stuff, man, because we seemingly abandon our position when it come to that. You know what I'm saying? And that reveals the mindset. Because, man, for real, man, you know how black folks is, man, about our house and shit. We really knew this was our shit, man. We be out here getting some shit in order, man. We be really getting our house in order, getting it together. You know, that's it, because that's just who we are as a people, man. Cause we run our own houses like that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we be out here in the streets active, man, trying to get our house in order.
Right.
But we bought into a lot of lies.
Right. It'd be a full-time endeavor. We wouldn't just be waiting. We wouldn't be waiting around until, you know, the police killed the nigga or they passed some old crazy ass law or they flood the country with immigrants. You know what I'm saying? A nigga be our full-fledged area under that understanding that nigga, this our shit.
Right.
This is our shit. We can make it whatever we want to make it. You know what I'm saying? If we want to, or we can just concede to what the fuck we see what's going on now. It's your shit. I mean, you have more options once you realize that. You have more options. I'm saying it's your house, you ain't gotta wash the dishes, but I prefer to keep my shit clean because it's more comfortable that way. You saying make your shit comfortable. It's your shit, nigga. It's your shit, nigga.
Exactly. Man, I'm telling you, man. And I'm just, speaking as a man, man. Like,
There's nothing anybody, any government, I don't care if it's a government agency, I don't care if it's a politician, a prime minister, a president, I don't care who it is, man. Nothing and nobody could cause me to relinquish my position there. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what pressure I'm under, man. And that's, as you know, just as men, man, we got to be able to sustain ourselves from that position. We got to be able to know that we not gonna fold under pressure. We not built like that. You know what I'm saying? And when you're not built like that, you know it's not gonna happen. And so, man, that's the approach that we got to take as men. You know what I'm saying? And our women, they have to, I'm gonna say this, continue to be resilient. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we got problems just like anybody. You know, our women, some of our women got, you know, certain problems. So, you know, our men got certain problems. It's just stuff we got to work on, you know, and fix. But that's our responsibility. It's our problem. So we got to fix it. But things that we can help just on a daily basis, just becoming a better man, you know what I'm saying, or woman to each other, you know what I'm saying? And it just got to be a relationship, just be, you know, friendship or whatever ship you can think of. The interaction between us, you know, it needs to get back to that divine aspect, the divinity between us, man. That's what made us so tight. I think it's still there. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe the hype. I'm just keeping it more. I don't believe this motherfucking hype that they trying to put out here to cause. I think it's just a ploy to cause more separation. And it's an attack on us black men, because deep down, if that shit was really happening, that shit would fuck with us, man. I don't care what no motherfucking body say. It will fuck
It's
with us for us to see
it's
our women make the decision to go to no more. Nah,
it's
you know what
so
I'm saying?
it's
I don't know.
it's a furtherance of the propaganda to keep niggas distracted and preoccupied with all type of trivial matters instead of coming to the realization that we just need to get active and get some work done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just all part of the plot. I'm starting to paint I'm starting to see a very vivid picture here. All right. Like you said, a whole lot of lies. A whole lot of lies.
And half truths
what's
too.
right. What's unfortunate is a lot of our people believe in them. That be the hardest problem addressing these issues, that a lot of our people accept it and believe in it. You know what I'm saying? They believe Trump don't come in and do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? They believe, you know, they believe that Russia and Ukraine is arch rivals at the moment. There might be some validity to it, but I'm saying what they got to do with you. Why you so, you understand? Why you so up in arms about it?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why? Right? How you letting the media feed you this story about people you never even really paid attention to or was concerned about? All of a sudden, get into a conflict. Now you in your feelings about it. You see what I'm saying? It's all ploys, and it's all ploys to keep you distracted and preoccupied with trivial matters that's very inconsequential if you sit back and gave some critical thought. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's gonna take stand-up guys. It's gonna take stand-up guys just to be able to see this shit busted out and ask you, nigga, why you ain't keep it moving, man? How you get stuck on that? Ain't you got something to do, nigga?
Right.
Go cut your grass. Go make your bed up. Water the goddamn garden or something. You had a whole lot of shit to do right before you found out about this shit that made you stuck.
Yeah.
Yes,
Get
so
back
I
to hold
get
each other accountable.
right.
I remember, hey, you know what else I remember too, Smoke? I'm quite sure you remember this too, man. But when those brothers, man, like, not only will we stand up, you know what I'm saying, at men, and like I said, I don't believe the hype, we still are, you know what I'm saying? It's just unfortunate, you know, some of us then bought into the bullshit. But we never we never really abandoned our position as men. But I remember growing up, bro, and the men, we checked each other. You know what I'm saying? And no, I ain't talking about like checking like what it means in Memphis. It's like we, you know, if we got out of line to the point to where it made it, because we knew we were a representation of our people as a whole back then. So it was only so far that we would even go, because we knew we went too far. You know what I'm saying? It would really misrepresent us, our people.
Right.
So, and if we went too, if it seemed like we was going to that far, especially, man, you know, the other brothers would check you. Like, hey, brother, you know what I'm saying? Calm down, bro. You know what I'm saying? Chill out. You know what I mean?
Those
And
was in
I think
times.
that kind of
Those,
and that stopped, and it went from that to, you know, us staying out each other business. Nah, bro, you are my business, man, and that bullshit you doing ain't straight. I'm checking you on that, man.
but see,
You know what I'm saying? That ain't
think,
straight. It's a bad look for us.
I think, with the acceptance of that black identity, brought in a lot of that too, because a lot of the black people ain't our people. You know what I'm saying? They from different
Yeah,
cultural ethnicities. They got different mores. They not a full representation of the struggle. They just look like us. You feel what I'm
right,
saying? They just look like
right. I
us.
do. I know exactly what you're saying.
They just look like us, so we think they us. A lot of us do. They just think they us.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But they don't hold. They wasn't in alignment with those type of standards, because they didn't. It wasn't in a genetic makeup. They didn't. It's not a part of their historical background to understand or to move in a manner that we do. So even trying to hold them to that standard, not realizing that they're not really a part of what we is. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of confusing, because we accepted that black identity. You know what I'm saying? I understand the ramifications. I understand the ramifications of the black identity. I just look at it different.
Right,
You know what I'm saying? Just
right.
look at it differently. I don't think people who not used to exercising power, just by changing your name, gonna automatically, you know what I'm saying, put you in that paradigm to where you understand that you can exercise power. You know what I'm saying? You're not used to it. You used to being
Right.
subservient. Right? Changing your name ain't gonna make you no difference. You gotta change your mind frame.
That's where it's got to happen.
Mindset.
That's where the power is. That's where the power is. It's not found in some process, some legal process. It's not found, you know what I'm saying? And all the places that we currently look for it at, you know, it's not found in it, man.
But I'm glad it's a movement though. I'm glad it's a movement. I don't care
I
what the
am
name
too.
of the movement is. I'm glad it's a movement that's
Yeah.
addressing that issue. You know what I'm saying? So I don't knock the tether. I don't knock tethers being called out. You know what I'm saying? But I think it gotta be done appropriately. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some good niggas from different places. You feel me? Some good niggas from
Right.
Haiti, Jamaica, even Africa.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I know some. Yeah,
Right,
I know some.
but
I know some.
that don't excuse the fact. It don't excuse the fact that some of y'all come over here and try to, do inappropriate things under the banner of black. We know where the banner of black originated at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
come under that guise because you fit the description, doing all kind of shit, making a bad reflection on that whole collective that's now being identified as black. Flag on the plate. You know what it is. So I appreciate those movements. You know what I'm saying? Everybody still girl watching though. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
But it's starting to get people to look in the right direction. You know, just incidentally, niggas is looking in the right direction now. Niggas is more family oriented instead of, you know, leaning wholeheartedly on the scholarship that's saying something different from what you received in your household. Right? Our history should be in alignment with what we receive from in our household. Because the people who tell us about us historically always been here. You know what I'm saying? So
And from
it wouldn't deviate from the history of the collective. It'd just be it'd be particular stories all adding up to the story of the collective, right? Instead of these fabricated ass tales about us being from Africa and all this other old crazy shit.
and I got
And
this
niggas
thing now, bro. I got this thing now. Like them people that's in place, the so-called historians and stuff like that, man, I don't consider them scholars, and they ain't my scholars. The scholars are the ones like that's out here, man, putting in the work to get our people the real information, the real, you
right,
know, what we not being taught. To me, those are the
right,
scholars. People that's like of the I'm of the mindset. This is how I think. You know what I'm saying? And I've always been this way, to be honest. I feel like when it comes to sourcing and all that, I feel like it's me. It's me.
right, right,
Because I grasp it conceptually. So
right.
based on that, I can take that and think on it in my own mind and bring that truth out, manifest that truth through my mouth, through my tongue. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
who is to tell me that I'm wrong? You gotta
Right,
understand
either
this
that,
conceptually. Why can't I
right,
be the source? You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah, like either that or expose it for the fallacy that it is. Either which way.
That exactly it is. Yeah.
Right, either which way.
Like,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Bring it forth as a historical accuracy, or expose it all together as a fallacy. See, I think that's what we need to be working toward. But usually we get into heated exchanges, right? Just trying to
yeah,
get
yeah,
just trying to get to whether or not it's valid, right?
yeah,
Just trying to get to whether or not it's valid, man. Hey, man, is this shit you bringing before me? Is it valid, bro? You know what I'm saying? Am I bound? Am I bound to what's written on this census, my nigga? You know what I'm saying? I know that none of this was fabricated. It can be everything on the census can be true except for one insert. You know what I'm saying? Or
mm-hmm,
most of it can be fabricated. You know what I'm saying? The majority of it can be fabricated and some of it true. How we substantiating it? You know what I'm saying? What's the process? Do it stand? Can it stand up to scrutiny, or are we just bound to accept it as it is because it's documented? You know what I'm saying? This is where I'm trying to. This is where I'm trying to push. This is where I'm trying to push the school of thought forward to. Like, brother, everything questionable, my nigga. Nothing is beyond question. Right? If niggas is questioning their religions and shit now, nigga, you questioning the whole deity now. You questioning the supreme being. Why you can't question the damn document? Huh? Why you can't question the
mm-hmm,
source? You feel me? Why you can't question a
right.
scholar? Why you can't question a master teacher? Why you can't question a university? Why you can't question the scientific community? I say it's all questionable, nigga.
Yeah. And I'm like, man, hey, our people making our way, you know what I'm saying, back to it because, you know, being that the work is being put in now and future generations that'll come across, you know, the information that we're putting out and stuff like that, to them, we're going to be their scholars. You know what I'm saying? Because they're learning this information from the source of it, the people, themselves. We putting it out there. We letting them know that you're not going to get the real about, especially about your own family history and stuff like. You're not gonna get that in school, man. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
That's
nah.
supposed to be at home, and the fact that that that's not happening with some households. You know what I'm saying? That's where the ball gets dropped as well, and you have your young children growing up without that knowledge, so they have no sense of identity. You know what I'm saying? And now they're susceptible to feeling and thinking that they have to prove themselves to other people to be noticed or, known as somebody. You know what I'm saying? And I think that stems from, one, not knowing their true self, not knowing who they are, where they came from, because, you know, relatives dropped the ball there and they didn't teach that, unfortunately. But that's something that can be fixed, man. It can be fixed. And we need to get back to our old ancient customs, and you know what I'm saying, of keeping the records, our own family records. You know what I mean? Pictures and documentation, Bibles that had the family tree in it and stuff like that, like stuff that they couldn't regulate. You see what I'm saying? But in order to get you up out of that, they had to, come with the regulation and replace it with the birth certificate and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? To get you up off of that, and now you taking on a different culture. They ain't got nothing to do with your people. To be 100, I don't care how artfully crafted it and how artfully gift wrapped it is, man. That still don't make it the truth. It still
No, that's
don't,
what I'm
man.
saying. That's what I'm saying. The elegant speech, the well-educated, refined gentleman over here telling lies. I don't respect that. I'm sorry, you telling a
Yeah,
lie. I respect the
yeah,
manner. I respect your mannerisms. That's cool, but I don't respect your information,
yeah.
bro. You pushing a lie. You pushing a fallacy. You saying that we part of this. We part of this event that never happened, bro. Right? We part of this event that never happened, man. Where's the connection? That's what I ask niggas now. Hey, bro, where the connection is? Real
Right.
subtly.
It should be clear. If it's the
Right.
truth, it should be clear, man.
This is recent history. Recent.
Right.
400 years
Recent.
is recently. 200, 300, 500, 600. That's recent, bro. That's not enough
That ain't nothing.
time.
That's change. That ain't
Right.
nothing, man.
That's not enough time for a whole collective memory, the whole memory of a collective group of people to have no information, so nobody can make the connection. Then one didn't know West African tradition survived. Come on, bro. No, man, it's mathematically improbable, at least. I would say impossible. But I give you improbable. It's highly improbable that occurred to that degree. And we can't even find the period of time that niggas switched from African culture to American culture. Do we find it? Do we find that transitional period on the historical account?
We've always practiced our culture. I don't know where
What I'm
that.
saying. Where's the connection?
Ain't no connection, shit.
I don't see no evidence of the connection other than somebody just saying it a whole lot of times.
Saying it, yeah. Like I said earlier, Smoke. Like I said, I searched the record. I went back and looked at the school curriculum and stuff like that. And when I pulled up my school record, I went back through the curriculum. I wasn't taught that. Like I told the brother, I was not taught that in school, and I had to deal with that truth and accept that truth. You know what I'm saying? And that was one of the things that I assumed. And I was even regurgitating it. Yeah, man, I was taught that in school, man. I remember I was taught that. No, what I do remember is seeing the movie Roots. What I do remember hearing and seeing was motherfuckers that looked like me out in the streets talking about this out of Africa, and all of that. This going back to Africa and all of that, teaching about African culture. And I remember that in the streets and stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Hearing that in the streets about our
Now,
people being African. I
I
remember seeing it in movies, like Roots and stuff like that. But as far as school, I was never taught that. I wasn't.
Now, I ain't gonna lie. I heard that in school, but I can't say whether or not it was part of the curriculum. That I can't say because I can't actually recall. But I do remember, like I said, I do remember hearing that in school, and I can't even really I can't even really substantiate whether it was from any of the staff members or not. It might have just been us in school talking about the shit. You feel what I'm saying?
Well, for clarification, let me say this. I want to make sure that we're clear. I'm talking about I was never taught that we were slaves from Africa. That's what I'm talking about. I don't dispute the fact that we were indeed enslaved. Some of us were. You know what I'm saying? And under heavy military occupation and what happened with it. I'm not disputing that we were enslaved. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying that we were never taught in school that we were slaves from Africa. That's what I found. Now the books, they do show, you know what I'm saying, that we were enslaved when they, you know what I'm saying, what happened when they got over here and all of that, but it never alluded or talked about us being brought over here on slave ships from Africa and put on the plantations here. That's not what I was taught in school, man. It wasn't. That's what I learned from Roots. And like I said, the propaganda on TV and what I heard out, you know, from other people that look like me talking about that because they fell for the trick.
Yeah, that Roots thing was a whole psyop. That story was so fabricated, man. But hey, I'm just saying, the whole nation went for a hook, line, and sinker. It was a major motion picture event.
Yeah, it was.
It was a major motion picture event.
Yeah.
I'm talking about that gun caused so much traction back in them days. Chicken George, Kunta Kinte. Come on, bro. Them was iconic figures.
Yeah. So yeah, man, it was those. I ain't gonna lie, it was a hard truth for me at first. Because man, I was like, dang, wow. But I accepted it though, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, that's why at this time, that's why I'm learning about this now because I'm in a position in my life to where I can accept it. You know what I'm saying?
And my mama used to be hard on me about the school curriculum. So I can agree. I can agree that it was not part of the curriculum. Because we would have had that discussion. Right? We were just always under the assumption because of, you know, the propaganda, the media propaganda, you know what I'm saying? The entertainment propaganda, the word on the street, you know what I'm saying? It's being pushed, you know what I'm saying? It's being pushed so frequently through other means that we just assume that it was just always being taught. You know what I'm saying? I could say that. Me and my folks never had that discussion. Never came up. It never came up. I can't remember having this back in my young days, having this discussion with any of my elders. Did we come from Africa? It just never. The word Africa did hardly ever mentioned in my home.
Right. Yeah, I was too, bro. You know, it's until their roots. That's where Africa came from. Africa came from roots.
Right.
That's where this shit came from.
It wasn't until roots.
Right. Before that, man, we didn't have the mind to utter the Africa.
And then even after roots, even after roots, nigga, we're talking about we from Africa in the household. You just heard that. It was just a popular, you know what I'm saying? It became popularized because of the movie. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what made niggas embrace it. So it is what it is. I feel you. I had to think about that. No, I can't remember I can't remember it being part of the curriculum. I never took it home from school.
But if you go on my community wall, it's a recent post within like the last 3 or 4, I think. I told the other brother that I was on here with, it was a challenge that I had put out, and nobody has been able to post that curriculum. I challenged. I said, I don't know if you were still on the panel at the time. You probably weren't, but hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, I heard you when you said.
You heard it? Okay. Yeah, bro.
About you entering that challenge. They teach that in the curriculum.
You're right. And nobody's been able to put it up there. I've had like 18 comments on it. And I even had one guy, talk about how he even asked his two sons. One is in 8th grade, the other one's in the 10th, and asked them if they were ever taught since they were in school that they were, slaves from Africa, and they both said no. So I was like, man, you know what? Hey, people need to take a good hard look and really like real cognitive dissonance going on. For real, man. That's how deeply rooted it is. We done made some shit that ain't true retroactive in the history of our upbringing when it comes to our education, and we got it wrong. For some, I can only speak for me and other people that have admitted it as well. But I'm like, man, maybe it's like this across the board. People need to start, looking into that to see if that's actually true. Were you really taught that in school, or was it the movies that you saw and the shit that you heard in the streets? And people that look like you heard talking about this and supporting it. And it made you quite naturally believe it and support it yourself. So, I don't know, maybe I'm wishing upon a star, but that's what I found when I actually put in the work. I put the work in, man. So, that's what it is for me. Still there, Smoke? You stepped away for a second.
I forgot I pushed the mute button. Well, like I was saying, we do have some of our iconic political and activism figures. We do have them also making those suggestions too. Like you know what I'm saying? Some of our iconic figures, man. They was also, you know what I'm saying, making alluding to that possibility as well. So it was, it was. I mean, it was being pushed. It was being pushed. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm not doubting that. It was. That's right. I got a banana. Hold on. I mean a banana. But it was. Yes, it was pushed. I don't doubt that. I'm not disputing that. And that's why it's so prevalent in our minds.
Right.
Because it was pushed so hard. You know what I'm saying? Outside of the school, it was pushed in every facet.
Right.
And we can imagine out in the streets outside of school, we weren't taught that. At least I wasn't. I really think that it's like that across the board. I think African American studies and all this stuff, it evolved into that because of people's beliefs, and it was, school systems could make money off of it.
I think they directed us toward the narrative by being just a wee bit disingenuous when the subject matter was brought up. Because we did do American history in school. I remember
we sure did. Yeah.
And for the most part, I remember all of us having sympathy for the story of the Indians, even though it was loosely fabricated. We all.
I remember that too, bro.
Right. We never see. This is what I remember my people telling me about the Indians. You know what I'm saying? Especially this Columbus discovery. I remember this distinctly. My folks always say, "Well, how could he discover something when people was already here?" You feel me? That's what my folks used to always say. How could he discover something when people was already here? They went into the school curriculum like that. We were basically on our own, unless we was failing or something. Then they'll get on our ass. But other than that, we ain't really bother them. I wouldn't really bother my folks about my schooling and shit. But I remember that distinctively going to them talking about Columbus and shit. Because it's new to me. We kids, we impressionable. It's new to your mama asks you about your homework. Yeah, I got this to do. She might question you about it, and y'all get into a little brief discussion before she go, get into her leisurely time or whatever. When she don't want to be bothered with children or whatever. But I remember that
And
distinctly. So we slick always sided with the Indians. You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying?
And
Not
then too, bro,
knowing,
if you think about
right? Not
if you
knowing
think,
that we was them, because Hollywood was
and if
feeding us the Mongoloids.
right, they
Right,
were.
Hollywood, right?
And
They was feeding us the Mongoloids, the
and
natives.
if, and if you think about it, we had homework. Think about this. We had homework. If we came to the house with homework talking about us coming from Africa and African histories, man, come on, man. Our parents would have, man, come on now. Because you
Right.
think about it, back then, our parents actually, parents actually helped their children with their homework. It was
Yeah.
actually, you know what I'm saying, active. It's,
You're
man,
right.
come on now. If our parents would have known and would have saw that shit going on, stop it. It wasn't. That's the thing. It wasn't going on. I think from what I seen, things were omitted, were
Right.
taken away and stuff like that. But as
Right.
far as them saying that we were slaves from Africa, brought here on ship, no, that's not what they
Mhm.
say about the so-called Negro. That's not what they say. That's not what I found. That's not what I saw when I was so I accepted that. I was like, dang man, this whole time. And I said, think about how many so-called black people are regurgitating that as if they know it to be true as fact. And honestly, you know what I'm saying? How many of those of our people that make that claim actually did the legwork to go back and find out to make sure that they're not wrong? I remember, yeah, right. I didn't. See what I'm saying? I was under the same assumption. So obviously I didn't remember clearly.
I
I
mean, I
thought I
can,
did.
I can safely say, that I think that's an accurate assessment, cause I would have had the discussion with my mama. I never
I'm
had that
telling you,
with her.
bro,
I never
it's
had that
simple.
with her. Never. Africa
I
never
didn't
came up.
either.
Man, the word Africa never came up between me and my mom. Not one instance.
Not
Not one
us either,
instance.
man. Us either.
Not one time did it come up.
Not one time.
Until we was watching Roots.
Well, that's it. That's where Africa came from. The Roots. The Roots.
Until we
The
was
Roots
watching Roots.
movie, man. That's where that shit
'Cause
came from.
I remember when this shit premiered, nigga. We had to shut the hell up. They were watching the movie. You know
Yep.
what we talking about? With no plan or
Yep.
nothing, nigga. It was the street lights was out. We was in the house, quiet as hell. Y'all gonna
Yep.
sit down and watch this damn movie?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's where the programming would happen at. That's where
Right.
that was the beginning
It was,
of us
man,
locking in on that shit.
our eyes was glued to the set, bro.
And now today we blame the government for miseducating us and all. No, that's not true. It's time to reevaluate your position. Go do some real studying. I'm talking to those who make those claims. You just it does it trouble you that you might be wrong about your assessment of what
No,
you
I
think
think
happened? You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna bring this. I'm gonna bring this up. You know, I'll be on the platform. Nigga. I got to bring this up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I got to bring this up, bro. Because
Yeah, please do
pivotal.
so.
Yeah,
Spread
this
it, man.
pivotal. This pivotal. I think this would be.
Very
I
pivotal.
think this would be a game changing. This game changing information was we really taught that in compulsory school curriculum. Because I hear it all the time. Man, y'all learned that shit in school. This is the education, the white man's education was pushing that shit. I think they alluded to the slave trade. I think they even said Africans was part of the slave trade, but they never said it was us.
They never said it was us. They never said we were Africans or anything.
Right.
You're right about that. They never said that was us. And
Right.
then too, not only did they not, that they never said that was us, but also, I lost my thought.
Sorry, you get it back.
It'll come back. But I think that also, bro. I think here it is.
I think I'm confident enough to say that I think it's true, at least for I'm confident enough to say it's not true that out of Africa, I mean, us being taught that stuff in about Africa in school, about us being from Africa, slaves from Africa. I think that it's true that we weren't taught that. At least I'm confident enough to say us in the South weren't taught that. What I would love to hear is the testimonials of the. I do want to hear the ones from the South too, but more I want to hear from, you know what I'm saying, Pacific Northwest, you know, up north and stuff like that. You know, I want to hear from those people. And I need the receipts, you know what I'm saying? Show the proof, the receipts of, you know, you being taught that in school. You know what I'm saying? If we whether it be grammar school, middle school, high school, you know what I'm saying? We know they have African American studies and all that type of stuff in colleges and stuff like that. We know that. But again, those studies weren't always there. Those are new. Think about
Sister
it.
Betty, Sister Betty said they did teach about it. They taught y'all it. They taught y'all. See, she's from Connecticut though. That's why
Oh,
Eastern.
okay. She's from Connecticut. Okay. See, that's what I'm
Right,
saying. I would love to
right.
hear from other people from other different parts because I think I might be wrong, but I'm confident and I think it's
Oh
us in
no,
the
she
South
said.
also we were taught
Oh no,
that.
she said they taught about the settlers and the Indians. My bad.
Okay. Okay.
We was talking about the transatlantic slave trade, or whether or not the compulsory education system was teaching us that we came from Africa as slaves. 'Cause I
And
never, I
based on
never, I never had that conversation with my people. You know what I'm
me either.
saying? I never
Me either.
had that conversation with my people. You know, like coming from school, like about our schooling. Never had that conversation with them. That only happened
Yeah.
at Roots. It only happened at
Yeah.
Roots. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. I remember, bro.
It only
All of it came really flooding back when I did that research and pulled my school records and I studied the curriculum. It all came flooding back in, bro. And I was like, you know what, man, that's what it is. And I accepted it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to this denial trip like, man, hell no, dog. And you know what I'm saying? Wanting to hold on to no. I'm at a different place with myself. Been there for a while now. And it was that much more easy for me to just accept it. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I always emphasize it's, you know, for me, this is what I found out for me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm quite sure it might not be for everybody. Maybe it were some schools, you know, in other places that did teach it, but that challenge is still there for anybody. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a challenge to like, you know, downplay anybody or anything like that. Like you will be enlightening me. You know what I'm saying? I would love to know, you know, like you said, this game changer right here. If we finding out that this stuff was taught in these different places, but not in other places, why is that so? Let's study and find out why that was so. Why wasn't it taught in the South, but it was taught in Oregon, or it was taught in Cali, or in Connecticut, or Maine, or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Why these specific places, but not down here? Where you know what I'm saying? Why? And you start getting into, you know, finding some real answers.
I don't think it would have never flew in the South. It would have never flew. It would have
It
been too
wouldn't
many.
have, bro.
It would have been too
It
many
wouldn't have.
parents.
That's how I know that I came to that conclusion too, bro. We weren't going for
Yeah,
that shit.
it would have been too many parents in dispute. Like, what the hell are you teaching my children? Like, no.
Man,
That
what?
ain't us.
Man,
Yeah,
I know my mom. My
no,
mom would have came up there and smacked the shit out the goddamn principal for even, man, what the fuck is going on with this? Got my boys fucked up, man. That's my mom. Well, it was. You know what I'm saying? My mom, she's a, you know, changed
these
woman
country,
herself.
these country ass niggas in the South is really goddamn Indians, y'all.
For
I just
real, man. We
this
ain't
ain't
going for
no.
that shit, man.
It's undeniable. These country ass niggas is Indians. Wild as fuck.
For real, man. That's where that shit come from. We the wild ones, man. The niggas in the South, man. We the wild ones. Because of this attitude, this is what, in my opinion, I think this is the attitude. This is what they want to kill. That warrior mentality that's within us, and it comes out the way that it does. It's intimidating to them. They can't stand a brother man that's like that.
It ain't got nothing to do with, you sounding uncivilized and all. It's got everything to do with you got something that they don't have. They wish they had. They trying to emulate it and imitate it.
Right.
You know what I'm
And then
saying?
say that they gave it to you.
Right. And then say that you learned it from
Right.
them and they gave it to nah, we ain't going, you tripping. We know what's up. We know what's up. And as long as we do, you ain't gonna never get that shit off. For real. I meant that shit, man. Love my motherfucking people, man. We been shit. We done been through hell and hot water, man. And shoot, I don't think I really want to do smoke be on it, man. I just want to assist and uplift it, man. Coming about this shit. I don't care nothing about all that petty shit. I don't care about it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's doing the work out here, man, trying to get the information and the truth about who we are as a people, who we are, man. And not trying to hide, and you do so unapologetically. And I just want to say, man, hey, I appreciate y'all. I'm saying I ain't naming names, just to everybody it applies to. If you know you out there doing the work, you who I'm talking to. If you not, I ain't talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Like game time is over. I don't care about clout chasing and all. I don't care about that, man. What I care about is us getting our shit together. For real, doing the work for real, coming together for real, rebuilding for real, becoming stronger and stronger for real, not just talking about it. Yeah, it starts there. But man, time for that action, man. Put your fear to the side if you have it. We got to support one another. We have to know that we have support from one another. We have to know that shit. Like, know it. Not just on some YouTube or TikTok shit, man. It's deeper than that. It's bigger than that. It's more relevant than that, man. You know what I'm saying? Think about it, y'all. We didn't always have this shit. We ain't always had the internet. We ain't always had none of this. But we've always had each other. Always, man. And regardless of what took place with us, you know what I'm saying? It causes us to be at odds with each other like that, man. Hey, it's still all love, man. Let's just fix it. Fuck this shit, man. Let's just fix it. Let's just fix it, man. We the only ones can. Relying on other people, they ain't doing it but sucking off of us. We ain't winning like that, man. We got to come together and stick together. You know, I ain't trying to step on nobody's toes or ramble on about it, but I'm speaking like this smoke because it's, it's relevant, bro. It's relevant to everything we've been talking about thus far. So much love to everybody that's doing the work, man. Keep doing the work. Don't give up on it, no matter what it look like. Or it seemed like it ain't getting through. It is getting through. I'm looking at the various platforms where I remember when y'all started out, man, you know what I'm saying? Barely, 10, 20 people in the chat. Now looking at, you know what I'm saying? Aboriginal Power, Aboriginal TV, Sister Bethy, you know what I'm saying? Copper Empress, you know what I'm saying? Look at it. Look at them now. You know what I'm saying?
It's a
Information is getting
very,
out there, and there's more people. It's getting out to more people, and more people are starting to tune in. You know what I'm saying? And get this information.
it's a very attractive perspective. It's challenging, right? It's challenging.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people pay attention because they ready to see it come to fruition. You know what I'm saying? They're ready to see if it's some validity to it. You know what I'm saying? They're ready to see they see it's growing. There's more people paying attention. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna almost get to the point. It's almost gonna get to the point where these social media niggas gonna become an undeniable force in this political arena. But you got to press on. You just got to press on. I know it seemed futile at times, constantly going back and forth with the Pan Africans. They not accepting the information. You know what I'm saying? They constantly arguing. They constantly regurgitating. You know what I'm saying? It get kind of tiresome. You know what I'm saying? But at those instances, just relax. What y'all got niggas like me for. I love that fight. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy that fight. It don't get old to me. You feel me? You're like, damn,
Mhm.
nigga, you challenging an American in America, saying that he's not American. This is to me, it'd be that simple. You feel me? It'd be
You're right.
that simple to me. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? I don't let them take me down the rabbit hole of Henry Clark and Charles. I'm not going there. Let's deal with what's real. Let's deal with what's real, bro. I'm in
Right.
America.
What's real?
And right. What's real is, but my feet is right here, standing on American soil. Can you explain how I got here? That's all. That's all I need you to do. You feel me? That's all I need you to do. It'd be that simple to me. I like this fight.
When I was doing it, I was just for clarification too. When I was doing the shout out, so if I forgot about you, if I didn't mention your name, charged to my head, not my heart. It was no disrespect to them, but shout out to everybody, man. Not just the four I mentioned, but Chief Holiday as well, Brother Sanchez as well. Big Dog Philly OG, Greedy Vegan over there at Tokyo Talk Media. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody, man. Everybody that's out there putting the work in, man. Unscrambled Minds, the sisters out there. You know what I'm saying? That's putting in the work, getting the information out there, man. I appreciate y'all. That's a joy for me. No lie. To see
Yeah.
the sisters, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, niggas
Like
all
taking
over
their
the
rightful
place.
position. That's
Niggas
100
all over
right
the
there,
place. Niggas all over the place with it. I'm surprised that
man.
I'm surprised that damn Indian niggas, you know what I'm saying, always on YouTube. It's enough niggas out here. It should be somebody
Mm-hmm.
streaming. You know what I'm saying? 24 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
It's that many niggas out here. But like I say, niggas get tired. Niggas gotta get their rest on, recuperate, take a break or whatever. I ain't taking no break. I'm sorry. I'm new to this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm still invigorated, man. Appreciate I bumped into you niggas. But something.
Yeah, I remember, man, my first time, coming into the play was on Aboriginal Power channel. I remember because I was hearing what you were saying, you know what I'm saying? I was hearing like how these brothers was on the panel and they was talking about, you know what I mean? The real shit, man, real history and really talking about real scholarship, man, talking about the real. And they were doing so in a fashion that wasn't condescending. They weren't talking down on each other. You know what I'm saying? They're actually building with each other. And that's what sparked my attention to want to, come in and jump on the panel and, you know what I'm saying? And, be in the midst of that as well, you know what I'm saying? And share my mind and, my thoughts and stuff like that because I've always wanted to do that. I've always wanted to get around other people. It ain't necessarily got to be about, like-mindedness. It could be a challenge. I'm all for a challenge too. You know what I'm saying? But if we could do so peacefully and be able to do it in a reasonable fashion to where we, can be respected and honored, then it's all good. And I recognized that, I saw that, I heard that. So I hopped up, man, and the rest is history. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. I appreciate that, man. It was a great thing to hear. Always great. And see where things are now. You know what I'm saying? With the information starting to become so widespread. You know what I mean? Hey, Chief Holiday and them, they one line, man. Hey, Pan Africanism is dead, man. Hey, they losing out here, man. Ain't nobody going for that shit. We realizing. Yeah.
A lot of them niggas is
We waking
changing
up from that shit.
a lot of them
That
niggas is
woke up.
changing their ideology, bro. They switching over
Yeah.
to nationalism and you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
hey man, y'all got like Nora was saying, pay attention. We must pay attention. You know what I'm saying? We must pay attention. Keep pushing the
Niggas,
info.
I tell my
Pay
I tell
attention.
my son this all the time. I say, son, pay attention. Don't cost a dime to pay attention, man. Don't cost a
Sir.
dime.
And you will be heavily rewarded if you do it enough. If you
Yep.
give it enough, if you pay enough attention, you will be rewarded for it.
Yes,
You
you
won't
will.
even know. You won't even know where it's coming from.
Right. She's called wisdom.
Yeah. So yeah, man. Let's keep doing it, man. That's what I say. Keep going. Let's keep our studies up. Like I said, my lane, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be the legal side. I'm here to spread, my information as far as, the legal side and stuff like that. And when I present information, I'll say this here too, Smoke, on your channel, but when I present information and stuff like that concerning case laws, it's gonna, man, but this is what I have, the facts for the record, and that's what I'm presenting. And it's gonna contradict with some people's, standing positions on certain matters, regarding whatever. It could be titles, deeds, identity, whatever, you know. So I'm just presenting the information as it pertains, legally. And, so that's my perspective. Uh,
Well,
I'm
you
hoping, like,
definitely.
we can all come together and put all of our different ideas from our different platforms together and formulate some type of uh, governmental arrangement, you know what I'm saying, if you will, towards we can do some things ourselves, because we already have the zoos. We already have them. You know what I'm saying? We're exercising them now. You know what I mean? Once we get that together, then the only thing left needed to do in order for the power structure to go ahead and be established is the coming together, the unification, which really could be done now, but you know, it's the build and they will come mentality that comes along with this. So we have to, not act like that's not, prevalent or present. So, but what you was about to say, Smoke?
Was I about to say something? I wasn't saying nothing.
Oh, you want to say okay? But yeah, I think if we do that, man, the unification, that's the key to whatever we doing to get up off the ground. The unification, that's the key. No matter the differences, no matter religious differences, ideological differences, you know what I'm saying? Different perspectives on how we see things, how we may practice or whatever like that. The commonality is that we are all different and unique, you know what I'm saying, our own way. That's the commonality between us all, is that difference, if you will. We just have to learn to respect, each other based on, those different commonalities, if you will.
I think the overall message is that we from here, right? Once we get that one simple perspective consolidated, I think we can begin to take more progressive steps toward whatever other endeavors that we need to embark upon, like you said, to begin to make our ascent back to the very top of this political structure. You know what I'm saying? I'm not particularly in favor of dismantling the system. You know what I'm saying? Not particularly.
Right, me either.
I think it works well for people who know how to work it.
Right. If you're
For the most
honorable,
part, right. For the most part, we just don't know how to work it. You know what I'm saying? We're at the experimental stage right now because we've been so far removed from the principle of it. You feel what I'm saying? So I like when you say principle, I was like, oh yeah, he talking some good shit talking about the principle. Because that's immutable, that's steadfast, that's always applicable. It's not gonna switch and change up on you. You know what I'm
it's not gonna
saying?
pass away either. It's not
No,
gonna pass away.
it's forever. The principle
Right.
is there. The principle is there to stay, waiting on you to make the practical application. Just waiting on you. It ain't gonna reach out and grab you. It's just gonna be there. It's just gonna be there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's up to you to head that direction. So they got to get out there too. But I'm saying it's gonna start with us coming to common understanding that, hey nigga, you from here. The ones that you niggas from here. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they've been calling you all this time, and the name switches and all that, political identities and the religious ideologies,
But you know what? Here's what I think, bro. I don't.
your phone died or something, bro? Nigga left me up here by my damn self. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
I thought you,
My
yeah, I
bad. My
thought you
bad.
damn phone now. I was gonna say, nigga, when
No,
you charging this phone?
bro, my elbow hit the back button on my way. But now, I was gonna say, bro, I don't think, man. That what was we? I lost my thought with that
I
because I had to.
was saying, once we consolidate the understanding that we from here, then you had a thought concerning it.
Yeah, I don't think that for the most part we don't think that we not from here. I think there's an incentive that some of us are taking advantage of. The incentive being a benefit of playing the victim of a slave or a descendant thereof. Because I heard this talk about reparations and all this old type of stuff, and I think there's incentives there for our people that really do know better, but they're choosing not to for the benefit. That's what I think. That's what I think.
I think there is a benefit for accepting that narrative. I think it's very minimal. I think it's minuscule compared to what you'll
Right.
receive if you just embrace the truth.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's
Talk that
minuscule.
talk, man.
It's minuscule compared to what you stand to benefit by accepting the truth and standing on that.
And that's where our people are failing to realize it because we capitulate. You know what I'm saying? Where either capitulate, we'll sell out for the crumbs. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
And that's what I mean. Like, let's start standing on principle all the way through.
Why would the people who invented the bakery settle for crumbs now?
Exactly.
This is what we got to get to these niggas. Hey, bro, you made the bakery, nigga. You the bakers. Man, you settle for crumbs for from somebody else's table. Nigga, you made the tables. Come on, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't sit by idly and just deal with the foolishness, with some of the foolishness that's being, you know what I'm saying, conveyed, man. I'll be like, nah, brother, can you guys I got a question for that. You know, I got a question for that, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? I got a question for your reparations. My question be, this is my question for all niggas on the reparations tip. Why haven't you gotten them? How long you say you been here? 1619? 1807 when it stopped? Bro, you been here since at least 1807? What's the hold up on your reparations, bro? The Emancipation Proclamation was 1865. How you ain't got that straightened out yet, bro? When you gonna get?
And they obviously didn't read that document because that document does not specifically enumerate any so-called black or Negroes or any specific group of people. So it was talking about any person. It didn't say specifically black people or any. It didn't specify. It didn't. And when you do the history, you see that the revolt that took place it wasn't talking about us. I'm just, that's just my perspective after reading the document and putting together the history behind it and the timeline. And it's a lot of things. That's what when I was saying earlier, it's a lot of things we've been assuming, but it's based on narratives, ready-made concepts that were placed in the way that caused us to think in the direction that we think today.
That's why I asked the question. That's why I asked the question, man. Y'all, you say y'all got this mountain of evidence, this enormous historical event that transpired in the annals of international history. But why y'all ain't got cut a check yet? Y'all saying y'all the victims of it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all saying y'all the victims of it. Y'all got several perpetrators, the French, the Dutch, the Portuguese, the English, the Spanish. You feel me? Africans. Like, damn, my nigga, like, where y'all checks at? Them very wealthy countries, my nigga. The United States. Come on, bro. You niggas gotta have a bag, a big large sum, lump sum. Come on, man, make it make sense.
And it's not to say that, you know, we haven't been disadvantaged or, you know, done wrong. We have, you know what I'm saying? But
But it
what I'm
ain't based
also
on
saying,
those claims.
right, and I'm also saying as well that we're not exactly innocent in all of it either, though. You see what I'm saying?
Now, some
So
of us innocent in it. Some of us have no inclination about the moves that was bust. Even if we find out some of our ancestors were indeed involved, and we can say that sincerely. We can say that it's impossible for a whole continent to be usurped without some inside help.
agreed.
Yeah, we can't even make such a silly assertion as to deny that.
Indeed. Yeah, but unfortunately, Smoke, man, that mindset is in some of the minds of our people. You know what I'm saying? They don't think, you know, they just, man, we been no folk did us wrong, this, that, and the third, but there's a lot of stuff you don't quite understand as well because they had help. You know what I'm saying? Can't just put up the, you know, the good stuff, you know, and ignore the bad and act like, like we're just straight up victims, and that's not the case for some, you know, that's not the case. But yeah,
Well,
like you said, so they had help, a lot of it too.
What I'm saying, we got a system that's been kind of overrun by outside entities. You know what I'm saying? It's dormant. It's this dormant system that we have that's being overrun by, you know, foreign agencies and entities. I'm saying shit, niggas working. It's working for them.
Mm-hmm.
What y'all gonna do? It's working for them. It's a system. It's ours. It's working for them. You find out a way to make it work for you, right? You know what I'm saying? Find out a way to make it work for you. It's either it's gonna have to work for all of us, or it's gonna have to be disposed of. I mean, it's eventually we heading toward this ultimatum. You know what I'm saying? But it's gonna require some work. You can't make the claim based on nothing. Somebody might counter it. What you gonna have? Substantiate it if somebody does. You feel me? So it's gonna be work regardless, man. Gonna be some work regardless. It just is what it is. You know, put the same.
And I'm like this: if the doctrine of discovery is what's being, you know what I'm saying, steward on as far as that, then that has to be challenged. You know what I'm saying? And I think you need to be in a place where you can challenge that from any perspective, would it be intellectually, even militarily, you know what I'm saying, in case there's a fight. But you got to understand, these people been in, you know, controlling and powerful so long. What makes you think they're just gonna give it back over to you without a fight? Stop, you know, because do you know what it means for them when power changes hands? What makes you think
Power never changes hands. Power never changes hands peacefully. Never.
Not without a fight. There's always a fight. Always. Never. So it doesn't just change intellectually. And if it does happen intellectually, there's an army in the background waiting in case it didn't.
For sure.
You see what I'm saying? There's an army back there waiting.
Right.
To protect those decisions being made. And you know what? That sounds good. But for me, I think that's unfortunate that it has to be that way, because that only shows that the people that, you know, for the most part, lacks honor and integrity for you to have to develop an army to protect, you know what I'm saying? That, like that, you know what I'm saying? Because when you live peacefully amongst one another, then there's no need, you know, really for any of that. You see what I'm saying? Lest there be evil that is present, then of course you would need to prepare
to defend yourself against any hurt, harm, and danger that that evil may bring. But if you live in harmonically amongst each other in love and peace, you know what I'm saying? There's no need to go there or even do that because it's already understood.
There's absolutely no need. But we're not dealing with people who readily understand that. On either side. On either side. The people who have acquired the position of prominence and the people who have fallen from grace. Right? For the most part, the majority of these perspectives would not agree. You know what I'm saying? Would not agree to any type of peaceful resolution. Right? One end does not want to relinquish or even level the playing field, and one end is becoming completely unsatisfied with their current disposition. So I'm saying we're headed toward an inevitable climax, right? I don't think it's unfortunate. I don't think it's unfortunate by any means. I think it's a necessary point that has to be reached. I think it's a necessary point that has to be reached for the you know what I'm saying, for the ultimate conclusion. I think it'll be I think once that climax has been reached, the results will be betterment, progression, and improvements, right? And improvements. Because I'm certain that cooler heads will prevail even when it reaches that critical mass. I'm still of the opinion that cooler heads will prevail even if conflict is the ultimate, you know what I'm saying, response.
Yeah.
So I'm not apprehensive about that moment. I'm not apprehensive about that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just ready for it to get there. I'm ready for it to get there. Not that I'm trying to usher it on. You know what I'm saying? I know we're in a state of disarray at the moment. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say this one particular perspective got to be reinforced. It got to be reinforced.
Indeed.
Look, bro, you at home, my nigga. Once you realize you at home, you start acting accordingly. You know what I'm saying? And that's not gonna go unnoticed. Is all I'm saying. It's not gonna go unnoticed once you start acting accordingly. Even acting accordingly, moving in honor is a threat to people who know that they in the wrong position, right? And they acquired their position through less than favorable means. No matter how they acquired it, whether they got help by doing it, utilizing insiders, you know what I'm saying, traders, or making underhand deals, or manipulating people into believing they was going to acquire things, or making offers that they couldn't refuse, or promises to pay that you never really was going to make the payment on anyway. But all of that's going to come out in the light, which is going to make you know what I'm saying, which is going to up the degrees in the whole scenario. That's why I say, whether or not you consider it unfortunate, it's just necessary. It's just going to become necessary. The more and more people start to realize their reality and what's being perpetrated against them. I'm talking about even the people who we think are on the opposite sides of the fence. A lot of them are very unaware as to what happened, the magnitude of the historical omissions that got us in this crisis in the first place. But I say, with great power comes responsibility. So if you are deficient on your responsibility and don't want to be held accountable, you know what I'm saying? I think there's gonna be a soon coming time where you're either gonna have to accept your responsibility or just be held accountable, whether you accept it or not. And it goes both ways. That's a double-edged sword. So it's a double-edged sword.
Indeed. Well, shit. I'm finna get ready to get off of here, smoke, man, and get my ass and get some rest. But man, as always, it was a pleasure. I appreciate you having me up. And man, next time you go live, man, I got your notification bell on and shit. So
Yeah, man, pull up, man. I'm trying my best to keep the conversations, cordial. We get, we wild niggas, man. So yeah, it is what it is. But I'm making a very valiant attempt to keep the conversations cordial. That way, the information can be dispersed. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, whatever bits and pieces resonate with you, y'all pick them up, man, and put them to use, bro. You know what I'm saying? With that being said, I'm out of here as well. Catch you niggas next time.
peace, bro. Peace.
Salute.